TOLO product? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair from your hair. Oh, no, I'm saying this is your hair.
On 105.3 The Fan.
0-1. Webb works always from the stretch, and the pitch is hit high in the air, deep left center field. Michael Hellman's in center now. He goes back to the wall, and that is gone. It's in the Angels bullpen. O'Hoppe with his 19th home run of the year, his 43rd run batted in. He makes it 4-0 Halos in the top of the ninth.
Well, that's 3 hours I will never get back in my life. Good morning, Metroplex. It's a TOLO Tuesday live here, 11th floor studios here on Sean and RJ. We got our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back. We got you, hopefully, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, or the Odyssey app. 4-0, 5 hits. Excruciatingly boring, awful.
Yeah, not a whole lot to be happy about with this one. And even deGrom was just
Bassick pointed out at the beginning of the broadcast, he's like, if there's one team, there really is only one team that has had his number, and that is the LA Angels.
And they shouldn't have anybody's number. They should be like everybody with Jerry. Nobody has his number, right? Nobody has Jerry's cell phone number, which is weird, by the way. But then this makes no sense. Like, why the Angels? Why do the Angels have Jake deGrom's number? Because he wasn't bad. He was just mid. And for Jake, that's not good.
I mean, you lost the game on the first pitch because you give up a first pitch home run and you're not going to score. But I don't know that I thought he was mid. I thought after he gave up that home run, I thought he looked as good as he's looked in like a month and a half for the next 4 innings. Like, he was pretty shut down, and then he obviously got that looper that knocked in the second run, and that kind of threw things off. But after he gave up that first home run, it was like, oh, okay, he's locked in, he looks like he's ready to go. But that's the problem, is that if you miss with one pitch with this lineup, you can lose. And there were times last night Josh Young's got somebody in scoring position, 2 outs, and he flails at something 8 inches, a foot outside the zone, whatever that slider was. And then I think it's the next inning. Corey Seager comes up, 2 outs, guy in scoring position, just flails at a pitch he shouldn't, strikes out. It's just not a good baseball team. It's not a good lineup. It's not that it's not a good baseball team. They're really good defensively. They're a really good pitching staff. They are awful at the plate.
His ERA against the Angels is a 5.87. Against the Phillies, it's a 4. Against Seattle, it's a 5.79. Against Tampa, it's a 6.35. So those are the splits for Jacob deGrom. And unfortunately for the Rangers, 3 of the 4 ahead of you in the wild card, they all won. So you are 5.5 back in the wild card and 7 back in the American League West. The only kind of bright spot was seeing Wash before the game hug it out with Boch. Ron Washington giving the medical update on why he had to take a leave of absence for the season. Quadruple bypass. 8 weeks out from it, said he feels great. Said if you see him like we did at the owners' meetings, at the baseball winter meetings, and he's smoking a cigarette, you can go up and slap it out of his hand. So he's quit smoking, eating better, rehab going well, hopes to be back at 100% in December.
Yeah, we all know that person who stopped drinking or smoking or whatever after the health scare, right? After the major health scare. And it really is amazing. Like, you could stop doing those things when you have to. It's like, you could do, a lot of people could stop. Good for you that you could stop before that. But like when you have to, it's like, okay, let's go. Let's lock in here. Good for him.
Yeah, it's good to see it. I'm really hopeful he can return. How old is he now? He's getting up there in age, and then the fact that it's a quadruple bypass. The fact that he's still optimistic and wants to come back and manage again, that's good.
73.
But man, yeah, that's the thing. That's a comeback. That's something where he can't take one drag off a cigarette.
All right, that's the extent of the baseball update with the Rangers losing 4-0.
You don't want to get into like a 7th inning strikeout or something at the front? Oh, okay.
I got nothing else. We got too much NFL to get to. A flurry of news activity yesterday. It was a wild Monday throughout the sports world, particularly the National Football League. All the other deals. Micah, if he wanted to be last along with his agent to check out that market value, mission accomplished. Terry McLaurin re-signs with the Commanders, and the Bengals and Trey Hendrickson work something out. Hendrickson and the Bengals, will start there because it's most directly related to Micah, reach agreement on a $14 million raise. So his salary for 2025 is going to be $30 million. He's still scheduled to become an unrestricted free agent this season. So what does that do, if anything, for Parsons and the Cowboys? We didn't think it would be much because Hendrickson was not going to be up there.
It's not going to do much, because neither party is going to be moved by the 1-year deal. Jerry's like, I already got him on a 3-year deal. Why would I pay him more?
Now, Mike Tannenbaum yesterday proposed something similar to this before the Hendrickson deal got done. He said, just put a 2 for $84 million Band-Aid on the Cowboys situation. 2 for 84 guaranteed. It's locked in. It's done. So you're getting 42 a year, and then you get back to this thing in a few years with Orlovsky saying there's no way in hell that Micah takes that.
Right, and Jerry would say, why would I do that? I'm getting him for less already. He's already under contract for less. He's under contract for 20, and then what would it be next year, 30?
Well, what Brian Schottenheimer would say is, I'm already sick and tired of answering questions about nachos and naps. And Jerry's conveniently leaving that out. Yeah. I hope Jerry is factoring in what this could do to the season when you're paying Dak Prescott $60 and you're paying CeeDee Lamb $30. He's just not going to admit to that publicly.
Yeah, I think Orlovsky, as usual, is dead wrong. I think 2 for 84, they very well might take that because it's absolutely 2 years, 84. We'll get right back on the market. Cool, do it. We're already supposed to be here for 3 years, as Jerry keeps saying. Lock us in at 42, and then we get to touch the market again when it's gone up some more. Sign us up. So I think they absolutely would take something like that. But again, Jerry, there's nothing in that is worth his time. Like the whole reason why they want 5-year deals and they want the extra years and stuff like that is because of the way they've got, 6 balls they're juggling in the air at all times with the salary cap, and they want to be able to basically have these accounting tricks and do different things to it. You can't do that on a 2-year deal. Again. And so, I think it would be a good idea. I think it would help just get everybody through and set up for the next thing. But Jerry and I think the Cowboys would look at that and say that doesn't make any financial sense for them.
Yeah. Now the Cowboys, I think, can use the deal that Trey got and be like, this is why I'm not going to 45. I mean, the guy puts up better numbers than you do, and he's getting 30.
Yeah, I think that's a really stupid argument. He's 31 years old.
I'm not saying it's
no, I know. I'm saying if they were to sit in there, I'm saying if they walked in and said that, they would be laughed at. They would be laughed out of any meeting in the NFL.
Terry McLaurin, I feel like, Bob, we worked out the money on this last week, but they finally get their team leader and the gel back officially. Going to try to make it work out for the regular season opener against the Giants. 3-year contract worth up to $96 million. So it's looking like $32 a year for Terry McLaurin. We were trying to slot him into this APY last week. Jamar's at 40. Jefferson's at 35. Lamb is at 34. And then the contract that I think McLaurin's team was looking at to compare to is DK. And it's such a fascinating comparison. DK should be the better receiver. DK, athletically superior, does not put up the numbers that you would expect. So he's sitting there at 33. You got to factor in McLaurin's age as well, older. And then you got Garrett Wilson at 32 and a half. And here's Terry McLaurin coming in at 32, right in front of, tied with A.J. Brown and right in front of Amon-Ra at 30 per.
Yeah, that was the thing that was hard about it. When we started first looking at how much do you pay McLaurin, and you started instantly hearing 33, 34, whatever, you're like, there's like a visceral reaction to it. And then when you look at the market and who's gotten paid already at the receiver position, you're like, I wouldn't pay DK 33. I wouldn't pay this. You look at those numbers and go like, I don't know that those receivers deserve it either, but that's a market that's starting to blow up in terms of with guys who everybody's getting paid.
And McLaurin, or Choppy, by multiple years is the oldest on that list. Jamar's 25, Jefferson's 25, Lamb's 25, DK's 27, and McLaurin, by the way, is going to be 30 next month. Garrett Wilson's 24, AJ's 26, Amon-Ra's 24.
Right, and by the time this deal kicks in, he'll be 31. It'll be his age 31 because this doesn't kick in until next year. So he'll be 30. He'll be 30 by week 3 this year. And which means he'll be 31 next year. Probably week 2 is the way it's going to work out with the calendar and Labor Day. But look, it's of the 24 contracts that the highest contracts at wide receiver, only one's over 30, and that's Tyreek. Well, now it's 2 with McLaurin, and this is the kind of move you can make when you've got a quarterback on a rookie deal. You can make these aggressive, sometimes financially irresponsible moves. And paying a 31, who's going to be a 31-year-old quarterback, $33 million a year to play wide receiver, when that is the time where they all decrease and decline, it's probably a financially irresponsible move. But you're better in the short term, and you're taking advantage of your quarterback window.
It makes sense for McLaurin, too, to make this such a big dividing issue because he is 30. He'll be 31 by the time maybe not 31. They could have tagged him. They could have held on to him for another year. If they're like, he's still showing it to us. He could have never gotten exposed to the market in the era of $30 million receivers, like with an opportunity to hit it. So it's got a little bit to the point of like where Zach Martin was at, where Zach Martin was like, I've got to get my last deal. I got to get my last payday here. And it's worth holding out for to be able to get it. And I think that's where McLaurin was at and just said, I need that money now because I'm not going to get it again.
So McLaurin, done. Hendrickson, done. The one big name left out there is number 11. We have an update on that coming up at 6:20. Good practice day news for the Cowboys. It's a positive practice update for the Cowboys at the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco coming up in 10 minutes here on Sean and RJ. We are going to get back to the Gambler and finish up the final episodes at 7:20. Commercial-free Expressway. College football insider Josh Pate at 8 o'clock this morning. PP in the morning at 8:20. And Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com in the final hour of the show at 9:20. Former Cowboy news. Amari Cooper is signing with the Raiders. So back to the Raiders on a one-year deal. The Commanders releasing Michael Gallup. The Raiders releasing Jalen Smith. So Jalen, Gallup, Amari, all over the newswire with these roster cuts that are taking place.
I'll be honest, I did not realize Jalen Smith was on a football team.
I didn't either until yesterday.
Which is odd. Jalen usually really makes sure you hear he's on a football team, but no.
The swipe is silent.
Yeah, the swipe, the glasses, the clear eye view lenses. I'm surprised, or not surprised. I'm disappointed, I guess, that Gallup couldn't stick with Washington. I'd hoped he had been able to kind of correct some things, and he talked about, he gave a couple interviews over there where he said, yep, my passion's back, my fire's back, I'm locked in, I'm ready. And the fact that hasn't worked out for him, that's disappointing. But I can't, Jalen Smith he just turned 30. Just now. It feels like he's 35 years old.
Yeah.
It feels like he should already, like I said, almost be out of the league.
Brian Robinson ended up getting traded from the Commanders to San Francisco for a 6th-round pick. Is that something we should have entertained?
I would have.
Probably.
A 6th-round pick for Brian Robinson. That's
nothing. Yeah,
to me, that's absolutely worth the investment.
This way you cut Miles Sanders.
Yeah, exactly. They had gotten sideways, Washington, Brian Robinson, where it was just clear. I mean, you talked about it last week. Dan Quinn was just basically talking like, yeah, Wait until we can get him out of here. Like they didn't want to be together anymore.
800 yards a season, basically, on the ground. He's going to give you about 20, 25, maybe even 30 catches on the receiving end. So 6th-round pick. Where would that have moved him on that Dallas Cowboy depth chart?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you bring in Brian Robinson, he's your starter. Like here in Dallas, I think that Brian Robinson, I would say.
And what's his money situation?
He's in the last year of his rookie deal, so I mean, he's not making a ton. That's why he was kind of fighting them a little bit. But he should be. I think he's probably, given that he was a 2nd-round pick, he's probably making like $1 million this year, maybe less. $2 million.
How much?
$2 million.
Fantasy alert. Something weird is going on with Joe Mixon. His foot has him on the 4-game IR list, so he cannot and is not playing the first 4 games of the season. Adam Schefter was questioning whether he is even going to come back and play this year. So if you got your fantasy draft already in, go and get the backups. I think you got Nick Chubb over there, Damian Pierce maybe, or keep that in mind if your draft is tonight or later on this week. But Joe Mixon, running back problems in the armpit.
He should work with Diggs' guy. He might be able to come back faster.
Going to Germany.
Yeah.
Those stem cells.
Yeah, go to Germany, hang out with Hageland, coach baseball kids.
Yeah, go to Miami. 877-881-1053, Franco LaFranco injury attorney text line. But don't make your little Trayvon Diggs jokes, because it was a positive injury day at Cowboys practice in Frisco. And how did the rest of the NFL world react to Micah taking his nap during the Falcons game? Inside the Star on the home of the Dallas Cowboys with Sean, RJ, and Bobby after this.
cinnamon sisters?
Those are those. Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck ride, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to contract attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
A positive injury day for your Dallas Cowboys as we take you inside the star with the 6 a.m. club here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby at 7:20. We're going to have a Brewers ticket giveaway to take on your Texas Rangers, and hopefully they actually score a run in that game, unlike last night. But Trayvon Diggs had his first on-field work since last season yesterday. Went through individual drills during the portion of practice open to the media. He is off the PUP list, working into football shape. Trayvon basically saying, I'm not limited in any way physically. It's just a matter of conditioning. So this was a very, very good positive development, Bobby.
It's positive. It's good. I mean, it's good to have the fact that he's out there and able to participate, and he's been moved off of PUP because, I mean, they are in dire need of corner help right now. And so the quicker you can get him back, no matter how many flaws he may have at this point or how tough last season was for him at times before he got hurt, yeah, the quicker you can get him back, the more that it will boost this team's chances of being good this season. Because if he's not out there and you're having to run Zion Childress or Andrew Booth out there for 60 snaps a game, there's no telling how effective this defense will be.
Trayvon also probably gave away a little bit of leverage to Micah and agent David Mulugeta. Diggs, Micah's BFF, was asked, does he actually want to be traded or does he want to be here? Quote, most definitely he wants to stay here. Like I've heard him say before, he plays the game for us. We go out there, blood, sweat, and tears. We work out together. We train together. At the end of the day, I know for sure he wants to be out there with us and helping this team win. This is his home. This is his family. Why wouldn't he want to be here? So, David Mulugeta probably scratching the skin off as we speak.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's
not that drastic.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, Mulugeta knows that Mike is going to get paid. It's just a matter of when. So I don't think it's that big of a deal.
And by who?
Yeah, it's just about by who, right? So I don't know that it's that big of a deal, but yeah, it's like this is one of those just unnecessary things for him to say that Micah probably isn't thrilled with either.
He had his back for the back when he was giving the medical update Friday, leaving, saying, "No, I know his back's tight. I know he's getting ready to get that MRI."
Yeah.
And then yesterday, maybe we're just getting to a kumbaya point. Jerry taking the photo with Micah's mom and all smiles there. And there's Diggs saying, no, he'd rather be here than traded.
Yeah, then that'd be, if we were getting the kumbaya moment, that'd be nice. Get it all smoothed over, get whatever you need done. But, I mean, the other thing there is, I bet if you were to ask David, whether it be how do you respond to somebody saying that, or maybe what the reality is the whole time, it's just like, yeah, you want to be somewhere, but like you also reach a point where you go, man, I want so bad to be in this marriage, but this marriage has so clearly gone sour, and like I wish we could work out these things that keep me here because I want to be here, but I need to go because this isn't working anymore.
Yeah.
And there are things that aren't going to get fixed. And so that's probably the PR response to trying to justify why he could still want to be here and still want to be traded. But I think ultimately the biggest thing is just somebody's going to have to get over their pride. Somebody is going to have to do it and just say, like, I'm calling and I'm going to extend the olive branch. The problem, Brian said it yesterday. I was listening to G-Bag, and Brian had said, I think it has to be David calling to smooth over and extend an olive branch to Jerry. And I'm like, I think from their side, they look at it and go, it has to be Jerry calling and extending an olive branch. And so that's really tough when both sides seem so convinced of you need to swallow your pride.
We did this topic yesterday, Trayvon versus the medical team. He addressed that. I have no issues with the training staff or nothing. Me and Britt Brown are cool. That's my guy. We go back and forth. We have our differences, but he just wants the best for me. He wants me to be out there. That is also my goal as well. So that's a nice, positive, cheery statement from Diggs.
Sure, I believe they probably have nice conversations and bust each other's balls or whatever else, and I'm sure that, yeah, Britt does want him back out there as soon as possible, and I'm sure Trayvon wants to be back out there as soon as possible, but it's also good that he does acknowledge it, doesn't just flat out like he does acknowledge, yeah, we have our differences, because they do.
Tyler Guyton got in some work as he comes back from the broken bone in the knee. First time he has been with the full team for early practice work since suffering the injury on July 28th while we were at Club Sharif in California, or me and Choppy were.
9 days.
Yeah, where were you?
Yeah, I showed up several nights where you didn't. 9 days.
You weren't on that one group text.
Yeah, you weren't.
That's right.
You were out. You were
That's
out.
not my fault.
You're out. I raged the first night, thank you, and then I went so hard that I had trouble recovering the rest of the week.
Yeah, you're like Tyler Guyton.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was
Out
like.
for the rest of the game.
I'm getting it done. Tyler Guyton, he's so critical to what they want to do. Like him taking a step up. We've talked about it this offseason. I think we had asked some question generally to the effect of, like, if one player takes a significant step up, who would they most benefit from that happening with? And it's Guyton. If Guyton steps up and becomes a dominant left tackler, becomes a really good left tackle in year 2, they are so much better off. That is a significant difference in terms of how effective they are on offense, how effective they are at controlling the ball, how effective they are at scoring points. All of that is going to come down to how good Guyton is. If Guyton is that much better, that entire line takes a significant step up. And the question about are they able to block things up is going to answer whether they have a running game and whether Dak has enough time to do some of these things offensively that he wants to do.
It becomes look, it's not going to be the Great Wall yet, or Great Wall Part 2, but it becomes a really top unit in the league. if he can hit. And of course, assuming that Booker hits the way they want to.
Some were disappointed that Phil Maffa was not officially on the team. Well, yesterday they put him on IR. So the plan for him, according to Jeremy Fowler, returned during the season, had 15 carries for 59 yards, 1 touchdown in the preseason. What does this really mean?
I mean, that's exactly, so they'll be able to boomerang him back if he's one of the 2 that they assign that can come back.
So he cannot be acquired by someone else right now.
No, he's basically put on reserve. And so I would imagine the other's Mingo, which means I don't know if that's the case. I don't know what they're doing with Kalen Carson. And so Kalen Carson would have to be on the roster at least for a day probably, or he could be somebody that they just decide to move on from.
So yesterday I wanted to go watch all the shows and see who would bash Micah as a former player, because that's really who I wanted to hear from with him laying down on the training table. Guys on the field, guys on the sideline, would they have a major problem with it? So I wanted to check in with some former players. Chris Sims, talking with Florio on NBC, had no issue.
It's as ugly as it gets down there in Dallas right now. And that there might not be any way going back. That's the word I get. That's what I think a lot of people in the league think right now. And so we'll see what happens here. But Micah is not playing around. He's certainly not. I know we said it when he let out the statement originally. I don't think he's the type of guy that puts out that statement unless he means business. I think he's pretty well thought out, and that's why he went over there. And, yeah, he's trying to put a little egg on their face a little bit. Yeah, I'm going to go over here and lay down. I'm going to eat some food. I'm going to make a mockery of this thing because you've kind of made a mockery of me in this whole thing. So I'm not mad at him. I don't care. Jerry's breaking rules of the CBA, then he laid on a table in the back there. Oh, no. Oh, gosh, is that in the CBA? No, it's not. So I don't care. But, yeah, he's having fun with him.
Speaking of the CBA, Darrelle Revis, the latest one after Matt Schaub to call out Jerry Jones and say that the PA needs to step in. Jerry's actions show that owners have no problem taking advantage of us, and when our union fails to respond, it sends a message they can do the same thing in the next negotiations if the current leadership remains in place. So Schaub, problem. Darrelle Revis, problem with Jerry and the Micah negotiation.
Yeah, it's been interesting that there hasn't been more of a public pushback from the PA. But like the fact that Schaub is running.
They're tracking down stripper expenses.
Yeah, they've got their own White House they got to worry about, and so they haven't
getting rid of OJ's parking spot.
Exactly, they haven't been able to stay on top of it.
It's double spot.
Yeah, the double. It is
double murder.
That's right.
Exactly, one for each. This is something where the PA's got. I'm stunned that they aren't even just saying anything publicly to try and put pressure, even if they're not actually going to run anything down. I'm surprised they haven't put out a statement that just says we don't like this. We're going to look into it. We're going to do this or that. That surprised me. On the Chris Sims front, I do think it's again, it's a player that he didn't have a problem with it, but that is a former player who's also saying it very much was a public show up. Is what it was. That action is a show up, Mike Leslie, that's not just somebody who's stretching out a back for a relatively short amount of time.
Dan Orlovsky blasted the Cowboys, and Adam Schefter added a trade update.
A month ago, I said this was the biggest problem Jerry Jones has had since the 90s. Yep. He has not dealt with this. The Cowboys, honestly, are becoming a joke. I mean, it's Monday morning, 10 days before the season starts. We're talking about their best player laying down on a table, and is it a big deal or not? And when I first started in this business, it was like we were talking about the Cowboys and the best offensive line in the history of football and Zeke Elliott running for 50. Now we're talking about Micah Parsons laying down on a table 10 days before playing on the road against their division rival. If it's as bad as we hear it is publicly, why haven't the Ravens or the Bills made the call?
Well, I could tell you that there are teams that are all watching and observing, and they would love to trade for Micah Parsons. I don't think that any team out there believes that it's real and serious that Dallas will look to deal him. So are there 31 other interested teams in Micah Parsons? Yes. Do any of them think that Dallas is going to trade him before the season begins? I don't think they think that.
So the two biggest takeaways I had from all the coverage yesterday that was on ESPN, no one really blasted Micah for laying on the table. And I couldn't really find anyone who thought that he was going to play against Philadelphia. That it's either going to be a combination of not being ready, but a bigger factor is making the statement The only card you have really left to play against Jerry to get paid right now is not showing up and playing, and Adam Schefter discussed that a little bit more.
He has not practiced this summer due to a back injury, back tightness. Now, the Cowboys took an MRI on it, said it came back clean. I think Micah Parsons would tell you that his back is tight, doesn't feel right. So he has not practiced. So in a best case scenario, RC can't keep a straight face as I bring up back tightness.
Yeah, because you can't disprove back tightness. You can't tell me my back ain't tight.
The MRI said it's not tight.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. And that's going to be the issue. Yeah. He hasn't practiced. He's got a tight back. The Cowboys' regular season opener is a week from Thursday night in Philadelphia. And the fact of the matter is, if he's out there at all, he'll be limited because he hasn't gone through practice at all. That's the short-term picture. There's obviously a lot to this. We'll get to all of it, but we're talking about the game Thursday night. Practice, no practice. So we'll see if he can make it out there next week. And I would say right now that is very much in question.
My shoulders are twitching again. I got good shoulder versus bad shoulder. Good shoulder wants Micah to get out there on the field, give the Dallas Cowboys the best chance to ruin the ring ceremony and the banner being unveiled.
I wish the back would get better.
Bad shoulder, I want Micah to skip this thing. I want Micah not even to show up or to go there on the side. I don't care. I want Micah to not play in order to stick it to Jerry and see if we get Emmett 2.0. So I got good versus bad working.
I just don't know that that's in Micah's DNA. Although I shouldn't say that because he decided to skip out on a complete college football year.
Yeah.
Hey, I mean, I think he's going to play.
It may not be Micah's DNA. It may have to be David's DNA.
Well, I'm sick of David. I'm sick of him.
Oh.
It just this.
Or Jerry Jones over here.
It's just, you're not in charge, dude. The player is. Just shut up.
And the
just do your
players
job.
told the agent to be in charge.
Yeah, no.
Yes.
With the contract negotiations, not just leave.
The players told him not to accept the deal that was thrown out there.
You what?
The players told him not to accept the deal that was thrown out there. That's why it's a problem, right?
Not playing would be part of negotiating.
See, yeah.
The strongest card you can play.
The strongest card you can play is going out there and getting 4 sacks.
No.
Micah's going to.
They know he's a great player.
Michael plays strongest.
The strongest card you can play is not playing.
He doesn't come up in big games. That's what they know.
Michael will play, I bet, 15 to 20 snaps in that game. He'll play situational pass rush. Then by that point, the seal will already be broken. He'll practice the whole following week, and he'll play the whole next game.
Since I'm assuming they lose anyway against Philly, I want him to bad shoulder win out. We have photo evidence to decide on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube whether Peyton Russell is guilty or not. We need your verdict. And naked handyman RJ Choppy is here to fix your shower. That's next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. But we got so many brand new developments at the official.
lower fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jack. My name's Jack. Right, but I just mean like this is a haircut. But that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. If this is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club on a TOLO Tuesday. We want you to win the Rangers Brewers tickets, 720 commercial-free expressway, where we will also ask Reddit at 740. Josh Pate, college football insider who has blown up over the course of the past year. He will join us at 8 o'clock. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Bell. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back. We're about to put Peyton Russell on trial here on the fan cam. Don't do it yet, Aiden. First, we have to get naked in RJ Choppy's shower with crabs.
Man, this was awesome. So I had the problem with the faucet. So I noticed this as we got back. We got back from Michigan.
Yeah.
And, we took the best shower of the day, of the year, is always the post-flight shower after the trip, right? It's the first time that you aren't in a hotel shower with bad water pressure. And you've got the removable shower head, which you can get every orifice of your body. Mm-hmm. And we're done with it and try to turn the thing off, and it doesn't shut off.
The water's not turning off.
The water's it's got like 93% off, 95% off, but it's still. And I'm like, what's going on here? So I unscrew the handle, and it won't turn off. I'm like, what's going on? I grab like a wrench, cinch that thing shut, and I was like, all right, something's wrong here. Take it all apart. Ask people on social media what's going on. They said you got to replace the cartridge. So yesterday I went to Home Depot and got the cartridge, and there was a tool that you needed to get it out, and it was much quicker than I expected.
Good.
Much quicker. The longest part was...
So what causes that?
Calcium deposits, maybe?
The house,
limestone.
Like, it's not an old thing, right?
No, it's been 8 years since I moved in, and it was a new house. So, it happens.
You've been in
a lot
the house for 8 years?
Yeah, I know, 2017. Wow. A lot of people say it happens to them. It's a common problem. So the longest part of this actually was when I went down to the front to go shut the water off to the house. I opened up that little box thing in front.
Snake.
No snake. Mud. Full to the brim of mud.
Ew.
So I had to shovel that out. That's the longest part. But once you get in there, you rip that thing out, you pull the pin, you put it back in, you lube it up. You got to lube it up nice. Then shove it in, put everything back together.
You
get crabs.
And then she's like, you did some manly stuff. I was a little turned on. So she made me crab legs. She goes, do you want me to stop and get crab legs on the way home? And I was like, king or snow? And she said snow crab. And I was like, yes. I mean, look, I'm a northern fish guy. All right. I don't like warm water fish. I like cold water fish.
Okay.
So give me the crab. Let's go. I'm in.
And they were good.
Fantastic.
Except for your eating times.
Well, that was a problem for her, not for me. I finished those 3 clusters of crab legs in about 10 minutes. I'm an efficient menace when it comes to food, especially shellfish. Her, on the other hand, and she was blaming this on shoulder day because she did shoulders yesterday at the gym. She said they were just very, very sore. It took her an hour to eat 3 clusters. We didn't have the proper tools, right? You need the nut crackers or whatever.
Yeah.
So what do? Bust out the pliers.
Pliers!
Yeah, we did the pliers for I already had the pliers out, right?
I was just saying, those are the same ones you used on the tub?
We washed them. We washed the pliers.
But they are the same ones.
They are the same ones. Yes, they are the same ones we used in the tub.
It's like the whole face, groin,
right,
shaver issue.
Yeah, so we busted up the
I
pliers.
wiped it down.
Yeah, I did wipe it down.
I'm just going to put it on my face after.
I used, I used soap, palm olive, and then I used rubbing alcohol.
Okay.
Y'all did say you would wash out the Stanley, so...
Those pliers, though, I don't think they're like close enough to do the job of.
Well, it just cracked.
Yeah,
and then you got to get in there with your fingers and a fork.
Was it filling?
Yeah, it was
3 clusters. Okay.
Yeah, it was. I mean, we didn't really have anything else with it. We were like, I didn't really want it. We're trying to die. We put on so much weight in Michigan.
Yeah,
it's like we are going so low carb here. Just meat basically.
I don't know if the phone's spying on me now. Right after I finished opening the text thread where that was said, I opened TikTok and it opened to some fisherman in another country picking up a live blue crab and biting into it, and I almost vomited.
What?
From
a live blue crab picking that thing up and biting into it?
Yeah. Spying on Bobby's computer. Peyton Russell, step to the stand, please.
Yes.
And we put this up on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, and we need everybody's vote and verdict. Pepe, reset for us what happened yesterday and best and worst of the weekend.
So on Saturday, I was walking stuff down to the recycling bin at the end of my driveway, and a truck was pulled out there. And the old man was out, picking up my garbage can that he had knocked over. He said he quote unquote, ran into it because it was leaning out over in the alleyway. I said, no, you're wrong. Whatever, your truck is just a big ass truck. You need to learn how to drive. I didn't really say that, of course. This guy's, probably close to 80 years old. I wasn't trying to pick a fight with them. But then he also made the comment of, when are you going to take care of that jungle? And he pointed to my backyard, and there was there's a bunch of shrubbery there. Instead of just a plain wood fence or fence in general, there's a bunch of shrubs and trees that connect to the alleyway. And if you don't take care of it, obviously it's going to overgrow, and then it's going to get to a point where people drive down that in the normal sized car, and they hit the shrubbery on their way to wherever they're going. Mm-hmm. And I made the argument that I had just trimmed it and that it wasn't a big deal. And he said, you need to take care of that.
So Peyton went home, took the photo evidence. We're all looking at it right now. Now, I need a telestrator out. I need John Madden here.
Mm-hmm. Boom.
What area of this green are you responsible for? That whole wall in the middle?
That whole wall, where you see that very edge, because there's a little bit more that's, I guess it's blurred out, that it's technically behind the neighbor's fence. And I even asked, I talked to someone else, I guess I was like, okay, this is my line right here. Right.
Like Wrigley Field back here.
Yeah, so it was, and I'll blame the owner of the previous owner of the house before me that didn't take good care of it. And so it goes all over the place. And yes, it is overgrown. I am not disagreeing with that one bit. If you want to say that it's awful, go ahead, but it's not to the point where it's affecting anyone driving through the alleyway. So I know I got to trim a little bit. I might just have to pay someone.
Wouldn't it just be worth it to
kill it?
Yeah, like weed whack it all? Like,
yeah, whack it off. Just right off the wall.
Don't just trim it, just shave it. Get your groin user and go back out there and cut the thing all the way to the fence.
Right, and so there's still probably another few inches to get to the fence line itself, and then it's on the other side of the fence as well. Like, it's not just like, I guess I'd have to take a picture of my backyard as well. Like, it sticks out a pretty decent way. It would take a crew to go out there and take it all down.
So the fence on the left, is it the same as the fence that you have that's being covered by that, or is it?
No, it's see-through. It's just metal fence.
For the purposes of the old man,
so it goes through the fence there.
So it's like a chain link fence.
Yes, and it's a part of the shrubs basically.
For the purposes of the old man, you're definitely okay, I believe. I mean, there's no way that he can't drive his truck or any vehicle through that while running into any shrubbery.
And there's no HOA, so it's not like it's an issue with, okay, I'm going to get the HOA on you and you're going to have to take care of it yourself. Like, getting it trimmed is just a personal preference, and I want it to be trimmed, but again, it was left in such a bad condition, I'd have to be out there hours to get it perfect.
That sucks. You gotta maintain that backside.
I know. One day, Mackenzie's already talked about, she's like, we save up enough money, we're just gonna pay someone to get rid of it.
Just pour weed killers.
See, I do
poison
at the front where you can't see my driveways there at the very end. I have poured a bunch because what it'll do is the vines will wrap around that fence right there, and it'll get worse and worse. So one day we will just knock it all down, but there's a couple of trees back there as well, so we just want the shrubs gone, but not the trees.
Round up, baby. Round up.
What do y'all think? You think he's in the clear? Pun intended. What do you do with the old guy now? And how do you get rid of that long term? Kill it? Poison it?
I would get rid of that. That's.
I'm not gonna go out there every few months and trim that. Just clear it.
Well, George says on the YouTube and Twitch that the city will get called on me for it. That I think if it's sticking out in the alleyway, yes, but that itself I don't think is a problem.
Have the city tell you then, not the old man. I would water it, is what I would do.
The trash, you put your trash back there? Is that where you put your trash?
Yeah, it's on the other side of where that shrub is.
But that's where the trash...
Yeah, that's where they drive through.
They drive through?
Sure, maybe their truck hits it, but it's a larger truck. We don't have many garbage trucks drive through there every day.
972 says, just wait, Peyton. He'll be dead soon. 214, Peyton, beat that old dude's ass. Only logical solution.
Yeah. Beat him in that alley and throw him in that. No one will find him. That don't maintain it. Bobby, you and your girls are really in sync with this new game that you're playing.
Yeah, this is like a TikTok thing. And it's something where I don't even know where this started. I think it was TikTok like a year ago or something, where it's this game that kids will play where they go like they try to say a word at once. So they'll go 1, 2, 3, and then they say a word. And then whatever the word is, you then have to guess what the next word is. So if I said, car and
shrub,
city, or whatever else, you then have to guess what the next word they're thinking is based off the words car and city. And you go until you both say the same word, and then you end up tying. Basically, whenever you guys both say the same thing, that's when the game is over. So I was playing this with the girls the other night. They said this 3 times. The first 3 times we did it, they nailed it on the very first time, which makes me start.
Twins.
Nope, they are not twins. The very first time it was, and I'm trying to remember what all they did. It was, I know one of them was like, we had done music and money, and they both said singer. And then the next one was they had said, I think it was car and porch, and then they had said something else that was the same.
So we're not talking like peanut butter.
No. This is like you gotta get what word reminds you of these 2 things, and so they're doing it. And Kristen and I played this, and I'm thinking, I don't know, we might play the audio. I was trying to record it. Kristen and I tried this. It took us 10 minutes to come up with the same word.
Oh, that's not surprising.
And I ended up getting like, well, no. I think when you hear it, you're going to blame Kristen. You're not going to blame me because I think I gave logical answers, and so eventually we got all the way down to what was initially supposed to be about, I think, yard and pool or something like that. We got all the way down to guessing Aladdin characters before we finally hit on the same thing.
You really love Aladdin.
It was not on purpose. She took it to Aladdin. I had nothing to do with it.
He loves Aladdin.
I didn't have anything to do with it.
877-881-1053 is the phone number. Did you ever dress up as Aladdin for like a Halloween or anything?
No.
Okay.
No, that'd be culturally offensive.
All right. Not to me.
Not then, it wouldn't have.
Rangers Brewers ticket giveaway 720 in the Expressway. Back to the Gambler on Netflix with all the audio. We'll ask Reddit at 740 and Josh Pate to preview your college football season. He will be at Texas Ohio State. Josh Pate will join us at 8 o'clock on DFW Sports Station. Guys are getting cut throughout the NFL. RJ Choppy is getting out the old metal detector to see if we can find a new Cowboys quarterback. We'll do it next. RJ goes bargain bin shopping for Joe Milton replacements, putting a knife right in his boy's back.
Oh, man.
After this.
105.3 The Fan.
Moves are being made throughout the National Football League. Can RJ pick up any of the scraps for the Cowboys quarterback situation? Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean, RJ, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Bell with you. Rangers-Brewers ticket giveaway in the 720 commercial-free expressway. We'll play you more clips from The Gambler, and we'll ask Reddit at 740. Other moves being made, the big headliners. Terry McLaurin gets his contract extension in D.C., $32 a year. So 3 years, $96 million for McLaurin's deal. That will kick in. It's not great news for the Cowboys. McLaurin is immediately back. It could be eventually good news since it's going to go 31, 32, 33 years of age if that contract stays for the entire time. Trey Hendrickson worked out his little situation temporarily in Cincinnati. He gets a $14 million raise, so his salary for this year will be $30 million, still scheduled to be an unrestricted free agent, so Joe Burrow happy with that.
Yeah, he is, and he should be, because their defense is, not great. They are going to waste a career if they don't figure things out between their coach. Joe has to take some of that, too, because he can't win games the first couple of weeks. And then the defense just isn't great.
Yeah, look, the fact that they figured something out with him is great. Just because there was a little bit of concern here, I think, at least for Cowboys fans, that I think the obvious target, if he were to get moved, was going to be Philadelphia. That would be the one that would make the most sense for him. So Hendrickson being in the division was a possibility. But look, I'm stunned, honestly, that they came around on this after their Shamar Stewart issues, after all the guys they've already paid, after they refused to pay for La Quinta for Boomer Esiason, all these different things that the Bengals have had problems with, and then they finally fork over the money, so good for them.
Let's mention the Boomer story. Boomer Esiason, sister station WFAN in New York, read aloud the latest Ring of Honor invite. Now, Boomer is already in, but they invite those guys back.
Right. Every time there's a new ceremony, they're putting somebody else in.
Yeah.
They invite back the half dozen other Hall of Famers or whatever that are in the Bengal Ring of Honor.
Yes. And on October 26th, they're putting in Dave Lapham and cornerback Lamar Parrish. Well, apparently...
Nice to know it's very exclusive.
God.
Which one?
Name the position those two guys play.
Name either of them.
Well, I had a reason for looking up both players because I was going to blast Boomer over this. Lapham was a guard. I thought he was an announcer. And then Lamar Parrish, cornerback. But apparently the Bengals are telling Boomer, you're responsible for flight and hotel. Yeah. But we do have, like, wedding parties. We got a booked floor. We got a booked corner room.
Yeah, we got your room block.
Yeah.
You get 2 free tickets, but if you want more, you got to buy your own tickets to this as well.
Yes, so they're making the inductees pay their own flights and hotels. I don't think in the segment Boomer said whether he had to pay when he was actually inducted, but he read the hotel. Everyone knows where all the Cincinnati Bengals are going to be staying during this October 26th weekend, a Renaissance Cincinnati downtown hotel at a preferred discount rate. So the Bengals are getting laughed at all over again. They did get a C on that NFLPA report card, although they did get an F for their food and dining options. They're just one of 2 teams that don't offer players 3 full meals a day. They got an F for their treatment of families. They're the only franchise that does neither daycare or a dedicated family room during home games. They don't have it, and now charge. The reason I looked up these players, I wanted to see if they both are either played with Boomer, because Boomer I don't think is going. He had to accept the invite last Friday, and I'm like, dude, they're your teammates. You should shut up and still go. That's what it's about, not whether you get your flight and hotel paid for. You're making millions of dollars with WFAN and CBS if he's still on, which I think he is. But no, Lapham was right, a year difference, and then Lamar Parrish is like the 50s or 60s.
Yeah, look, this is...
So I was trying to pin Boomer down.
This is very on brand for the Bengals. They're just...
Doesn't Broadus defend them or used to?
He used to.
Broadus just loved their don't give an F, we'll draft the worst criminals philosophy. Yeah. He just liked that they didn't care. They were like, Joe Mixon beat somebody on tape. Great, take him.
Yeah.
Like, they didn't care.
Corey Dillon. Sorry.
Did he not tell stories like that? They had a vending, like the vending machine you had to pay for. Like they didn't have free.
Yeah,
and nothing was free, right? But this is their COO or CEO. I think it's the daughter of one of the Browns. I mean, she's just super cheap and a pain in the butt when it comes to the new stadium. And with the Hendrickson deal, obviously, and now this. I mean, this is next level cheapness.
What makes this even better, Corey Dillon said, at least my guy Boomer got an invite and email. Corey Dillon was put in last year. They didn't even, according to Corey, send him the invite.
Oh, and it's a mass email. It's not personalized at all, right?
Oh, it's not?
No, it was just they were talking about the Boomer clip. It was just like it's like a generic email that was sent out to all the Ring of Honor guys.
Michael Gallup and Jalen Smith get released by the Commanders and the Raiders, and Amari Cooper goes back to the Raiders on a 1-year deal. RJ Choppy, you are quarterback scouring, searching?
Well, let's look. I mean, so we had a few that were cut yesterday. All right. Is there any of these guys that I named that you would bring in here to take over Greer or Joe Milton? Granted, it's very late. Right? So, like, if something, God forbid, were to happen to Dak in week 1, would they be up to speed to even step in? Right? But, here we go. I'll just throw these out there.
By the way, that doesn't prevent me from doing anything. I know Jerry's like, it's kind of too late. No, it isn't. That is an old, outdated, antiquated thought process. The Vikings just brought in Carson Wentz, and the Eagles just traded for Sam Howell. So other people do it. Okay? You got to go get someone off the street. 2 or 3 weeks of prep is totally fine.
Yeah, so here we go. These are the
trade deadline in the NFL is more active now than it was 15, 20 years ago.
Absolutely. These are the quarterbacks that were recently released. There's some added to this. But Mike White, our old guy. Mike White.
Nah.
No. Kyle Trask.
No.
No?
Nope.
Sean?
Nah.
Bailey Zappi.
No.
Nah.
Get to Detroit. Get to who Detroit can.
Really?
I know that.
Not
I know
Bailey
that's
Zappi?
No, I have no interest in
Okay.
Bailey. I know you want to get to Detroit.
Hendon Hooker.
RJ tried to hype up Zappy. I remember that
Big
run.
fan of Bailey Zappi.
Yeah.
And I'm going to make a lot of money off of his Western Kentucky brethren, Maverick McIver, our old friend that we saw last year against ACU.
Oh, yeah.
At the Tarleton
with
game.
Tarleton.
He's now the quarterback at WKU. Hendon Hooker, who beat out Milton in college, but was not a fit, I guess, in Detroit.
No, I don't want Hendon Hooker. Who is? What is he? Is he
30?
40 now?
He's got to be 30 years old. I think
He's getting close up there. By the way, Ted Wynn from The Athletic got Tennessee fans jumping down his throat yesterday when this news came out, and he quote tweeted it, and he said that Tennessee offense puts skill players in a developmental hole.
Dang.
And that's something that they've been accused of a lot. And he said Tennessee fans seem shocked by this, but the offense has the quarterback waiting for an isolated receiver to run an option route. Extremely productive in college with the right talent, doesn't translate to the pros.
Which I don't care about.
No,
Right?
you don't.
Yeah,
No, you don't.
I care about winning football games.
Well, unless you want to recruit guys who are like Belichick and say, I'm going to send you to the pros. And I'm looking to go places, and I'm like, you don't get me ready for the pros.
They've done a decent job with it, but I think our NIL is really good, so we're just able to spend money. Brett
with
Rippon.
with your new uniform.
That's right, Brett. Don't get me started on that. Although they got like 5 times the money, so that's it, right? That's the that's the draw. Brett Rippon.
Honestly, didn't even realize Brett Rippon was in the NFL anymore. No.
Dorian Thompson Robinson.
Not like as an immediate backup, but like if he was developmental, maybe.
John Wolford.
No, I don't know who these people are.
You know, he started a playoff game a couple years ago.
For who?
For the Rams.
Okay.
And it was against Shoddy. I think it was Shoddy's last game in Seattle that he started that game. And then he got hurt, and Goff came in because Goff was hurt with the thumb. And that was I think that was Jared's last game there too.
I'm out.
I'm out too. Tanner Mordecai, your boy.
No.
See, I'm with you. I wouldn't move on. I wouldn't take him either. Nate Sudfeld.
At one point, maybe I haven't. Let me look at him. My initial inclination is probably no, but I mean, he's hung around for a few years.
And finally, Pro Bowler Tyler Huntley.
Huntley, I mean, I'd at least think about more than any of the others.
Oh, yeah. He's easily one on the list.
I think so, too. But I would stick. I would stick where we are.
Honestly, it is just you're going to have to probably make a deal. You're going to have to trade. Like it would have to be something like where you're swapping Tolbert for a guy, which, I mean, you already got two guys moved yesterday, Kenny Pickett and Sam Howell. They both get traded, or Howell 2 days ago, Pickett yesterday, so...
Wrapping up preseason storylines before we get ready for the real thing. We have a Rangers-Brewers ticket giveaway coming up 720 Expressway.
CBS Sports has overreactions after the NFL preseason. Number one, Cowboys are keeping the Micah Parsons drama ongoing because they're not a Super Bowl contender, and they know it.
So that they want the attention?
Mm-hmm.
Overreaction.
What's your point?
Chop.
Overreaction.
CBS Sports says reality. Says the Cowboys are in the headlines all the time despite their struggles. Said the America's Team moniker has something to do with it, but the Cowboys are in the headlines this time because of Micah Parsons. Says that basically this is all just a whole show, a standoff here. Next overreaction or not, Dylan Gabriel starts games for Browns this year. Shedeur Sanders does not.
Not an overreaction. Reality.
I think all three will start games. The issue that Shedeur's going to run into is like he has a much higher ceiling than Gabriel does. It's not even close.
By the way, it's a tough sell for all the Kevin Stefanski hates Shedeur Sanders stuff yesterday when they cut Huntley and trade Pickett to keep him on the roster. But
oh yeah, Pickett got traded.
Yeah,
he got traded to
Raiders.
Raiders. And so I mean, you're talking about Cleveland did everything they could to keep him on the roster. So clearly that wasn't an attempt to screw him over.
Want to sell jerseys?
Next one, NFL overreaction or reality. Travis Hunter should play strictly one position this year.
Overreaction.
Strictly one position. That is not an overreaction. No, I mean, okay,
should.
Let me phrase that. He should play. He should not split like 50-50. He should do 90-10.
It says
80-20.
strictly?
Yeah, it says strictly one position.
Oh.
He should do 80-20, 90-10.
80-20.
Focus on something.
I think he should spend the first several weeks not touching the other side of the field.
Yeah.
Figure out receiver.
Okay.
Once you get receiver figured out, go out there, take a couple extra reps if you like. We know you've got muscle memory and ability. You can figure it out, but just focus on getting good.
So was he elite at either one, or was he just really good at both?
He was incredibly skilled at both. He was not like super polished. He was just he was a freak athlete. Next one here. Overreaction or reality from CBS Sports. Jackson Dart will start for the Giants before week 6.
Not an overreaction.
I don't think it's an overreaction. The noise is going to get real loud there. I think Dayball loves him too. He's a douchebag, so why wouldn't he?
I think it's a little overreaction because they've just been so publicly dug in against the media there that we're not going to do it.
What he did with Jameis. With the W's.
Show it on the camera.
Oh, God. He put the W's up to Jameis' mouth.
And then, it was disgusting.
Oh,
and
so
final
great.
one, Eagles will trade for a premier pass rusher before the start of the season. And this was before Trey Hendrickson signed.
Premier overreaction.
They will trade for somebody. They'll go get somebody because that is their biggest concern right now that's coming out of Phillies, that they don't trust their pass rush.
Luka 2.0. Having Micah go right to a rival. Commercial free with the Expressway is next. Rangers Brewers ticket giveaway and the all-time bad Dallas Cowboy moment that ended it all. We'll knock out a few more episodes of The Gambler on Netflix, then Ask Reddit, all next with Sean and RJ.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
Your name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your hair.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaks me out.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Breakup?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
By the on-time experts in the HOV lane of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
We have a Rangers-Brewers ticket giveaway. I know the Rangers got blanked yesterday, but still technically in this thing, 5.5 out in the wild card, 7 games back in the West. Game 2 against the Angels tonight on this radio station. We're your official home of the Texas Rangers and the Dallas Cowboys. And while we have some time to kill before regular season ramp up against Filthy, let's knock out the rest of The Gambler on Netflix here on Sean and RJ. Choppy, you've been out on vacation, so I did not imagine you were watching this in your golf cart. But what have you heard? What have you seen about it on social media or others?
I heard Bobby say it was great, and that you've said the same thing.
Like 2 minutes ago in the commercial break?
No, in our text, in our group text, that he said it was very, very well done. There's a few clips that I've seen around there. It doesn't seem like it's anything new.
There's some nuggets of new.
Some new.
There's a little bit. I'd say it's what 85-90% retread.
Yeah,
but it's told in a really effective way.
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, it's
the only person I've heard crap on it kind of is Dan Patrick.
Oh, he didn't like it?
He's the only person. He's like, I knew this stuff. You know, Dan's always about advancing the story. Let's move this forward. He's the only person I've heard. Everyone else raving.
But, you know, I do think, like, and this is probably a broader subject, like, this is the worst thing for Jerry. Like, this thing, because it just brings back the whole heyday that he just can't get out of.
Well, it actually hurt Jerry if you listen to him in the interviews, because he's like, I maybe romanticize it a little bit over the last 30 years, and there were some painful memories and moments that I had to look back on and really absorb.
There's so much that drives Jerry. My thought was always, Jerry is driven by, he got that high of the success and he wants the credit and stuff like that. I don't think I realized how much of it went back to 1964.
Arkansas football?
That Arkansas title. I didn't realize how much of it went back to, like, he felt part of something then that he had never felt like before.
Yep.
And he has chased that for the last 60 years.
Yep.
He wants that again. He wants that camaraderie of, like, oh my gosh, I was part of something.
Yeah.
And that's why it was important to him.
We've covered the first 4 episodes, so let's go ahead and pick it up.
So this is episode 5, and this was the opening.
There's 8 episodes total?
This was the opening to episode 5, and it was a great opening. This is my favorite quote probably of the entire thing. This is a classic Jerry story to open the show about a classic story about meditation.
12 or so years ago, I had some cancer treatment. My doctors there at MD Anderson said, you need to do a lot of meditation. And I said, well, I don't know how to meditate. So they sent a doctor in, and they explained to me, make a list of 10 people who can just boil your blood. Start with the one at the very top and wish them the greatest things you possibly can wish for. Greatest health, the greatest success. Everything that could possibly happen good to somebody, wish that for them. And at number 1, I wrote down the name, Jimmy Johnson. I went back to my doctor a few weeks later, and I told her, I can't get past that first mother is what I'd replied back to her.
That's a great line. And I'm stunned he was willing to say, even in 2011, roughly, whenever he's saying this would have been, that he was willing to say, yeah, the number one person I had on my list still in 2011 was Jimmy.
Wow, that's
I just could not, because they would always very publicly say, no, I don't hate him.
Right.
I don't hate, and then he's saying like, no, he was number one on my private list of people that I needed to work through.
And that's why the Ring of Honor was Jimmy's punishment. Even though he got in the Hall of Fame first.
Yeah, exactly. So this is clip 22.
And by the way, are you big enough, mature enough right now to be able to do that? Name that one person in life you despise the most, and you make I know it's a very mature thing to do, but you wish them all the best of luck. No, I am not there. I'll start off with that. No, I could not do it right now.
Nope. I can't do it.
With Peyton's neighbor.
Yeah, the exact. Well,
we're gonna get you.
Yeah, we already have. So yeah, no, I'm same.
Pepe, do you even have? I don't even know if you and RJ would have a clear number one.
I don't know, like, yeah, because there's people in this industry who've taken a job from me, and I still don't hate them.
Okay. Who took a job from you?
They're not really relevant.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, there might have been someone back in high school that was just, bullying me and was really mean to me. But, other than that, it's nothing. It's passed since then. But not a number one.
Yeah, I asked for this guy's phone number for my brother who visited, and I was like, I want to send him some texts, some messages. It's a guy who was trying to compete with my dad's medical practice, and went to court and everything.
But he didn't do anything to you.
Yeah, he did through my parents.
Oh. That is doing something.
Yeah, see, that's I was talking about my mom. That's your problem. That's not mine.
Yeah, well, maybe we're a little closer. I don't know. But my brother, he didn't have the number, but then I asked my dad for it. And he gave me this whole, now he's 88, 89 now. So he gave me this whole meditation type crap of, the poison that I drink, something about poison. And I was like, whatever, shut up. I'll find it. I'll get Bobby to get it for me.
Yeah, exactly. How quickly did I find stuff for Peyton?
Yeah.
That was one commercial break. All right, so this is, obviously everything had fallen apart. We had left off the last episode. It was right on the precipice of it's over. They're about to end it. They're about to come to this decision that it's not going to happen. We talked about the toast in Jacksonville, everything else that went down. And so this is how Jerry and Jimmy ultimately came to the mutual decision that, yeah, we gotta be
This
done.
is all-time epic. The Orlando meeting is an all-time paint the picture top 10 moment in sports for me. It's not for Cowboy fans because of what it led to, but you just, with us going to now the Combine or going to the Super Bowl lobby, you can see it. You can picture it, and you can feel the tension. This is an all-time soap opera moment.
Yeah, and we played the audio of the actual toast that occurred and Dave Wanstadt's recollection of it and how Jimmy just arms folded was like, nope, not going to do it.
They're all drinking. Jimmy's sitting with the assistants, some not employed anymore. Jerry walks by with his glass. Here's a toast to the Super Bowl. Jimmy doesn't raise the glass because, according to maybe Nick Eatman, Jimmy didn't want to tick off his assistant coaches who had just lost jobs. So it's not like, oh, I'm going to praise you and you just fired my buddies. And Jimmy just gave this cold death stare to Jerry, and it was disrespectful.
So all the fallout from that, they come back to Irving. They come back to Las Colinas, and they meet up at Valley Ranch, and they decide to move forward with a separation.
I could not understand how the hell are we taking a car to the shop that was not broken. It's a perfectless bull.
Is Jimmy going to be your coach, Jerry?
We'll visit about that as we go along this week.
I said, you're the best at this, Dad. You can sit down with Jimmy and smooth it all out.
By 2 o'clock, Johnson was headed toward Jerry Jones's office, where the two would meet for the next 2 hours and 30 minutes.
I mean, I really felt like they'd work it out.
And I picked up the paper the next morning. The headline said, Jones says my way or the highway. And so the minute we saw each other that next morning, we said and go work.
I thought the most fascinating thing out of all this, of all the different perspectives that talked, was Steven. Where Steven kept saying, like, I didn't even think it was that bad. Like, I thought they were going to work it out. I never thought it was going to get to the point where they were going to split. Because it was just, yeah, this is what happens. Things flare up. They calm it down. Even in the last episode, which we'll get to in the future, Steven's like, I still never even over 30 years thought it was as bad as everybody thought it was. I couldn't understand it.
The one thing I saw on social media about this was, could you imagine in the social media era if you've got rid of your coach after 2 straight Super Bowls?
Well, we've been comparing this. Compare the Nico hatred for Jerry first taking over, and you got to really watch the first few episodes to relive it, with Landry, and then Jerry Jimmy. Jerry Jimmy, Jerry Landry, Nico Luca. Rank those.
Nico Luca's last. Not even close. In the social media, if it's all in the social media era,
yeah,
it's not even close. Nico Luca is not even a pimple on the butt of Jerry Landry or Jerry Jimmy.
Yeah, I think you're right that it's last. But imagine Jerry going through that. We talked about while you were gone. That's why Jerry comes on and he's so defiant. You all think you're going to get to me? Look at what I went through. Yeah. He went through Nico times 300 multiple times. Did you find the clip, Pepe?
I'm still looking through. It's not labeled it, so I got to listen to these cuts.
Okay. I wanted to replay the Gene clip where Jerry says
the story where he says they're laying in bed that night. So this is the next clip we're playing. So this is cut 23. This is the best. This to me is the best clip of the whole series. This is them both soberly reflecting on how it ended and regrets they may have from it.
Jimmy and I had come from some of the greatest experiences you could ever have in college, and having had that euphoria of a national championship together. Nothing like it. Knowing that you just don't read about that it actually can happen to you. That changed me, and I just wanted to recapture that.
He wanted to be part of the team. Now, I understand, he's the owner, should be part of it. But by the same token, I'm the coach. I should have been more understanding. I was in my own little world and was very comfortable in my little world. If I'd have stayed with the Cowboys, I'd have been miserable. And I'm no good to anybody if I'm not enjoying it. Then it was time for me to move on.
I come home that night and get in the bed. Jean's laying there, not looking at me, just looking at the ceiling. She says, "You just can't help it, can you? You just can't live with going good." Said, "You just can't do it." Said, "Here we are, won 2 Super Bowls, and you walk out there and make a change with the coach. You just can't handle some solid, really good times." Now, I usually say that smiling and laughing at her. I don't know why right now that I'm getting sensitive about it.
So that hit me hard too with that whole thing. And we all have people in life. So I was trying to think about what he just said, what Gene told him, and apply that to the rest of Jerry running the Cowboys. We all have people who are just restless, right? George Steinbrenner used to say, "A boat doesn't move in calm waters." Yeah. And my dad's like this. My dad will sit around. He has no other hobbies except for medicine, maybe real estate, and he stirs it up. Like on a Saturday morning, if I'm calling with the kids, and he just like maybe wants to, it's not a serious fight, but he wants to pick at you. You know, he wants to get it going a little bit. And you just have people in life who they can't sit back and chill. It's always got to be the next project. It's always got to be the next thing going on in their mind. And that really hit me hard. I wonder if Jerry Jones is that type of person outside of just the Jimmy Johnson divorce, to where I got to be moving, I got to be stirring. Some people can't sit on a beach for a week at an all-inclusive resort. They just can't. My dad, when there's a holiday, he's miserable. He is miserable stuck at home. The rest of us dream about having holidays. You just sit back and chill.
Give me a pool.
And relax and binge. And I wonder how much of that has, interfered with Jerry himself. And Gene's like, you just can't leave it alone. You always have to just do something. You can't sit back and just let the praise and the championships rain down upon you.
It's very difficult, I think, to reach that level of, entrepreneurial excellence if you can sit still.
They won too early.
Yes.
Nick Eatman was like, "Not for me. I was a Cowboy fan." I don't know if he was totally understanding what I was getting. I think if they went back-to-back in year 8,
totally different.
It's different because they would have known the struggle, and it wasn't this easy, and they're a little older and more sage and more wise, but it happened really fast. And I do think this whole thing about Jimmy, and he said, I would have been miserable. They may have been able to scratch out one more season, but it would have been filled with Jerry Krause, Phil Jackson, last dance venom and tension on the bus, on the meetings. Jerry and Jimmy were already disrespecting each other at the Super Bowl. It was not going to last past more than a year, if that, in my opinion.
Rick Gosselin always used to say that if you needed one more, you just need one more. He's like, Barry was the guy. Barry was going to come in. He was going to make everybody feel free. He was going to make everybody feel a little happier. He was the guy to win one more. But if you wanted to sustain success and go through some pain along the way, you needed to stick with it. But it is, Troy even says that a little bit in the last episode where he's like, I don't know if we win more Super Bowls with Jimmy being here.
Yeah.
He's like, I really don't.
Well, the cap screwed a lot of things
And Emmett
up.
was like, we won the Super Bowls we were supposed to.
Yeah.
That's what we were supposed to have. Now, I got another clip here. We can play it at 8:40 if you want, or I can give a caveat. It's the clip of Dennis the Fixer and the others talking about the things that went on in the White House. So I can play it at 8:40 when the kids are in school, or we can put something in front of it, a notice if you want.
Play it.
Okay, all right. So this is...
And by the way, Michael, Troy and Emmett said that about the titles. Michael was like, we should have 5. So just for the record.
This is a little bit of a...
Did everyone here know the name Dennis Padini?
No.
Okay.
This is a little bit of a explicit clip. We bleeped some stuff, but there's some stuff here for the next minute. So there's just a little bit of a warning for you. This is Dennis Padini and some of the Cowboys players. Dennis Padini was the fixer on the team. He was somebody that would come in and just fix some stuff for him. So this is the players and Dennis Padini discussing the famed White House.
If I explain my relationship to it, then I'm going to incriminate myself on it. No, man. No.
Bro, you're not going to get it. Okay. I'll get into some stories for you. Okay. We had 5 rooms, and it was whatever you like, you commingle with your like. In that room, you may be smoking weed. This room, they may be doing eggs, coach, whatever. It's a group of girls in each room, and you just kind of bounce from room to room.
I would go in and just kind of make sure everything was stocked, make sure everything's kind of cleaned up. One time, as I walk in, there's 2 players on the couch. There's a girl there. They got their own video cameras. I looked at them. They looked at me, and I was like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Here, drop off this liquor." They said, "Well, drop it off." And I'm like, "Well, what are you doing?" They're all having sex on the couch, and she was very flexible.
I was just trying to give us a safe place for camaraderie. You know what I'm saying?
They'd fly in porn stars. Lisa Ann came in, and she would put on shows at the house. And then we had landlines back then. And I got all these crazy messages like,
"Hey, Michael, this is Courtney. I'm just calling to see what happened to you that day." "Hi, Michael, this is Amber. I just called to say hi."
We no longer needed to go hunting. They came.
Michael, I understand you've been with my sister. I would like to talk to you.
How do they have these voicemails?
I don't know.
How do they flew in Lisa Ann? The girls are leaving voicemails, and this guy's like, "I understand you've been with my sister, Mike. We need to talk."
Yeah.
Wow.
Look, I think it might surprise some people. And every time there's a documentary, I think people get a little taste of it. It might surprise people, the record keeping that goes on at times, I think, with things surrounding that organization.
Yeah, they know. They know. Look, Michael's got a treasure chest of stories that I've heard most of them, and they are just like this. They're just epic, and I can only imagine.
Wait till you hear his episode,
dude.
I can only imagine what the fixer needed to do.
Yeah,
the fixer's not even in it. It's all Michael, really. But some of the stuff I didn't remember, and like we'll get into later. I didn't remember there being secret video that NBC5 had, and I mean it was a rough time for the Cowboys.
We'll continue with the Gambler as the week goes along before the real thing against Filthy next Thursday on this radio station. Let's hook you up for being a Tolo.
All right, Tolos, Brewers. That's right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see the Rangers play the Brewers at Globe Life Field in Arlington on Tuesday, September 9th. And TOLOs, you want to get there early because the first 15,000 fans in the gate will also receive a Jock Peterson replica jersey. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
College football insider who has blown up, Josh Pate, will join us at 8 o'clock. Pay with a great job with that booking. So a little college football preview with Josh Pate at 8. Let's ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
Franklin Injury Attorneys fan text 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. We'll also get your thoughts on the Twitch and on the YouTube. It is time for Ask Reddit, where we take the most viral questions being asked over on the Ask Reddit forum this week and kick them around the studio here and get your thoughts as well. And we're going to lead off with the most RJ Choppy Ask Reddit question I've seen in a while.
All right.
RJ Choppy, how often do you sleep naked?
Every night.
Every single time?
Every night.
Starting when? You didn't have kids ever that would just come into your room and you go like, yeah, I can't do that because the kids are just going to walk in.
I mean, when the kids are at the house, I still sleep naked.
So when they were little and they would crawl into bed?
Yeah, I mean, like when they were little, as they got older, I would like put underwear on if they crawled into bed, right? Or sometimes they still slept with me. But they never.
They weren't big just walking into the room in the middle of the night?
No, they weren't.
So you go shower, brush teeth, walk to bed, like the walk. I want to know the walk before you get in the covers.
Yeah,
where's that?
Are you strutting nude to the bed?
Where's that coming from?
I don't shower before bed. I shower around noon every day, right after the gym. I shower.
Yeah. So you go in. When's the last time you walk? Last time you're clothed before walking into the bed? You go in the bathroom, take off all your clothes, brush your teeth, or go walk in, brush your teeth, take off all your clothes, and then walk into the bed?
I walk into the bedroom. I go from couch, and then right next to the bed is a dresser.
Yeah.
And I just take my clothes up there, put the clothes on top of the dresser, and then crawl into bed.
Okay.
Yeah, the answer to this for me is once a year, twice a year. It's not very often.
And why?
Because I've got a 9-year-old that still comes into bed in the middle of the night.
Why does it happen once or
Because
twice?
I'm at a hotel, probably. And that's the only reason why it would, is because I know there's no children that are going to walk into the hotel room.
Yeah. I would say a hotel here and there, or so wasted like that I think something's going to happen, and then as soon as my head hits the pillow, I pass out. And then you wake up and you're like, oh crap, I don't think anything happened. So maybe once, maybe twice a year. But it is comforting.
682
cold covers.
Once or twice a week, definitely. 214.
Now is she totally?
Sometimes, not often. Like she sleeps in a.
Does she care? Does she like that you're totally?
She doesn't care. She sleeps like a lot of times. She'll sleep in a hoodie and leggings. That's when I know that it's not open for business.
Yeah.
How much of that is like comfort for you versus just a suggestion?
The naked?
Yes,
it's comfort.
It's never a suggestion.
I can't. Look, I'm always suggesting it, but no, I can't. I've tried. Like even if I sleep with boxers on, it's just I can't do it.
817 never, boxers always. 972 last time I slept naked. 9 months later I had a baby. That was 2 years ago nearly. Peyton, how often do you sleep naked?
Not a crazy amount. I mean, it's like every few months. I mean, it's
and
just.
Why does it happen when it does?
Maybe like kind of like your situation a little bit. It's like something happens. I go shower, and then it's like, okay, well, I'm just gonna go to sleep. It's late at night. Plus, Mackenzie and I, we have small dogs, and sometimes in the morning they'll be underneath the covers, and I'm like, you know what? I really don't want you down there.
All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105 through the Fan. Peyton Russell, what's the one website you check every single day without fail?
It's Twitter, if I can use that as a cheat code. But if we want to call that an app or not, it's my 401k. I've checked it every day for the last couple years. I've checked it just to see it go up and down, up and down. I'm like,
they tell you not to.
They say not to. Yeah.
Why not?
Because you're going to ride emotion that is unnecessary.
It's going to go up. Just deal.
Well, I've heard like the credit score and stuff. You're not supposed to check all the time, but and I don't do that. But
well, yeah, you're not supposed to because that could actually impact it.
So over the past year, it has done what?
Oh, it's gone up.
Okay.
A lot. I mean, and I started later on. I probably started when I was 22, 23. So, like, I
don't say that Friday at the firehouse.
No, yeah, I can't say.
Strict order.
But yeah, no, I check it a lot. Same with like, stocks on Robinhood. I don't have a ton, but like, I'll check it all the time.
A website or an app?
One website.
I mean, I
have my same 7 that I go to every day.
Yeah, same. I mean, Twitter's easily number one. ESPN.com just to see.
Yep.
A Bro Bible, a Barstool to try to get sports headlines.
Yep.
That's
CBS Sports I go to.
Not every day for me.
That's
prep sites.
That's the last one I go to. Yeah, that's the last one I go to every day.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably 15 I go to every day. So, like, Reddit is obviously one. I go to that every day. But, I mean, if you're going to go outside the realm of just, like, normal, ESPN, CBS Sports, The Athletic, The Ringer, everything like that you go through.
I'll probably say YouTube as well.
Yeah,
I'll watch a cooking video during Ranger games.
So I'll go to one that's a little more obscure that I know I go to every day that no one else probably does. It's called SciPost, which you've seen stuff that ends up in my email from there. SciPost.org. It's PSYpost.org. So it's basically, here's the latest psychology research studies and all the implications from them and different things like that. And so I'll check that every day because there's usually something in there that's like, new research suggests that people who do this are more likely to murder you in your sleep. And it just seems like, oh, okay. I'm sure we can find something that aligns with us there.
Go Vols Extra. Always there every day.
That's a big one for you?
Yeah.
Go Vols Extra. No, but SciPost is always one of them. And then, all the different apps like Twitter and Reddit and different things like that. All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Some of the answers on... the fan text.
Read it.
I can't read. 903
Hubbish.
Zillow.
Hubbish,
Yeah,
very hubbish.
They're all like that. Elliot in Maybank says, Peyton, you should have played the P-Hub sound. It should have played the drum. Zillow from the 903 and said, and I'm not even in the housing market. I just like to look.
Yeah, sometimes I will.
A lot of people love that.
Big fan of that.
All right, Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, you love these questions. What's the most overpriced thing people buy just to flex?
Probably a car. I'm at this point. My philosophy on cars has become the best part of a vehicle when you're buying it and it's cool and everything is the outside. And I can't enjoy the outside while driving it. So I'm only getting the car outside for everybody else now. For me, interior is more important. So the cool car, we're in the 40s. That's out the window. No midlife crisis right now as things stand. So I would say it's the car because how do you enjoy the outside? There's this hilarious Instagram video put together of all these billionaires trying to squeeze all these fat old people trying to squeeze into their little Lamborghinis and their Ferraris, and it's freaking hilarious. It's like, wow, go sit next time you go to a dealership and they have the $130,000 sports car. Go try to get in it. And why would you ever want to be in that thing?
And then try to get out of it, and then it's like,
but even being in there, it's not comfortable.
No, not oftentimes it's not. It's not meant for anybody over like X weight, and we are over X weight.
Yeah.
The YouTube, we got like 4 different people answering the same thing, and they say watches.
Oh,
watches.
My brother's, yes. He tried to come and have me give him some watch. Yeah, watch. I totally agree.
Look, I thought of like first class plane tickets on a domestic flight. International flight's worth it.
You're always trying to get us in first class on our domestic.
For free.
No, you'll be it's an 80 upgrade,
yeah,
85
$80 upgrade.
Very rarely is it free.
I'm talking paying the standard fare.
Is that a flex though, or is that spoiling yourself? Like, I just want to enjoy this.
It's a flex because you get to. We all, when we're in there, look down at the people walking by us 10 minutes after we board. The Lifetime Fitness gym membership. I'm sorry, no gym is worth $200 a month. No gym.
200.
200. We looked to join, and it was like $275 for the two of us, but it's like $175 for a solo. No gym is worth that. But the for me, and this is the baseball world I'm in, the parent of the 9-year-old who wants to flex that they bought their 9-year-old kid an A2000 glove that's like $400, or the Bruce Bolt batting gloves, or a $500 bat, or the $50 sliding mitt. And your kid's not even, he's fat and I can't run the bases. Or the $50
Rowdy like that.
Evo Shield elbow guard. Like, you don't, like, stop flexing through your child at 9 years old.
Your kids don't have the best equipment?
They have a bat. Like, they've got the cleats are normal, but they don't have the sliding mitt and the elbow guard and not at 9. At 15,
Right.
I don't mind paying at 15 for my older one.
Right.
Oh, here's a good answer. 972 Cybertrucks. Whenever I see the Cybertrucks on the road, I'm always like, who buys that because they think this looks good or this is what I want?
when I first saw it. Now I'm like, no way. But I was like, should I get that?
It looks weird.
It looks
does look
weird, but
weird.
it's
It does look
different.
weird.
People want to be just different.
Designer bags.
That's for the environment, Bobby.
Designer bags from the 817. 361 has my answer.
Designer bags.
Expensive wine. Like really expensive wine. I saw Daniel Tosh interview a sommelier about this, and he was like, at what price point does wine become a flex and a status thing and it's past quality? And I think she said it was like $200. If you're spending over $200 on a bottle of wine, you are just doing it to flex on people. And so bottle service.
Select if anyone has any.
We've got a bunch of bottle service answers in the club too. Like that's the person that's just flexing.
Yeah, that is a flex, but in a packed club, sometimes it's worth it to not go stand in line for that drink. Standing in line at the packed club at Citizen, run by these people I can't stand and hope you know what. Standing 8 deep for every single drink.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's worth it if you got the big group of people to get. I mean, it's so expensive.
Peyton, your answer to this? What is the thing people buy just to flex?
So mine was going to be car, but I'm going to go a different route here, and I'm not hating on this holiday, but Christmas decorations. And not the ones that you just hang up on like the gutter, but like I'm talking about making your front yard look like the North Pole. Like doing all that. Like, not hating on it, but it's like overpriced. You're flexing that, okay, I care more about the holiday than the average person. That's all I'm saying.
I love it. I love when somebody gets all the if they go all out and really nail it, I appreciate it.
I never think of it as a flex. Tolo Chris said lifetime is $450 for my family of 5.
That's stupid.
What do they have that is so? What's the sell? What would they say they do better?
I think they have free childcare while you're there.
But it's better than the Bengals.
Yeah, it's like an hour or two, right? They got they have a smoothie shop in there, but you got to pay for that, I'm sure, right? They have all the classes come with it. It's just, are they getting you in better? Like, can you get
the classes come with it?
Yeah, can you get in better shape? Can you get in better shape there than you can at 24 Hour Fitness?
Well, if you want to be in a class. So people get on Peloton to do the virtual instructor.
Yep.
And then childcare. That could be a good thing.
I could see the value in it. I could. So to me, I at least understand it.
$450 a month.
Sure. You want to do one more, or we got to wrap?
We got to wrap.
All right.
We got Josh Pate, college football analyst. He has just joined ESPN. He is going to be there for Ohio State and Texas. Let's preview the college football season with Josh Pate next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you know. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour on the home of the Cowboys and Rangers. It's DFW Sports Station here with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. And college football season is also right around the corner. We even started it with a father-son fight in the rain, in the mud, outside of a stadium. But let's fully preview this thing with a guy who has exploded. College football insider. You see him all over the place. He's got the YouTube show, joining ESPN, Josh Pate, college football insider on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Good morning, Josh. How are you, man?
I am good. I was sitting here as we were coming in. I can't, off the top of my head, think of a better time to be in the state of Texas for preseason, at least, of college football, because I'm looking across multiple conferences, including like multiple teams in the SEC, and there are contenders everywhere. So it's got to be a great time to be out there.
You're going to be in Columbus for week 1. Who would you have favored in this game?
I would probably do about what the books have, which is have Ohio State, sort of like that 1 to 2 point favorite area, which implies short Texas favorite, neutral field. I was talking to a guy the other day. He's one of those guys that always likes to make everyone feel good. And he said, Texas wins, Ohio State wins. At least it'll be a good game. And that's kind of this formal thing everyone says to everyone if they're trying to be hospitable before these big games. And I was thinking, as I was driving away, like 20 minutes later, I thought, how in the world does anyone know this is going to be a good game? Right. It could be 38-10 either way, because there's very, very rarely do you get this kind of blend of talent and uncertainty on a field at the same time in college football. There are very few rosters that look like these. There are very few rosters with this little amount of returning proven production, and both of them have that. And so when you have something that combustible, it could be a 24-23 classic decided at the buzzer. Someone could just be -3 turnovers, and it could be a rout, and that wouldn't surprise me either way either. It will be a spectacle. That much we do know.
If one team is going to blow the other one out, which one's more likely, do you think?
I really think both of them are more. I literally, because I asked myself that the other day. Like if we were to have Penn State, Ohio State, it's either Penn State wins close or Ohio State wins close or blows them out. All the options are on the table for Ohio State. I think all the options are on the table for both of these teams. Now, as sure as I say that, you may sit in Fort Worth or you may sit in Dayton, and respectively, you may say, our team's not getting blown out. No, it's unlikely, but I think it's equal parts possible. It wouldn't be because one dominated the other is the point. You may remember like the Alabama-Oklahoma game randomly last year. I don't think Oklahoma's 3 touchdowns better than Alabama, but if Bama goes in there and throws multiple pick sixes, then yes, that kind of thing can happen. The reason that kind of thing can happen here is very obviously because we're breaking in new starting quarterbacks, and you got premier athletes in the secondaries, proven or unproven, on both of these teams. So I don't know. I maybe slightly lean Ohio State in that answer, but I don't think there's any skill in it.
Josh Spade joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Josh, every year you enter the college football season, there's usually 1, 2, 3 dominant storylines that kind of are on the top of everybody's mind. Is the number one this year, as we enter 2025, just who really is Arch Manning?
Yeah, I think who is Texas, which is led by who is Arch Manning. I think the one benefit here, and the way I've chosen to look at Arch through the entire spring, summer, and then leading up to this game and this season is I'm not expecting him to win the Heisman. And if he does, that's wonderful. I'm not expecting him to, out of the gate, be elite. And if he is, that's wonderful. The reason I choose to look at it that way is because I get really, really fed up with people who make very, very grandiose college football predictions every August. And in reality, they're painting an unrealistic scenario. But the problem is come December, when their expectations aren't met, they never look in the mirror and say, my expectation was dumb. They look at the player who didn't fulfill on their unrealistic expectation, and they call the player a bust. So to me, it's unrealistic to expect a first-time starting quarterback to just explode and be the greatest in the game. If he is, that's wonderful. It's a transcendent story, but there's a reason we call those transcendent generational type stories. They don't happen very often. My goal for him is be pretty good to really good, be consistent. If you can just consistently play B-plus football, that's good enough for Texas to win a national title. And the benefit for him is he doesn't have to do what, say, a Cam Ward did at Miami last year. Cam Ward played phenomenally, but yet he also showed up knowing we probably got to score 40 today or we're not going to win because we don't have a complementary team around us. We don't have a defense. Texas has all those things. So, I mean, if it takes scoring 23 one Saturday and it takes scoring 38 the next Saturday, as long as you got consistent performance from the quarterback position, dude, there'll be a game this year where Texas's pass rush leads to 14 or 17 points. Could be Saturday. That's yet another way that game could get crooked. I want to have realistic expectations, but also be ultra excited to watch him.
Josh, one more thing on Arch is, and we saw this in the playoff last year, home field was such a dominating factor. Are we not talking enough about Arch having to play like his first basically true road game?
I think it's been at the core of the way I've talked about him. I'm glad you mentioned that because I've just skirted right past it. I've thought about his season in totality like that. I've thought about the biggest games that he's going to play as a first-year starter, virtually all being away from home, the A&M game notwithstanding, because he's even going to play OU in Dallas. So there will be no Florida coming to Austin or Ohio State coming to Austin or Georgia coming to Austin. There's none of that for him this year like there was last year. So, yes, that is absolutely part of it, and that's why as much as everyone's excited, including me, to watch Arch Manning, I'm excited to watch the Texas ground game. I'm excited to watch that pass rush. I'm excited to see how much they've replenished and backfilled on the offensive and defensive lines. Basically, I'm excited to see if the components of a football team that can reliably travel with you are built the way they need to be built to win a national championship.
Josh Spade joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Josh, when you look at these two coaches in this Texas-Ohio State game, just jump back 5 years ago for Sark and what the national perspective was on him as a coach and all the issues that he had. And then, I mean, jump back just even early December on Ryan Day and some of the people talking about should Ohio State fire him before they go on that run. Do you think they've both kind of solidified themselves as, hey, these are two of the top coaches now and there's no questions here? Or do you think there's still a little bit more volatility there in their futures?
Well, it really heavily depends on whether you're asking me or asking the general public. Because, I mean, Ryan Day could have lost the national title game, and I'd still think the world of him. I think he's really, really good, really cerebral. But the bottom line is most people, including his own fan base, would not have thought that. So it was all dependent on the outcome of one game, which I've always thought is pretty ludicrous. I know you get judged on wins and losses, but if we're aggregating multiple years of sample size on guys, to have your opinion turn over the span of 4 quarters of football is crazy to me. But I think now there is a chance, and I'm speaking of national narrative. I'm not speaking of what I think. I'll tell you what I think in a second. But national narrative-wise, picture with me for a second Texas losing this game by 13 points. I believe the plane has not touched down back in Austin Saturday night yet before people start to say in their minds, You know, you had a shot against DeBoer a couple of years ago. You lost in the playoff. You had a couple of shots against Kirby last year. You lost both of them. You got a shot against Ryan Day in the playoffs. You lost. You just had another shot against him. You lost. Do we have a big game coach problem? That'll start to get said. I think Steve Sarkisian is phenomenal. I think he is as smart as any head coach in major college football. There are 10 layers behind answers. If you ever talk to him off the record for an extended period of time, it is as eye-opening and informative as talking to any coach. I mean, it was very, very similar to talking to Saban. If you ever, off the record, long form, talk to Saban, you just sit there and think, wow, there's so much in these answers. Now, I will say this. I always want to look past the head coach. One of the huge edges that I think Texas has in this game is the depth of proven staff. Texas has a huge edge there. You're breaking in coordinators left and right, both sides of the ball at Ohio State. And, I mean, that was an area where even if you kept all your guys, you got a tough matchup going against Texas's staff. This could be a game changer. I'm talking special teams, too, with Banks. That could be a game-changing edge for Texas in this game.
Josh, I love the Sooners getting Mateer in at quarterback. Are they a sneaky playoff team?
Yeah, they are. I wish I'd whisper it in this state, but I wish they had a more manageable schedule so we could get a true gauge on them. Like right now, people are not comparing Oklahoma to other teams in the country. They're comparing them to the schedule they play. They're doing the same thing with Florida. Like I think both of these teams, Florida and OU, I power rate them as top 10, top 12-ish caliber teams. The first thing people say when you say that is they can't make the playoff, look at their schedule. Well, I'm well aware of their schedule. I've had the thing printed out on my fridge just like everyone else since January. But a team is not the schedule they play. Their final record will be a reflection, maybe, of the schedule they play, but quality of team, comparatively, should just be in a vacuum and pretend like everyone is operating on the same playing field for a second. Now, they're not. So the schedule Oklahoma plays, yeah, it's tough, it's daunting. What they do have is they do have a very, not manageable in terms of easy, but manageable in terms of manageable type runway at the beginning of the season. You do get Michigan, but Michigan's not what Michigan has been, and Michigan may not be what they're going to be later in the season when they play them in week 2. You get them at home. You get Auburn a couple of weeks later. Not an easy out, but frankly, there are half a dozen teams that I'd like to play less than Auburn right now in the SEC. So you get 2 of those in the first 4 weeks at home. They make a random road game at Temple. I have no idea how that happens, but they could build up speed. By the time they get to Red River, they could build up speed and be undefeated there, at which point Texas OU becomes one of the games of the year that should have been on everyone's radar, but for whatever reason isn't on enough radars right now.
Josh Pate joining us here at 105 through the Fan. With all the money Texas Tech spent, in the portal, is it a disappointment if they don't find themselves in the Big 12 title game?
Absolutely it is. Is that not just one of the craziest experiments to watch in college football this year? I said this about Colorado under Deion. I did not call that a program. I called it an experiment. And it's just a choice of words for me, but it was indicative of the different ways that Colorado had been put together relative to what the history of college football said you had to do to put a quote-unquote program together. Well, now, Joey's a good friend of mine, and Joey would hang up on me if I used this phraseology with him, because he will swear to you, no, yeah, there's a different way we went and got them, but these aren't mercenaries that came in here. We feel like it's the best culture, it's the best vibe we've had in the building. Part of that vibe is we got more talented players in the building, so that makes coaches happy. But they really, really believe they've got a dynamic out there that's special above and beyond just the raw talent they went and got. And I love people saying that in August, because the beautiful part is you got 12 games to prove it. So there will be a definitive answer one way or the other. I look so forward to that game when they go to Arizona State, because you got two operations there put together in diametrically opposite methods, and we get to see it all play out. Then all the while, you just got Utah being slept on somehow. After one down year out of a decade, they're getting slept on. The Big 12 is amazing. I love watching the Big 12.
Josh, there was an article last year from ESPN talking about SMU's conference flip, and the title was OS, Here Come the Billionaires. And that's kind of always been the thought of SMU, I think, around here in Dallas. It's just like, it's just kind of the wealthy school that's not going to be very competitive. But they really feel like they've kind of all adopted the Rhett Lashley, like, chip on the shoulder and kind of toughness approach. How do you think about SMU within the national landscape and kind of their future prospects into the next 5 years or so?
I think SMU is as aware of their existence as pretty much any program around. Who's a really good comparison? Oregon, I'll tell you, is a good comparison here. They are not similar. Like, they're not apples and apples to compare against each other. But from a principled standpoint, Oregon, a long time ago, realized we are tucked away in the Pacific Northwest. There is not, in any given year, a single four-star recruit in our state. We are going to have to leverage Nike, really, really flashy uniforms, and national recruiting in a hopes of competing. And they've done that. That is being aware of oneself. The University of Georgia does not have to think the way that Oregon thinks, but they're trying to get the same result. At SMU, they were aware, for instance, that we're going to have to do something different. We're going to have to bend over backwards even to get that P4 affiliation. And they did. They kind of paid their own way in. And now they had immediate return on that investment in year one. I think the follow-up question, which is fair, and it's one I'm asking too, is will you have staying power? And this year, they don't even have to be in Charlotte. But if they're in the ACC championship picture again this year, to me, that goes as far as anything last year, because you know as well as I do, a lot of folks last year are looking and saying, hey, that was a great story, but it was mainly a product of schedule. If you guys would have played a harder schedule, you wouldn't have been there, which you can't prove a counterfactual, so there's no way to know if that's right or wrong. But there is a way to handle your business this year and then look back and say, all right, well, now what? We played the tough schedule. Now what? And that's exciting because you got a quarterback returning there, but you got a lot of backfilling to do defensively. And I'm not sure the headlines are capturing that because they have a returning quarterback. But this is a really, really important year in the coaching career of Rhett Lashley. I'm very excited to watch that one. As you can tell, there's a lot of excitement for a lot of things with me right now.
Josh, what are one of the big storylines, obviously alternate, just the Arch stuff is nationally, what will Bill Belichick's first year at North Carolina look like and into the future? How do you sort of evaluate what you anticipate from Belichick at UNC?
I don't think it's going to work to the degree that I guess it's expected to work. When he got hired there, $10 million a year, I saw the salary figure, and the first thing I asked on the next show we did is, what are the expectations here? Because you cannot ask me for my opinion before you state what your expectations are. And I was kind of talking to North Carolina folks, because if the expectation is for Belichick to come in and make $10 million a year to do what's always been done at North Carolina, he absolutely will succeed. Because I have no doubt that Bill Belichick can win 7.5 games per year. My suspicion is that he has been brought in to do more than that. And if Belichick's been brought in to elevate the North Carolina program, you're asking a guy who has never coached major college football to learn college football in his early 70s. So a guy who is older than any three of his players combined is now having to wash himself in a new sport. And I know what the temptation is. The temptation is to say, oh, football's football. Well, I mean, the measurements of the field are. That's about where the similarities end there. College football is a world different than the NFL. Well, I mean, college football is easier than the NFL. It's a step down. It's not easier. It's totally different than the NFL. There are some things easier. There are some things infinitely harder. And then the third thing, which is the most erroneous to me, is college football has morphed into being a version of the NFL. It hasn't at all. We pay players legally now. That is about the extent of the similarity between college football and the NFL. You don't have accredited agents at this level. You don't have slotted draft choices at this level. You have to compete for talent at this level. The salary cap is laughed at as a guideline more than an actual rule. And if you're expected to do more than just status quo at North Carolina, that means you're expected to compete for a playoff spot. And if you're expected to compete for a playoff spot, that means you've got to not just assemble good, solid rosters full of three-star kids that you develop. You got to go beat Clemson for some kids. You got to beat Miami for some kids. Because eventually, you can't just out-develop everyone and out-execute everyone. Because when you're competing for playoff spots, you're going up against teams that can recruit and develop and execute. They don't sacrifice X's and O's to recruit, in other words. There are some places that do that, but they're normally 8-win caliber programs. So if it's expected that he'll compete for playoff spots, I do not think he will meet that bar over there.
Josh, absolutely fantastic. Congratulations on all the success, man. Have a great season. Can't wait to have you on again. Thank you.
I appreciate it, guys.
Josh Pate, ESPN On 3, Yahoo Sports on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Peyton Russell has the reply that we finally gotten to that big old rack and peanut butter skin. PP in the morning after this.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the Personal and Jewelers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-4817-333-3033. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Well, congrats to Peyton Manning. He has found himself on the most toxic show on the Fan, and there's no number two.
He put together the single worst 30 minutes in live radio history.
That is right. It is Tuesday, 20, a little PP in the morning. And guys, we have the response that we've been waiting for nearly 8 months. Back in January, we played the clips of Jason Whitlock. And look, here on the morning show, we love the response. We like the initial attack. We play that. We react to it. And it's all about waiting for the response. We have the TOLOs out there do a great job of, tagging all of us and stuff, trying to get the audio as quickly as possible. But we finally got the response from one Joy Taylor. So Joy Taylor, who used to work at Fox Sports 1, she has finally responded to the Jason Whitlock comments made about her from earlier this year. And if you don't remember what Jason said, here's a little clip about what Jason said, and you can react to it.
I know what I'm capable of. That big rack of hers that she showed off constantly. It's just, and that peanut butter skin with that big rack. How does she get that job? How does she even get that opportunity? Because she's got a big pair of cans, and she's, according to Sheen, she's willing to let people enjoy those big cans of hers.
It's the greatest audio clip of all time.
The way it's all just pieced together, it's like, this is so AI, but it's so perfect because it's actually real.
The opening is so underrated, too. I know what I'm capable of. Like, he's talking like he's a predator that needs to be just, protected.
This is amazing. Again, back in January, we played those audio clips. But now Joy Taylor was on Cam Newton's podcast. And he, of course, brought it up and wanted a response. And this is what she had to say on the Cam Newton podcast.
Every time someone brings up Jason Whitlock, I can't believe he's still with us. Damn. I don't think anything works harder than his cholesterol, if I'm being honest.
Ooh, please.
When he said that rack.
Okay, so before you go on, I've never watched this. Okay, I am only aware of this from adjacent conversation. I did not watch a single second of this. I couldn't give a less. And I have not consumed any of it.
Well, I'm going to give you
He said something about peanut butter, right?
Yeah, that peanut
what a
butter.
Shock. Food.
Yeah, peanut butter skin.
Okay.
And when I was working with her, we would always see her rack, and I wanted to stay away from her because I knew what I would have done.
Well, I mean, he's so desirable.
Yeah, but we love Jason.
No, we do. I do not. No, we don't. Who loves Jason? Does God love Jason?
Yeah, I do.
I do not. I do not love Jason. This is you say what you need to say. I do not. I don't love everybody.
Man, she came with some fire. The fat jokes were in there. Hopefully, Joy Taylor doesn't interview Rowdy Tellez.
Jeez,
I like Cam just flat out said there go. I like Jason.
I like Jason.
Just to her face. I like Jason.
You're not going to hear what he was going to say.
You're not going to talk me off of it. I like Jason. I actually kind of respect that. But I don't believe her that she hasn't watched it.
Yeah.
She watched it.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, she knew what she was doing there. But yeah, so
she could have been funnier in the responses. I watched it and I was like, all right, this is a little awkward at moments, and she could have had some more ammunition planned versus the low-hanging fruit of, I know his cholesterol's working.
The sneaky death joke early on, I think it was funny.
It was a little more dark than funny.
Yeah.
But all right, it is PP in the morning every Tuesday at this time. Guys, I found the guy that Chris Young should have traded for at the trade deadline. Meet Tyler Phillips, who is a relief pitcher for the Miami Marlins. He has gone viral over the last couple of days for his entrance from the bullpen. Aiden has it up on the FanCam, Twitch, and YouTube. We can react to that. You have all these relievers nowadays that have their own unique entrance to the game. You have Edwin Diaz with Timmy Trumpets of the Mets. And then you had, Mariano Rivera with Inner Sandman back in the day. They all want their unique way. But this one by Tyler is just different. You can see him here on the FanCam. He's entering from the bullpen, and he starts it off by slapping himself in the face. He's trying to get himself pumped up here. And I was thinking, okay, a little psychotic, but you know what? I'll let it slide. He's trying to get himself pumped up. Some people are like, into smelling salts, all that stuff. Whatever you can do to go out there, you need to get 3 outs. But then I really found out why this guy is a complete psychopath, because here's an interview with the post-game guy for the Marlins after their win over the weekend, and it's pretty clear-cut why he's a psychopath.
All right, Jack, thank you very much. Tyler, you threw 32 pitches yesterday. When did you know you were going in tonight?
When they called down.
And you were ready to go?
Yeah.
I'm ready. They call down. I'm pissed off. I'm ready to go.
Why do you get so pissed off?
I don't like hitters.
How did you get through that 9th?
Throw the ball over the plate.
How long does it take you to cool down after a win?
I never cool down.
And the slapping, what was the level of slapping when you came on?
Pretty hard. My face is hot. Yeah.
How important was it for your team to get this win today?
It's big. I mean, every win's big. It doesn't matter what the record is. Every win's big. That's what we're here for. It's to try to win the game.
What has this organization helped you unlock for your career this year?
I think just be yourself. Go out there. Do what's you. Whatever's going to make you successful, that's what you do. And this team, I see it. We're a lot of young guys, and when you play for each other, have some fun with it, that's what you got to do.
Great win. You're scaring me. Go to the clubhouse. Thank you very much.
Says he hates hitters, man.
You should have his jersey already on your back, RJ.
I saw this the other day. It went to my. I have a toxic masculinity feed on the Instagram, and I saw this. And I was like, this guy, I've got to get this jersey. This guy's my new hero.
What's his name?
Tyler Phillips.
Tyler Phillips.
Yeah, former Rangers pitcher Tyler Phillips, who Chris Young designated for assignment.
should have got him
and
back.
The Phillies claimed him. By the way, he attended Bishop Eustace Preparatory School in Pennsauken Township, New Jersey.
Oh, yeah, Pennsauken.
You know that area?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, there you go. Well, yeah, Chris Young should have traded for him, but instead he, I guess, just DFA'd him is what he did.
What do you have? 6.87 ERA last year, and this year 3.27.
Maybe that's why he's slapping himself now. He's pissed off at this. But when he said, I hate hitters, I was like, man, I've never heard that one before.
I mean, Chris Young did let a guy with like a 6 ERA close for them to start the season. So
Lord, here we go. Next target.
But I mean, great job by the
target.
Miami Marlins, a radio pre and post game guy who was there. He's staying there because I know it's probably got to be tough. I've never been that guy of interviewing, post game, pre game or anything like that. So I mean, I don't know what it's like to get the short answers. You're like, okay, I just need to get out.
Did he
here.
win? Did they win the game?
Yeah, they won the game.
Okay, you're not supposed to get like all the short answers after you win the game, but he's dialed in. He's programmed.
I felt like he kind of knew the guy he was talking to, and he was doing a bit. I felt like my face is hot. Slapped it hard. Like I thought he was just screwing with the guy.
It's hilarious.
It could be. I got the kind of the Greg Popovich vibes out of it as well. But all right, guys. Last story here. Look, I have found one of the more interesting set of rules for a soccer team. This is Middleborough FC, an English soccer team that have a list of fines of players, if they violate them. Aiden has it up on the Fancam Twitch and YouTube. We can discuss that as well. And some of these are valid. If you're late, not wearing your GPS, you get fined. And it's fined, obviously in pounds, but it converts over. You can convert it over to US dollars. Leaving your jersey, or they call it kit, out there. If you leave that out, they'll fine you for that. But then the list gets a little strange here. Touching wheel without permission. Now, I did some research, never found out what the wheel was. I imagine maybe, they drive around in golf carts. If you touch someone's wheel, without permission, it's a 50-pound fine. Leaving your flip-flops in the shower is a 50-pound fine as well. But now it just gets ridiculous. Not bringing a cake or treat on someone's birthday is a 100-pound fine. Now, this is equivalent to $135 here in the United States. But not bringing cake or a treat to someone's birthday will get you hit with a fine. If you're caught peeing in the shower, that's 50 pounds as well. So now you got to be caught.
How are you going to get caught?
Oh,
I think you can see the stream.
Well, that means you get caught looking too.
Look, I'll look.
Or look, you got to do the rinse method. If you're peeing after the shower's already off, that should be double fines as well. Because you do have some of those people that are like, well, I do need to pee, but they don't want to start the shower back up. You got the cold water coming back on you. So if you pee in there and leave evidence, you get hit with the fine. That's all I can think of here. Because I'm not thinking these guys are looking at each other, whenever they're
really
peeing.
hard for me to get my kid to know that it's okay that when he's in the shower he can pee down the drain. Because he's just looking at me like, are you sure? It's like training an animal to do something new.
It all goes to the same place, right? It's going to the same, like it should be fine. You don't need to always go to the actual toilet.
It's all pipes.
Or like in the
sanitary,
pool.
I'm sure.
I'm like, just pee in the grass. And he's like, no, absolutely not. Yeah. No. So I'm trying to get him in those situations to just go in the shower or in the grass, and he won't do it.
I still always go before the shower. I always pee before, but we're not flushers. We don't flush pee necessarily.
Ew,
that's disgusting, dude.
Why don't you flush it?
I don't feel like reaching back there. And
is that why you don't pee in the shower? Because it'll go down the drain. It'll
Does it have the ring around
Sometimes
it?
I sit. Sometimes I sit and pee.
That's gross.
We just leave it in there for 3-4 days, whatever.
Why? No, I don't believe it.
We do.
She's so cleanly. How does she let urine sitting there? And then you get the ring that develops, but the urine smell?
There's toilet paper in there at that point.
Well, not for me, there isn't.
No, but if she's letting it sit too, there's toilet paper in there.
I don't believe it. No way.
It's
3 days? Let the pee sit in there?
I usually try to. I will flush it when I start to smell it. Wow. That's when I'll flush.
But why doesn't she flush it?
Just because she knows I'm going to use it too. And then it's just,
So, how big are your water bills that you're worried about a few extra flushes?
They're really not that big. It's not even about the water bill. It's we're environmental, Bobby.
Oh, yeah. That's one thing we hear about you.
We're very environmental.
Hey, what is this in the last...
Is it about her saving on the water bill?
No, I shouldn't care about
What is this in the last few weeks? Chappie has got... She smells bad in the morning. She can stand to lose a little weight. She leaves pee in the toilet. She's going to love it.
Wait till you hear the puke story.
The vomit story. That's coming.
PP in the morning putting up big numbers here every Tuesday at this time on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. Choppy has some Diamond Cavs at 9 o'clock. But first, below the belt, will the Cowboys be entertaining even if they aren't very good? The most watchable teams in football next on Sean and RJ.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine today, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
take
off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Don't be boring. Above everything else, just don't be boring.
RJ Choppy's motto.
Yep.
Man, it is something that it can absolutely just destroy your enjoyment of a football season. Even when you're an okay football team. If you're boring, that can kill things. All right, this is Below the Belt, which is brought to you by Window Nation and D&M Leasing.
It's the Texas Ranger question. Would you rather lose like the 90s teams in offensive shootouts or lose like this? Like last night was miserable for me.
Yeah.
It was so awfully boring. So I'd probably rather lose the offensive shootouts.
Yeah. The worst thing you could be is boring, especially in sports. It's the worst thing you could be. If you're boring, I mean, you won't even get the benefit of the doubt on anything.
What is the American Beauty quote? Y'all ever seen that movie?
I have.
American Beauty.
There's the very creepy.
It definitely is that. Angela is laying there talking to Kevin Spacey's character, and she says, "I don't think there's anything worse than being ordinary." And that's what it is. There is nothing worse that don't just like I want to be some level of entertaining. And so ESPN has their new list out of the most watchable football teams in the NFL. And we've also got another list from The Ringer, the annual list from Sheil Kapadia on the most entertaining offenses of 2025. But we're going to start with the list of the most entertaining teams to watch, which the #1 most entertaining team to watch this season, according to ESPN, is
Cincinnati.
Sean, you got a guess?
Team or offense?
Team.
I'll say... No, I don't have a guess.
Peyton, you got one?
Yeah, I will go with the Philadelphia Eagles.
Close. The Philadelphia Eagles were 5. The Cincinnati Bengals were 4. The #1 team to watch is in the NFC. Do not ring yourself up after you buzzed me last week for missing by 1 point. The Washington Commanders are the #1 most watchable team in football. It says the Commanders were the perfect team to watch last season. 12 of their games ended with an 8-point margin, more than all but 3 other teams. In the fourth quarter, they had 19 scoring drives and surrendered 20 scoring drives. A big part of that is that they played fast under Cliff Kingsbury with the most no-huddle plays of any team since Chip Kelly's Eagles. Having more equals more opportunity for excitement. Then they list Jaden Daniels and all the other factors that go into the Washington Commanders.
And got Terry McLaurin signed yesterday.
How many games did you say were one-score games?
It said that 12 of their games ended with an 8-point margin.
Oh, 12.
Man.
There it is. Bet the under. RJ Choppy.
Bet the under, baby.
The CJ Stroud under.
Always happens. It always happens. If you have a crazy record in one-score games, which they did, the next year flips.
We'll get to where the Dallas Cowboys...
the Eberflus game should have been a loss.
Yes.
If
not for celebrating a little too early. We'll get to the Dallas Cowboys ranking on this list here in just a second. I do think it's funny to look at this, though, and say, in terms of watchability, the worst team in football. Who do you think the least watchable one? Who is the one that you just like, I don't want to watch them play ever?
The Saints.
Titans. Well, really close. That's second to last, the New Orleans Saints.
Titans?
No.
Indianapolis, if it's Daniel Jones.
No, this is an AFC team, though.
AFC?
Colts.
Jets.
I just said
that's just what
Indianapolis.
Peyton, that's what Sean said.
And you just messed up my name.
I did. What?
Jets?
Nope. AFC North.
Oh,
Cleveland?
The Cleveland Browns. It says, no, thank you. Well, actually, I'll watch Shedeur Sanders first start in Week 12 just to enjoy that. But other than that, no thanks. No, third to last, 30th in the NFL of just being completely unwatchable. The Kansas City Chiefs.
Wow.
On this list. It said the Chiefs were not very fun to watch last season, as was exhaustively covered. Kansas City ranked 28th in explosive pass rate and 30th in explosive rush rate. The Raiders were the only other team in the NFL in bottom 5 of both areas. They were kind of an ugly team to watch last year.
I'm betting big on Pat Mahomes, reminding everyone who the big dog is, and That kind of worries me, what you just said.
But the thing with them is they always get it done. They always win, and that's what's frustrating about them.
It's be a high-flying, high-powered attack with the best quarterback in football.
It's not the team.
And weapons that have speed.
Yeah, like an Andy Reid offense is supposed to be like, wow, look how creative and fun this is.
Weapons who do speed.
Not totally the case. All right, number 14.
Did you say weapons who do speed?
Yeah.
Number 14,
well done.
The Dallas Cowboys is where they rank on this list. Pretty much right in the middle. It says, at times, the Cowboys' watchability can reach a terminal velocity as so many primetime games and national television slots overwhelm my interest. But they're an objectively watchable team. Dak Prescott throwing the ball to CeeDee Lamb is always a good time. And with the addition of one of the league's great wild cards in George Pickens, every Cowboys drop back will be appointment television. And there might be a lot of them. Trayvon Diggs and DeMarvion Overshown, Dallas's two best back seven players, could both spend the first half of the season on injured reserve. That's not the case because Trayvon Diggs has been cleared to play now. Save for those games when Micah Parsons takes over, and to do that, he needs to actually, play for the team. Dallas's defense will put the offense in frequent holes, forcing Prescott to throw his way out. Just take a look at that running backs room. It's not as if they're going to hand off the ball that much anyway. And I think the description here is something that's obviously we're just talking about watchability. That is my biggest fear right now, is that if you ask me right now, what's my anticipation for the Cowboys season? I'll be like, all right, well, the offensive line's got to be good. Dak, I think, is going to have a bounce back year. I think Dak's going to play well. I think the receiving core is going to be good. My anticipation is that this is going to be, and I hate to say it so bluntly, but my anticipation is this is going to be an awful defense.
Whoa.
I think they're going to be bad.
Awful and bad? Why?
Bottom five. I don't think they're going to be able to cover anybody. And we already know they have issues running the ball, but they're so thin in their depth in the secondary. And there's obviously the question about when is Micah going to play.
Bland and Diggs as two corners are not
bums.
Yeah.
They're not bums.
I don't know what Diggs is anymore. Diggs did come back last year and didn't look like the same player totally. All right, is that just a case of the injury, or has he just reached a point of I got paid and I'm a little checked out now? I don't know. I think Bland is good. Bland has had some issues with injuries and staying healthy, and he may have to play out of position when he doesn't necessarily want to. We don't know what Kyer Elam's going to be. So there are enough questions there, and we already know they have not shown us anything to answer yet that they're going to stop the run any more effectively than they've had trouble doing the last several years. But I think right now, if I had to bet on anything, I'd say I think that defense is going to be bad, and they're going to be in a lot of shootouts. And
offensively, they're going to be fun to watch.
I think
if it was just an offensive ranking, I'm putting them way higher than 14.
Well,
defensively, they're going to be fun to watch, too, because you're going to be able to see a lot of points.
Let's go to the offense. Sheil Kapadia has one of my favorite lists every year. He does, over at The Ringer, does the top offenses in football. Just looking at the offense, nothing else. Who he anticipates are going to be the best offenses in football. This is his top 10. Number 1, the Buffalo Bills. Number 2, the Baltimore Ravens. 3, this is a little bit of a surprise, and he even says his first line of his description is surprise.
This is best or entertaining?
Best offenses in football. 3, the San Francisco 49ers, which I think is a little interesting with some of the purging they've done. Number 4, the Green Bay Packers. Number 5, the Cincinnati Bengals. 6, Detroit Lions. 7, Philadelphia Eagles. 8, Kansas City Chiefs. 9, Washington Commanders. Got 2 of your NFC East teams already. And taking up 3 of the 10 spots is the NFC East, as the Dallas Cowboys are the 10th ranked offense heading into the season, according to Sheil Kapadia. And here's the write-up. When Dak Prescott has been on the field for the Cowboys, they've consistently produced above-average offenses. Prescott missed 9 games last season, and the Cowboys missed the playoffs. But in 23, the Cowboys ranked 9th in offense. In 2022, they were 14th, and in 21, they were 4th. Having said all that, the offense was not good last year in the 8 games that Prescott played. From weeks 1 to 9, he ranked 26th in drop-back success rate. It's entirely possible that those struggles will continue, but it's more likely, in my opinion, Prescott will settle in somewhere between the guy who had a tremendous 23 and the guy who struggled last year. We keep talking, I think, in absolutes and on the polar ends of things, of like, well, he was the guy who finished second in MVP last year or 2 years ago. I love referencing that one. It's one of my favorite things to say.
Kevin Hagelin loves it.
I know. It's awesome. Bassick loves it. I know for sure. That's one of my favorite things to reference. And then everybody else loves referencing they were awful last year with Dak, and they were going to miss the playoffs with Dak last year, and he looked terrible. I do think Sheil's right that ultimately they're going to be somewhere. I don't think he's ever going to play quite up to what we saw at the end of 23.
So he only threw 2, because I just asked myself that question. Should we be talking about how bad he was before he got hurt more versus just going back to a couple years ago in the second place MVP? He only had 2 picks through the first 4 weeks. Now, his other numbers were a total of 6 touchdowns, and they were 2-2. Beat Cleveland, got destroyed by the Saints, got handled by Baltimore, and beat the Giants 20-15. And then you had 2 picks. 3 weeks straight, he threw 2 interceptions and losing 2 out of 3 to San Fran and Detroit.
Yeah, and the offense was just, you remember, it was so scaled back and tight. And like, what are we doing here? This just doesn't even look like the same offense that finished 23. And it was, they didn't have any trust in their offensive line. And that's why a big part of anything they do this season is going to be how good the offensive line is. And obviously, they write in here, the offensive line is a question mark, and you won't find anyone arguing that new head coach Brian Schottenheimer is an offensive savant, but there's enough here that I like, mostly Prescott and Lamb, to project an efficient passing game and a top 10 offense. And we did get the news yesterday. We've referenced already here Diggs in the watchability scale, and we referenced just now the offensive line. We did get the news that Tyler Guyton, Trayvon Diggs, both back at practice yesterday. That's an encouraging thing, obviously, for them. They need both of those guys if they want to have success this year. Both those guys need to play at a high level. But to me, I think the most frustrating aspect of training camp this last year, or this last month, was the fact that you didn't get a chance to see Guyton working consistently with the offensive line group. And I didn't get the answer of, okay, what is his projection? How has he leveled up? How has he taken a step up? We hear so much about, man, he's had a great summer. Man, he's done this, he's done that. But we heard that about Mozzie too. And we've heard that about other guys at different points. I want to see real tangible evidence that he's leveling up. And I think he's going to. I think the switch with Connor Riley was going to be big for him, the Cowboys' new offensive line coach. I think that he's going to be somebody who's going to really foster what Guyton's got here. But it is pretty quickly, hey, you've got to show us that you can put this together in a relatively short amount of time, because otherwise the Cowboys are going to find themselves in a hole offensively. I think the defense will struggle, and if Guyton isn't good enough, then you're going to have a lot of issues along the offensive line, and that's going to present a lot of issues for any sort of run game efficiency and anything Dak can get done as he's become more mobile the more he's had injury issues.
Belo, every day at this time on your official home of America's team. It's 105.3 The Fan with our Cowboys insider Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com at 9:20. We'll finish up Ask Reddit with KNC at 9:40, but we don't want to talk about last night, so why is RJ Choppy already looking to the Texas Rangers' future? That's next in Diamond Cavs on also the home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And the first pitch is hit high in the air to left field. Back a few steps is Osuna. He's at the wall. He leaps, and that ball is gone. Neto, who had 4 leadoff home runs in 1 month this year to tie a league record, hits the first pitch of the ball game over the fence in left field and gives the Angels an immediate 1-0 lead.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about planning for 26 in the middle of 25?
Ooh, good tease.
7.5.
Thank you.
It's strong.
I was going to start it by saying I'm an idiot and I don't know my wife.
Yeah, what's playing out on your cell phone?
So, okay, she does want me to clarify one thing, that she does, in fact, flush the toilet. She's like, that's true, and it is true.
You said you both leave it for 3 days.
She leaves it for me because I go right after her, and then I just leave it.
But this is your main bath? Your main bathroom?
Yeah, I use the hall bath sometimes, and I usually leave that for a couple of days.
Sarah, I'm sending you the hotline number
Mostly
right now.
You need to call in to clarify. Clear your name. Clear your name from the urine stain.
Sarah, I'm sending it right now.
It is mostly me. I do need to clarify that it is mostly me.
No one believes anything you're saying right now because you're just getting yelled at on your text.
I'm not. No.
I asked you like 3 or 4 times. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. You doubled down. You tripled down. You said it with a straight face. No matter what you say right now, you're reading off a script.
Well,
that's why she needs the call, because now you're telling me she goes 1 time a day. She gets up, she goes to the bathroom before you get home at call it 11, and then you use it. Leave it, and she never goes to she doesn't go in your main bathroom the rest of the day, and that's not believable.
She's
not going so she uses the restroom 1 time a day before noon.
Very strong bladder.
And never again.
Very
You're
strong
lying.
bladder. She's not into menopause yet. It's a very strong bladder. It's she's not there. She's not into menopause. She's got a very, very good bladder. Hasn't had kids. Right, so very good bladder. It's like a camel's bladder. A camel goes like once a day.
Yeah.
Peyton, keep an eye on the hotline there.
I want to know if she's staying in a hotel room for 5 days by herself, is she flushing the toilet after every single time she goes? And your face is telling me no.
You have to. It's not your water bill at that point.
Well, he's saying it's not about the water bill.
It's not about the water. I don't monitor her flushing habits. Okay.
If you go, everyone knows when they look if there's yellow in there. Or the smells. You guys let the smell permeate for days.
We were just in the hotel. I flushed. Look, first of all, I clogged the toilet day 1. Day 1, I clogged the toilet.
Man, and
so
figuring
I was
out,
fanatical about flushing that toilet.
Figuring out the initial flush power in a hotel toilet, it gives me major anxiety that first time to be like, is this going to be a problem or not?
Right.
I hate it.
I know.
And I'm like, I'm not flushing the handle correctly. Do I need to hold it down longer? Or is that going to stall it? Or if I do the barely flush down, is that gonna, it's not good.
What is the difference between the ones that have like the little buttons on the back of the toilet, and you can press one or the other or both of them at the same time?
Yeah.
I don't understand what the difference is.
I think the one
I was pushing both down and I have no idea what it's doing.
Well, I think one is for pee and the other one is for like a more powerful flush, right?
I don't know. That's why I said that.
I believe that's correct.
You think she's going to call the hotline?
I don't think so. No. She's
what did she say? What was the first text she sent you after you said that? Oh, the segment. You certainly.
It says, "You sure know how to ruin the start of my day." She says, "I flush 6 times a day."
Not your main bathroom one.
I don't flush. I will flush number 2s.
Oh man.
Number 1s, I'm leaving them there.
That's good.
That's good.
Flush number 2.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, I flushed the number 2.
We're halfway there.
I mean, this is.
Are we talking about your bathroom or the Rangers offense? What are we doing?
There we go. Rangers offense. It sounds like it's in the number 2.
It's
in the toilet either way.
That was my joke.
So.
And you did 2 follow-ups to it after I had made
2 follow-ups.
We've got about a calendar month left. So let's throw some Ranger.
So when you all come to the house on Saturday and she goes to the restroom, I'm going to stand outside.
Stay outside.
And wait for her to come out. And I'm going to go in and go, just because I know you don't flush, I'm going to flush. She'll leave. She'll storm right out.
Definitely leave.
I'm going to stand right outside and say, or when she walks out, I'm going to, hey, whoever goes in there next after Sarah, make sure you flush.
Yeah.
Like, make sure you guys actually flush. Oh, man, Choppy. But you were emphatic. You were emphatic last hour.
Yeah, I will emphatically be sleeping on the couch tonight. I'll tell you that. But I love her. I still do.
Yes.
Okay, so let's throw some Ranger questions at you about the current roster. Are both Young and Carter here next year?
Yes.
I agree. Now, contract status-wise,
Control. They got control on both of them for a while.
Team control. I think they would have a lot. They would have quite a bit of value because of that if they wanted to trade them.
You think they'd have quite a bit of value?
You have a.
The floor is yours.
You have a. Oh man.
Are you getting more texts?
Yeah, she goes, thanks for doing absolutely nothing to help.
Call in and clarify it. Call in and clarify. He tried.
So,
we just know it's BS.
I'm on Sarah's side. I think Chop was fluffing this up for Air a little bit to cover his own self, and so he's blaming the flush it only on both of them.
Because it wouldn't make sense. But then again, we're talking about an RJ household. She's fanatical about cleanliness. She makes you wipe the airport wheels when you guys bring the luggage in from the house on the trip back home. So it would not make any sense whatsoever that she would just let urine sit around for days.
She's very clean.
Does not make sense.
Very, very clean.
Yes.
Keeps a very clean house.
You had to alcohol wipe down the pliers last night for your crab leg.
Yeah, well, that's it. We had to clean because we were used pliers for the crab.
Yeah.
So we had to clean them off.
I'm surprised because even in my house, Amanda has to have our like plastic gloves to eat crab legs or seafood. I'm surprised Sarah would use her raw fingers.
I won't eat anything where I have to put gloves on. If I have to put gloves on, it's too messy. It's too messy.
You won't put the gloves on?
No. If it's that messy,
but
I'm not
crab
eating
legs are like that's the only thing you would use them for is like a seafood boil.
Yeah,
and
right.
You ate them, so it wasn't messy.
Yeah,
I mean it was a decent amount of mess. I'm saying, but if it was like that messy where it had that much,
no, it's just about not getting it on your fingers and underneath. Like you won't eat chicken wings with wing. Again, another choppyism.
Yeah.
You won't eat chicken wings because you don't like the stuff. There's nothing that's harder to get out usually than a seafood or the crab meat under your nail.
You'll get it. That's true.
I would agree with Choppy though. If you're telling me I have to wear gloves to eat, even if I like the taste of seafood, if you're telling me I have to wear gloves to eat anything, I'm like, that's not worth eating at that point. That sounds ridiculous. That's too over the top.
It's a lot. It's very over the top.
You guys are the laziest mofos I ever
Because
heard.
I won't put...
You go to the club. It's too much work.
That should have been OJ's excuse. He was eating seafood earlier.
Glove, flush. Glove, flush. It ain't running a marathon.
Gloves to eat, though. That just... what is that? We've all gotten through for forever.
Don't worry, Kristen. It's around the corner. It's coming. It's coming soon, Kristen.
What do we got? Like 7 weeks?
I think there's a chance.
Especially if you don't hit that mall soon.
Gotta go dumpster diving.
Kind of lost here. I don't really. Yeah. Kind of lost.
Rangers future. Your questions you're asking. Evan Carter Young.
I think there's a chance that Young isn't here. I think there's value. He's a starting third baseman that's won a World Series. He's been
an all-star.
He's been an all-star. He's got a couple years of team control. I think there's a chance that he's not here.
Man, does it sound like he's kind of like their Michael Gallup in terms of managing the head right now?
Yeah, maybe. That might be. Yeah,
I mean, I'm not saying the exact same thing. Injury recovery, but just down in the minors, a couple days, comes back up, you're good. And then last week he's not in the lineup for them, and then over the weekend he is in the home run, and it's back and forth.
He had a couple, he had a bad strikeout yesterday with 2 outs, but if you look over the last 3 games, he's got 5 hits in the last 3 games still.
Pre-arbitration eligible, will become a free agent in 2029.
Yeah, so you got control. I mean, you can have him as. That's why I think he could bring you some decent things back.
Since he came back, he's hitting. Since he came back up from the minors at the beginning of July, he's hitting 264. OPS is 744.
He's 27. I was thinking he was younger. I was hoping he was younger.
College, man. College, do it.
Don't go to college, kids.
Right? Will either Merrill Kelly or Tyler Malley be on this roster next season?
No, neither one.
Why?
Well, I mean, Merrill Kelly's out of contract and Tyler Malley's out of contract, and I don't think either one of them are necessarily worth bringing back.
So you still
Kelly would be worth bringing back. Kelly's not going to be worth what they'll probably have to pay. Like, so I just don't think they're going to pay it. So I don't think that's happening.
And
Malley, I don't want back.
You don't want back?
No, not for whatever it'll probably cost to bring it back.
The thing with Kelly is Bobby's right. He could command a decent salary. I don't think the Rangers want to pay that salary for at best a 3, and you're most likely a 4.
And you're also hoping Leiter fills at 3.
Right. Yes, you are, and that's a cheap 3.
Shoot, yeah, boy.
What a segment this has been. Segment of the day right here.
Do they try and move Marcus Semien?
Ruben, I know whose room not to go to on our Super Bowl trips. Ruben is weighing in. Why is Bobby sending me? I'm not gonna. Should I read? Bobby sending me screenshots of stuff. Why is there a WhatsApp message on here?
That's not WhatsApp. I don't have WhatsApp. That's iPhone.
No, I'm saying there's a WhatsApp message option.
Oh,
in this.
yeah, because it's the call. That's why, I guess.
Oh, sorry. What was your question?
Do they try to move on from Marcus Semien?
I mean, yeah, I would imagine they would have tried to. I would guess they tried to move on from. If they had an opportunity to move on from him this year, I think they would have done it.
$25 million this year. And your question is, do they try moving him for next year?
Yeah, they try to move on. Either, I mean, I don't think they're going to DFA him and eat that money.
No, he's reached the Shin-Soo Choo stage of his contract.
Which, by the way, Shin-Soo said he borrowed Adrian Beltre, like his daily schedule, and he goes, it was a nap. It was 2 hours after batting practice between the game, and went ahead and took that power nap. Chris Young was on the G-Bag Nation yesterday, and they asked, how hard is it going to be to move on if Simeon's gone for the year?
Well, it's hard to cover for a player who is so reliable and dependable, who's so consistent in terms of his ability to post, and really the quality of at bat, and just the competitor on a day-to-day basis. But, you know, look, it was a tough road trip in terms of losing Jake Berger, Evan Carter, and Marcus Semien. But we come home and we win 3 straight, and that's what good teams do. Every team loses players to injury, and there's no excuse. And what it is it's an opportunity for the next person to step up and help the team. And, you know, we got those performances this weekend from Ezekiel Duran and Cody Freeman, and, Rowdy Tellez is going to get more at-bats now because we've got more flexibility in the lineup, and we'll match up a little bit more. So there's just, Jock is getting hot. He's looked really good. It's just, guys, teams pick each other up, and that's what good teams do, and that's what I expect us to do. And my hope is it continues, because this weekend was a lot of fun watching these guys play for each other and pick each other up.
26 this year, 26 next year, 26 the year after, $20 million in 2028. So yeah, I do see them trying to move.
He does not have a no trade clause yet. He gets one after next season.
He gets one after?
He becomes a 10-5.
Oh.
I assume they still do that. They did, they've always done that. But he becomes a 10-5 guy after next year.
Okay.
Boy, I like that his whole strategy is like, well, Jock, he's really turning a corner. Love Jock Peterson.
Jock Peterson and Tellez. Look, you were wrong about Zeke Duran 2 weeks ago, and you.
What was I wrong about Zeke Duran with? His OPS is 500.
He's hitting like 400 for the month.
Congratulations on his 500 OPS for the year.
If you're hitting 400 for
Chris Young, you were right.
You said he wasn't a major league player.
He's not a major league player. Eddie Goodell got on base once.
You don't say about
Eddie Goodell. Eddie Goodell.
Diamond.
He was bussing. That's why Chris Young sacrificed the whole deadline for that, because Zeke Duran and Jock Peterson are going to carry us to a 500 record. Awesome job, CY.
Diamond Cat, man, this is developing. And all right, that's just a perfect way to end this segment. Diamond Cavs on the home of the Rangers with Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. How your text? Okay, I see you scrolling.
Yeah, she has people that are trying to get her on our group chat to go on the air. They're trying to convince.
Well, they're going to walk in your house and vouch for your pee? They're going to vouch for your toilet?
They're going to vouch. They're going to vouch.
They're going to vouch?
Yeah.
I walk in and
We're trying to mediate here.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's a little upset. She's a little upset. But,
All right, let's head on out to Frisco for some good, positive Cowboys news with two players. Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com brings it to us next.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
halftime score?
First 214 or 817-333-3233 with Frankel. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car traffic attorneys in Dallas.
Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. We'll finish up Ask Reddit with the KNC Masterpiece at 9:40 here on Sean and RJ. Good morning, Tommy. How you doing?
I'm doing great, fellas. How are y'all doing?
Doing pretty good. Been a lively hour on the air and off the air in the commercial breaks.
Tommy, do you flush when you pee?
We're not doing this anymore.
You know what?
I don't want RJ sleeping in my house this weekend solo.
Thank you for setting me up for this, Bobby, because Peyton told me about this in the break.
How are you listening?
I just want to say that, Sean, congratulations, man. You are no longer last in the funniest on the show rankings.
Oh!
RJ Choppy has been demoted to the very bottom.
Oh, no.
Because that is one of the most ludicrous things I've ever heard in my entire life.
Well, that should make him funnier.
Yeah. But no. That's not funny to the point of it bumps you up. That's funny to the point of how do you even manage that? Like, what goes into that? I've never even fathomed that. I mean,
it's laziness, man.
Yeah,
it's just laziness on my part. That's all it is.
Congrats, Sean.
Thank you, Tom.
Hope we're on better terms now.
I'll tell you, we are on better terms. All right, let's talk about the very positive news that seemed to come out of Frisco yesterday with Trayvon Diggs and Tyler Guyton.
Yeah, obviously a good sign to see him back on the practice field. You know, Diggs told us afterwards that he wasn't going to be a full participant until hopefully Friday. But nonetheless, you know, the fact that he's back and he's out there this early ahead of Philadelphia. Yesterday was 10 days before kickoff, is a good sign. And then Tyler Guyton, too, probably another guy who's going to need to ramp into team drills and probably is going to just do more individual to start off. We don't know that. We only saw the beginning parts of practice, which was all individuals. But I can't imagine that he's going to take it slow. And I think both these guys have the right mindset of, hey, you know, I'm not going to push it. But, you know, if everything feels right, I'll go. But they've got to look at the long-term trajectory. It's a long season, 17 games, and especially at the start of the season, it's going to be super important for these guys to be as healthy as possible because you look at the back half stretch of the Cowboys' schedule, and it gets really tough. So they're going to need these guys to be healthy and ready to go for that back half, too.
The great Alec Medford, the best in-moment texter at the station, has sent me the latest from Jordan Schultz. The Cowboys, oh, God, Bobby, hold my hand.
Okay.
The Cowboys are waiving Trayshawn Holden. The former Oregon Duck star had a great camp in preseason. Should be strong interest in him on the waiver wire. Tommy, are you surprised?
Not necessarily. You know, I don't think I would have been surprised either way, but I think you look at the guys in front of him and what they bring to special teams, which is really what you're looking for when you get down to that wide receiver 5, if they go wide receiver 6 range, right? Because you look at those top 4 guys, CD, George Pickens, Kevontae Turpin, Jalen Tolbert's probably going to be in that mix. And after that, it's, all right, what can you do on special teams? And I think Jalen Brooks and Ryan Flanoy give you more there. And that's not to say Trayshawn Holden's not a good player. You know, obviously he had a really good camp, had a good preseason. And, you know, he was better than I expected him to be. Not the best separator, but still, when everything came his way, he usually came down with it. And at the end of the day, in this league and in this business, you've got to be able to come down and play special teams when you're on that part of the depth chart. So not surprised, but nonetheless, wishing Trayshawn the best. Always enjoyed interacting with him and talking to him, and I hope he has a long and successful career elsewhere.
Tommy Yarsh on the D&M Leasing Hotline from DallasCowboys.com. I want to play this clip from Trayvon yesterday and see if you're putting how much stock you're putting into it when he was asked if his bestie, Micah Parsons, actually wants a trade or actually wants to stay on the Cowboys.
He actually works out all the time. Like, even when we were in training camp, he would wake up early in the morning, run, lift weights. He's getting in the sauna. I'm getting in the sauna with him. He goes home when we're home. He works out. So, he does everything that he can, just about everything can that, instead of being on the field. So, I know that, he's working and he wants to get out there bad. I know what type of person he is. I know what type of hard worker he is. So, I just know he wants to be out there.
Is that the answer, Peyton? That's not the quote I read earlier. He wants to be here.
Did he not just say that at the end?
Tommy, were you there for Diggs?
Yes.
What did he actually say?
No, I think, regardless, he said, yeah, he kind of in a roundabout way said, yeah, Micah wants to be here. And I think that's true. I think at the end of the day, and we talked about this earlier, these kinds of things that you see agents and players pull out of the playbook at this point in negotiations is just trying to get leverage, right? That's what negotiations are all about. And Micah Parsons, because of the terms in his deal and where he's at right now, just doesn't have a lot of it. So I think he wanted to get more of it. Micah's been effusive and, I want to be a Cowboy for life and things like that. And I know the trade request said otherwise, and some people read into that the wrong way. But at the end of the day, I think it's just part of the negotiation. We've seen this before. You've seen it from other teams this offseason. Myles Garrett requested a trade. He gets an extension. Terry McLaurin did it. He got an extension yesterday. Trey Hendrickson just got a $14 million raise yesterday after he requested a trade, and it looked like it was going to get pretty ugly in Cincinnati. So I think it's all just part of the process, and they're just playing the game. And at the end of the day, I still stand by what I've said before on this station, that Micah Parsons is going to end up with the Cowboys one way or another.
What was your biggest surprise that you learned from Jerry, if anything, with his media tour with Stephen A. Smith and Michael Irvin about the negotiation?
I don't know if there was anything terribly surprising. When he said he offered him the most guaranteed money to a non-quarterback in NFL history, I expected that, because I think that much of Micah Parsons is a football player. If he's worth anything less than that, then he's getting undersold, I think. So I wouldn't say there was necessarily anything that I was like, oh wow, that kind of surprised me. Maybe the agent comment, just because of, okay, he actually said that, but other than not really, man. I think that for the most part, he's been saying a lot of the same things that he's been saying. Hey, my deal was on the table, and it was in his mind it was a good, fair offer, and now it's just we got to cross that last threshold, and he's making it out to be the agent being the final threshold. I think there's a little bit of, and I'll say blame for lack of a better term, to go both ways. I think this is something that both sides need to work towards to get done. But at the end of the day, yeah, that's what it's going to have to take. It's going to have to take both sides getting together at some point and saying, look, let's put all this behind us and try to move forward.
Well, speaking of on the table, what did his teammates have to say yesterday, and your own thoughts on Micah laying on the training table during the Falcon game?
I don't think any of his teammates were asked about it. I know Brian Schottenheimer will probably get asked about it today, because he said he would have a conversation with Micah, I think yesterday or the day before. But I mean, it's not a good look. Straight up, it's just not a good look. And there are guys out there who are fighting for their livelihood in the NFL, and players at his position who are trying to earn a spot on the roster. And, if you come back to the bench and maybe you're looking for a pointer or two, if that's a guy that you want to go to, and, you see him laying on a training table, then I just don't think it's a great look. And I understand it's a difficult situation. I understand he's in a tough spot. He doesn't want to be in the position that he's in. But at the end of the day, it's not his teammates' fault, and I think his teammates have been super, super, super supportive of him, and have been big advocates of him getting his money. And I think going out and doing that is just not the best look. And again, I understand Micah's position; he's in a tough spot, and it's been a long process. He deserves his money, but I wasn't a huge fan of that, and I'm not surprised that other people aren't as well.
So, do you think his teammates, like you said, are so on his side with the contract stuff that they're like completely understanding about this, and they're even on his side on that?
No, not necessarily. I mean, I wouldn't know the answer to that. That would be a better question for his teammates, but I can imagine that's probably not the best. What's it called? Not the best sign of, hey, I'm here to support you guys. I'm still here and I'm showing up because that's what, Micah Parsons has said that. It's important for me to be here and be around my teammates. And he's showing up. He's been there. But if he's showing up and doing that, then, how much is he really there for his teammates? So I'm sure, again, it's not the best look. And I can't answer on behalf of his teammates, but I'm sure there were some that kind of looked at that sideways. And again, I think that, was that his intent to blatantly disrespect his teammates? Probably not. No, I would find it hard to believe that. But again, I think you've just got to do a better job of staying engaged and not doing things like that just because you don't want to be there or you don't want to be in the situation that you're in because his teammates aren't at fault for that.
Tommy Yarish from DallasCowboys.com joining us. It is cut down day, Tommy. So Brian Schott and I were talking about surprises on the 53. Give me what you think will be the biggest surprise on and the biggest surprise off.
Biggest surprise on? Let me think. I think that what we could see some interesting stuff in is the defensive line room. I think Mozzie Smith makes it, but I wonder about Perrion Winfrey and those kinds of guys. Are there other guys that they can maybe feel like they can slip in the practice squad and keep another on the active roster and hope they just clear waivers? Is Perrion Winfrey a guy that they waive but hope they can get back on the practice squad to elevate? Is Ernest Brown a guy that they can hope to waive and get on the practice squad? Is that maybe a versus battle between those two? So that'll be one. I know that's not really answering the question, and I'm sorry about that. But as far as off, I think Peyton Turner is a guy that very well could miss this cut just because you look yesterday and he wasn't practicing. And that defensive end room is going to be really loaded. And so is that maybe a good sign for a guy like James Houston, who a lot of people are fans of? That certainly could make sense to me. Is the safety room too crowded for an Israel Mukuamu? That's another guy that I wouldn't necessarily be shocked if was off. I don't know if any of those are blazing hot takes, but and then for in terms of on, I'll say I think they go 6 wide receivers. I think Jalen Brooks and Ryan Flanoy make it.
Tommy, Solo, Frankie is saying before you let him go, please tell Yar she's becoming one of my favorite guests on the entire station. So that is from one of our top Tolos, Frankie. He drinks a lot, though.
Well, man, you had to really put him in the ground after that. I say thank you, Frankie. And if I ever see you, it's a drink on me. So don't listen to Sean. And
fueling his alcoholism. Way to go, Tommy.
I said one.
Oh.
I said one, not multiple.
Covering.
But I appreciate it, Frankie. It means a lot.
Thank you, Tommy. We'll talk Thursday.
All right. Thanks, fellas. Have a good one.
Tommy Yarish, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Let's finish up Ask Reddit with a Can-See masterpiece and see if this 9 o'clock hour finishes the way the hell it's been going. Next.
After we get you over to...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out.
The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. If this is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Oh, man, what an hour.
Friday! Firehouse Tour, baby. Are you excited?
Yes.
Red Oak.
Red Oak.
Excited. We're going to be in Red Oak, Texas. And, yeah, you guys should come on out and say hey to us.
Breakfast, giveaway. Every time you guys do a show on the road, Bobby shows up, right?
That's true. I was at one of your Firehouse stops.
He did.
I know.
For a whole
one
segment.
will probably be okay.
This is 547 North Methodist in Red Oak. That's where we're going to be hanging out. And then I'll go from the Firehouse and I'll go to Don Julio's or wherever we're going on Friday.
Uncle Julio's.
Uncle Julio's. That's what it is.
In Frisco.
Uncle Julio's is good.
I thought it was called Don Julio's.
Yeah, we know.
That's
you
the
said it.
Tequila.
I know. I'm just saying, that was not me being sarcastic. I really thought this is what it was called.
It's Don Pablo's. That's another one.
That's what it is.
That
yeah.
was good.
Don Eladio.
What's coming up on the show?
Man.
Oh, no. Did you lose the run sheet?
I saw you sitting in there for the last hour, so I know you had to be talking about something related to your program.
You think that's what we do in there?
Did you get your fridge fixed?
Yeah. No, that's supposed to happen today. But everybody in my house has COVID,
yes
so how?
then?
Dude,
You know more about the fridge or the show?
I don't neither.
He's having a tough morning.
What happened? What's going on? It ain't tougher than what Choppy's about to deal with.
Yeah, that's.
Oh,
hey,
about the
but
pee?
I'm with you, dude. Like, if it's yellow, let it mellow.
Why?
But you don't do it for
Why,
3
though?
days. Because my grandparents lived in the Depression, and that was like, I just thought that's the way we're supposed to do it.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Okay.
I'm surprised you, because you grew up in the country like me. We had septics. You're not supposed to do that every day.
Man, the smell
that's
of
interesting.
urine overpowers.
This is
what
a
I-
modern society.
What if
Joe.
you're
hydrated, though, it doesn't smell that bad.
Yeah, that's right.
we just
my
had-
urine.
That's a fair point.
I drink more water. I'm like a
That's a fair point.
like
camel?
a horse here. What, a
Oh,
horse
tomorrow is hump day.
Yeah, I'm like a porpoise. I drink
bet
more water
you
than a
don't.
porpoise.
That's right. All right, Kevin, do you know
I
what's
just heard that. That was good.
Do you know anything that's coming up?
Yes, we're going to do the combo platter at 12:20, and our question is, what's a little thing that can just brighten your day?
kind of like your ask
Someone
Reddit.
else's misery.
Gosh.
I am not surprised.
When you hear what Bobby
That's
did,
your
when
answer. Oh no!
when you hear
something
what
else,
Bobby has done today to help Peyton out with
Oh,
the
I
problem,
got such a high off of that earlier today.
man, it's impressive.
but that's not for air.
I think it could.
I don't think it's good
really-
for.
I
don't think it's good for Peyton. Oh,
okay.
well, but not personal information.
No, I'm just collecting enough details for Peyton to know who
Aiden-
confronted him in the alleyway. The other
Aiden, get
day.
this on the fan cam, please. Twitch and YouTube.
Yeah,
And you guys are gonna have to judge the photo evidence.
he's a litigious little dude.
Peyton, go ahead and recap the issue.
So Saturday afternoon, I was going to the end of my driveway to drop stuff out at the recycling bin, trash bin, and this guy in a white truck stopped and was like, hey, you gonna move these dumpsters out of the way? I just ran it over with my truck. I was like, yeah, you didn't touch it. You just don't know how to drive. I didn't say that, but I meant it. And then he also said, are you gonna take care of this jungle? And he pointed to the shrubs in my backyard, because how my fence is it backs up to an alleyway. So if you let all the shrubs overgrow, it can stick out into the alleyway. I thought I did a good job of trimming some of it. It was left in a very poor condition by the previous owner. I've only been in this house for about 4 months. So I've tried my best, but he called it a jungle and said I need to take care of it ASAP. And I thought I did a pretty good job. And Aiden has the picture up on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And so I want your judgment on if this is valid for him to overreact like this, or if I'm in trouble.
That is a jungle.
That is a jungle right there. And Kevin Hagelin's
There's no
looking
way
at
that
him.
hit the guy's truck. It might be a jungle, but it looks like it's kind of like supposed to look like
is
that.
it
Like,
overgrown? I absolutely agree 100%. But it was someone else's problem before mine. I'm trying to help it.
It does kind of look like an aesthetic.
Yeah.
choice.
So I would water it.
That's a naturalist.
And you said it's a chain link fence, not a wooden cedar fence or anything?
No, this house was owned by an older lady, so it's all chained around the sides. There's one part that's wood that the other house next to me, my neighbors, they put up, obviously, but yeah, it's chained all the way around.
so then Bobby in the first two commercial breaks, or the next two commercial breaks.
I just asked Peyton. I said, "What's your address?" And then he told me. And then it was like 2 minutes later, I had everything I needed to know about the guy.
Okay.
And then he showed Peyton the picture.
He's like, "Here's his Facebook. That's him, right?" He goes, "Yep." I was like, "Okay, cool." I was like, "We can work with this." So
now
so
what?
we've been working on it.
Now what do we do?
That's good.
Do I dare
question.
ask
That should
what
probably
that
not be
means?
for air.
I mean, that shouldn't be fair.
Who
But
TP his house?
we have plenty of stuff. He is. My
13?
gosh.
What are you, 12?
The litigation, the cases I found with the city of Rockwell with this gentleman.
Yeah.
A dozen of them.
He sues?
Oh,
He's a sewer?
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah. It looks over petty things.
I think that should actually scare you, though. He's a Karen. He's a Karen.
What's the male name for that?
Chad.
Gary.
I think it's a Chad.
Chad.
No, it's a Terry.
Terry?
Terry.
I could see that.
Chad. There's too many
bro.
female Terrys.
Chad's a bro. Chad's a bro.
Chad's a bro. Gary.
Here's what I know. I know he apparently was being accused back in 2014 of duping somebody out of cash for about 5 weeks. And they're like, this guy ducked me, and I haven't heard from him since.
All right, let's finish up Ask Reddit.
All right, let's do it. Ask Reddit here on 105 Through the Fan.
Corey's face.
We're going to lead off with, let's go to Kevin Hagelin first. Kevin Hagelin.
Yes.
What's a basic skill that you're shocked a lot of people don't have?
How to change a tire?
Oh.
That was mine.
Was it?
That was mine.
I
yeah.
can't.
That's me. I can't
Cannot.
do it.
No.
I think I can figure it out.
I think you can
but
figure it out. I think
can't-
your problem is going to be where to put the jack.
I can't do. Oh, I know where to put the jack, baby.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I think it's
Like,
right.
seriously?
It's under the engine, right?
Yes.
You just
but there's
steady it
parts-
under
That's
there.
exactly where you put it. Yeah. You put
I do every time I see
Tire.
fast. Yeah, you put it
Yep.
right in the
Every
There's
time-
actually
there's
this.
a
There's
little,
actually this pan
little
right
can,
underneath the
this
car.
pan.
You just put it right there and
Yeah,
just
right
start
there.
jacking it up.
It's the
See how it
jack
goes.
pan. That's what they call it.
jack
Does your wife change tires or
No, we have. It's a modern society. This isn't like septic tanks. Can we flush it? We call AAA and they replace it.
And an hour later,
Yeah.
I did like Corey's answer from earlier. It goes, my grandparents grew up in the Dust Bowl, and that was the logic.
Yeah.
He's still
I'm not
Yeah,
proud.
Corey still thinks we're in the grapes of wrath.
I'm not proud of it. Also, like oil change, I wouldn't feel comfortable like doing it myself.
What's the point in your life where you're like, pass? Like, what's the age, whether for tire changing, oil changing, everything? Where
I think
you're
it's
like,
Like too much
Financial.
time has passed to learn it.
yeah, you're like 25, pass.
I feel like if you, as soon as you're the very first time we're an adult male and it happens and you have someone else do it, it's like, well, that was your window. Now
I
you
blame my
just-
dad. It all has to do with your dad or not.
My dad wasn't around.
He wasn't, and you can do it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, there goes
My dad was
theory.
around and he was super like handy with stuff like that, and he showed me a couple times and it didn't land.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it just didn't
He
land.
was too busy looking up how to take kids down in his fourth grade.
I hadn't been diagnosed yet.
He
We
goes,
hadn't
"I'll
gotten
tell
on the
him."
medication.
I'll send AAA my Google Earth location to come and fix it. So what is yours, Corey?
Skipping or whistling? Like I've seen.
can't skip?
Oh yeah, dude. There's plenty of people
Wait
that
a
can't
second.
skip. They just they're
skip.
I've
How
seen
many
it,
scenarios
seen
are
it.
you where somebody needs to skip or you
You just
watch
feel like
it?
you need to be
If
able
you
to skip,
skip
dude.
nowadays after a certain age, you get your ass beat. Okay? If I see one of you skipping across that window, we're going out there with the tire jack.
Sarah and I
I
were in
think,
Walmart
is-
the other day. We were holding hands, skipping down the aisle. That was before she was mad at me, so we're not gonna do that today.
Right.
But we skipped down the aisle.
Why?
We'll do that.
Skip into the bathroom. They had to
We
pee.
want people to look. We want people to look. Like, what the hell are these two doing?
Sort of like the whistling one you just said.
And the whistle, like, I wish I could whistle
snap?
better.
Yeah, I wish I could do the Phil
Jackson whistle.
Yeah. I can't do
So
that.
are people right when they say the snap is it's hitting your thumb or it's hitting your hand? That's the sound. I still don't believe it.
No, it's not.
No,
Hey, it's when
put
this
your hand
finger
here and do it.
here.
It doesn't make the noise.
Yeah, I'm doing it with it,
No, you're
touching
not.
it.
No, you're not. See, and then
It's not hitting my palm. That's not making the
I'm telling you
noise.
this. Here's the thing. It's rolling your R's. That's my answer. People, it's hitting your palm. That's what it is.
really?
Maybe not your hand. I don't know if yours is different.
Maybe it is. I don't know.
What is it? No, it's rolling your R's. I can't, for the life of me, tell Kristen how to do it that where it makes any sense to her. And she just goes, like it doesn't work out for her.
right.
rolling her
That's
R's.
not good for
We need to say
either
that.
of you.
Oh no, it's good because she can tie a cherry stem, bro.
All right.
All right,
Next.
next question. Here,
add
now it's ready.
that to the wife list of anger today. Man.
Hey, let's just transition over to this. Corey Majors, what is a sign a woman is attracted to you?
If she's making eye contact and biting her bottom lip.
Oh.
I mean, that just seems very direct.
Yeah.
What's a subtler sign?
It's the brushing of the hair.
Okay.
Yeah.
When they keep fixing their hair and brushing it,
Start twirling it.
they're down.
Yeah, I think
They
it's
want
the
attention.
arm rub.
That's it. It's
Oh, so
arm
she has to
rub.
literally touch you? That's kind of a giveaway,
No,
Kevin.
no.
What else? What?
Which
You know, I
comes
changed
up
my
with
answer.
Gretchen Jones.
She
I
put
get
her
it.
tongue down my throat.
I get it.
That
I
kind of
get
was
it.
my tell.
Her clothes are on the floor.
I get it, Hagee.
Her clothes are on the floor. I was
Naked
like,
in front of me.
It becomes the more frequent, like, oh, that joke, I'm hitting you on the arm.
Right.
Or I'm
Physical
like,
contact.
yeah, it's
She's
that.
like, oh, shit.
Yeah, it's that. That's when you know. That's when it's there.
I agree.
All right, here's a
That
great one.
impersonation is what you should do.
As I guess half of everybody here grew up in the Depression. People who grew up without
Corey's like
smartphones.
curing his meats to keep them from spoiling in the fridge.
I don't even have a real fridge.
They're
So
all
fucking
salted.
ice.
Yeah, you don't have a real
Preserving
fridge.
with his canned pears.
Choppy, people who grew up without smartphones, what did you actually do when you were bored?
Dude, we did this really strange thing. We opened up the back door and we went outside.
Touch grass, you nerds!
And we randomly knocked on our neighbors' doors unannounced, and they knew just to come on out with their shoes on and go play. And they wouldn't even tell our parents.
kids.
We wouldn't even
You know
tell
what?
the parents where we were going. Our parents just knew we'd be back at dark.
You know what there needs to be to show the difference in generations? They need to broadcast on the Ocho where you can get a press pass for it. How Gen Z kids today can play pool, ping pong, and darts.
Oh.
Do kids anymore today? Do any 16-year-olds play pool? Do any 16-year-olds know how to play
I don't
ping
know.
pong?
Because we go to the little pool halls or wherever.
Damn
we go.
right.
Yeah.
Bowling? Like,
I feel like it's hipster bowling now,
Okay,
right? Where you
yeah.
have the tiny pins.
But darts? Ping pong.
My kids have never played
pool.
darts. My kids have played. I have a pool table though, so like that they've.
Whoa!
Well, we can't really hit for the sides. It's too small of a room.
Yeah.
They can't afford to fly.
Yeah, get the short sticks.
We got the short stick here.
Yeah.
When we went on our vacation, the house we stayed in had a pool table, and I just obliterated both of my kids. And they were like, "How are you so good at this?" And I was like, "Adrian's parents, they had one."
Yeah.
and that's all we did whenever we were dating. We'd go out, and then we'd come home and play pool.
What, Bobby?
469 Reetma strikes me as a skipper. He does. Reetma would skip.
I kind of think it's true.
Stars.
I kind of.
He did. That is.
No, you got to go up on the stars.
Dallas. Stars.
One leg up.
Stars.
All right.
Otters better.
The K&C Masterpiece is next. We're back tomorrow with the Hump Day edition. K&C right now, the Fan.
remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it cinnamon twisties?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maybes?
Pre-curd?
No. I just said that. Is it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, asking the questions that matter, like, would you make a bet that the AFC North will finish like this? Cleveland first, Cincinnati second, Pittsburgh third, and Baltimore fourth, knowing that if it hits exactly like that, you get 400 to 1 on your money.
Oh. And how much was it? $10?
$10 for $4,000.
Yeah.
All right.
You have the place I can do that at?
No.
All right. Kevin's taking bets.
Hey, I
plays.
said no on this
plays.
audio medium. It's only if you're enjoying the fantasticness of the Twitch, the YouTube, and the fan, obviously with the fan cam that you saw. Perhaps I had other thoughts. All right, it is cut down day. Although I felt like we talked about this yesterday. We definitely talked about it last week. This 53-man roster, as you see it this afternoon, is not going to be what it ends up looking like. There's a whole lot of mechanisms in place to allow you to slide people through, get them to practice squad, everything like that. But there have already been some move-ins and shake-ins this morning. And I know Trayshawn Holden is somebody that's caught people's attention. But honestly, after that first preseason game, it felt like that was kind of his peak. And not to say he fell all the way off, but it felt like obviously certainly Flanoy and probably Brooks as well had surpassed him yet again.
And that's it's not much of a surprise.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering how many surprises there are going to be today. Because not a lot.
That's what I think.
I think this team is pretty fine with what they have, and nobody that they brought in, maybe James Houston would be the only one that came in with no expectation and then gave more. So that's he might be the only one. Perrin Winfrey kind of does stand out as one of those people that you didn't really have much expectation for, but turned out very good. Would it be a surprise if Mozzie was cut?
Yes.
I think so too.
I would. Absolutely. I would be surprised.
I think
by
there are
that.
a lot of people that kind of have this feeling about him, and they're like, no. But I think I would be surprised because that would tell me the Cowboys made a philosophical change in their approach to this whole thing.
I don't know if you count this person, since technically he was brought in as part of the draft class, the undrafted free agents. It's been trending this way for a while, but when you talk about expectations, Zion Childress making the roster, that feels like somebody who
he did.
Good for you for getting a spot where there was no spot for you.
Yeah, he's definitely one of those, and especially in the way that this secondary group has been. It's been up for grabs. They've basically been begging somebody to do something different in the secondary group. So whoever lands in that area, there might be some surprises there because we didn't really have. We kind of knew that at some point Diggs would be back. We kind of knew that Bland. Right. We kind of know that Ravel's going to have his spot at some point. The rest of it is kind of all right, coin flip. Just somebody prove it, please.
Now, Josh Kelly, Trayshawn Holden, John Stevens Jr., Tyler Neville. I think Tyler Neville's another person at the beginning of camp. Maybe some people were I could see a path for him to make it in there. Nick Broker, Denzel Daxon, Troy Pride, Lyle Collins was released. And then Christian Matthew is in the waived and injured category. We'll get a lot more news as the day goes along. 3 o'clock is the final cut. So hopefully you're listening to the Fan all day long. And I guarantee during G-Bag Nation, they'll have the final word and inside info for how the rest of the cuts went down.
Okay.
I have some more Cowboys questions that I hope matter to you on cut day. Now, this is a big swing. Do you think that maybe, just maybe, the Cowboys could be okay at cornerback?
Yeah. I mean, Kevin, did you just announce the Peyton Turner news?
Oh, no.
They're placing Peyton Turner on injured reserve to return with broken ribs per sources. This is according to Todd Archer. He'd been dealing with the rib issue and became worse versus Atlanta.
And I want to be clear. I'm not disputing that injury whatsoever, but those injured reserve spots, like with him and Maffa, are an avenue to potentially hold on to some players that you thought, I don't know how we're going to make this work.
And so that I guess that question is that good news for your boy?
I think it is.
So that's
I think it is.
Revisit your question because I had an answer. Oh, the surprise about the corner.
And just for James Houston, I just want to say, it's not a case of like I can be like, we said James Houston. Like you look at him in practice, you look at him in the games, he seems like somebody who it's preseason, but has done the absolute best with the time he's been given.
On the can they cover? Bobby this morning was like, I don't see it. I don't think they're going to be able to cover anybody. And for most of the preseason, it felt like they were just like, all right, we're sitting them back about 8 yards and letting them take care of whatever's in front of them. Because I just got to see if these guys can physically play in this thing. They weren't, you didn't see much. You didn't see much of the guys who you think are going to be starting. I think that Diggs can cover, but he's had a couple injuries now. So is he going to be the Diggs that we knew that had was on his way to have 20 interceptions in a year? No, I don't think so. I think Bland is very talented and has the ability, but sometimes gets beat because he takes some risks. Like these are real things with both of those cornerbacks. How do they play within this system that Eberflus has for them? So I think it's going to be kind of I think they're going to be okay. But I think what's going to end up happening, Kevin, that really forces a lot of struggle is if they can't stop the run, then it's going to affect the pass.
Yeah.
And that's going to be their biggest problem. And that's been their biggest problem for quite some time now.
Because I guess, Alec, I'm also trying to convince myself maybe that for 1 week you can get by with Bland and Elam on the outside, and then you go, I still think Childress first in the nickel, but maybe it ends up being Hall, and then by week 2 you've got Diggs and Elam on the outside, and then you move Bland to the inside, and then you hope that Hall and Childress give you some depth, especially at that nickel spot. But this might just be like...
Is the nickel spot your biggest concern?
I don't think so. I'm actually... I'm more concerned on the outside just because, again, the transfer from preseason and training camp and rock on to the regular season where I'm like, man, I think Kyer Elam's looked good, but have I projected too much onto, not real football?
I think, and sorry, Alec, but the Kyer Elam thing definitely does have me in my mind going, yeah, he's going to be like Diggs out there. Like, I feel like those two are big physical corners that will be good. And so I've made this assumption that we're good outside.
Yeah.
And that trying to figure out our nickel place is kind of confusing to me.
See, and I think that's where I am with the overall picture.
But maybe you're right, though. Maybe I have put too much on, hey, he's playing against a bunch of nobodies.
Or have I put in my mind that the fact that I could figure out a competent starting lineup means we're going to be good? Like for the longest time, we're like, who the hell is going to play cornerback? So there's two different plans of who can play cornerback. That doesn't mean they're going to be good.
Yeah.
That just means I figured out a 3-person rotation that we could use. So, Alec, the question with all that being said is, could the Cowboys maybe, possibly, perhaps be okay at cornerback?
Yeah, I tweeted about it, and I'm still amazed at the turnaround that Trayvon Diggs has had. And I do think that's going to help change the perspective a little bit, even if it is a week 2 return, which is what I'm expecting.
I can see that.
If Kyer Elam looks the way he did in camp, which is asking a lot when you're talking about jerseys and helmets versus going against real competition in a game that matters. If he looks the same way, if he looks the part, then yes, I do feel a lot better, even in week 1 if you don't have Diggs available. I do think that it could be okay. I do think that it needs help, but I think that it could be okay. And that's assuming that those 3 that you named all stay healthy. So, and you're going to have times where they're going to need to come out and sub out for a play, but I do feel better with that starting 3 of Diggs, Bland, and Elam. I do feel better about some of those guys behind them getting rotational looks more so than we need you to go out there and play a full football game, 4 quarters of action. I do think that it could be okay.
All right.
I wanted to make a comment because Mingo and Turner are both on the IR, and you can only have 2 on the IR. Is that correct? My understanding. So Todd Archer's saying that with that being the case, Maffa can be on the 53-man roster for 1 day and then be moved to IR and still return this season, which he thinks is the plan.
The magic of the logistics of NFL rosters.
Could be the same for Kalen Carson. So, like Kevin said, there's a lot of moving around and things like that we can do, and I'm sure there's going to be plenty of it throughout today.
All right. So I want to stick with Diggs. I have 2 Diggs questions for you. And Alec, you just kind of referenced this, and I think we're all on the same page now. So first question, easier question. Do you believe Trayvon Diggs will play in at least one of the first 2 games?
I do. I think he'll play in the first game.
Oh, okay. And you said second game is kind of what you're thinking. I think that's where I am as well.
Yeah, I'm expecting that, and I'm hoping for week 1.
Is it possible the Cowboys, for a $500,000 fine, not fine, not fine,
okay,
lack of bonus payment, and all the talk about, well, we think he'd have been ready faster with our guys, have re-sparked the intensity in a potential I'll prove it to you Trayvon Diggs mode?
I think it's possible. I don't know how much of it's talk, but
always a possibility.
Because he's saying it right. He's saying all the right things right now. Of I'm not worried about the money. I'm going to go prove it to everybody. Well, how much does the respect from the guys that play in this game matter to you? That really, when Troy said that, it stuck with me so much more because the money is something these guys play for.
Sure.
Well, when you have the money, then what? What are you playing for after that? More money? Not all the time. You're not always playing for that second contract. But it is okay, you know what? My whole life I've been better than that guy across from me, and nobody can tell me otherwise. And I'm just hoping that is what Diggs' mentality is, you know what? I've done all these other things now. Now it's time to prove to other people that I'm the best at this. I think that can be the case for him. He just has to go out there and do it. But but the Cowboys, I think, are, as you asked, kind of created that.
Yeah.
Because if this money part hadn't been brought him into question, but I guess then wasn't Mike Leslie's whole look, is he even playing in the D's nuts situation? I don't
recall that. I don't know what you're talking about.
You literally said D's nuts to Stephen Jones last year, and he laughed about it a little bit.
I don't recall that. No, I definitely do. Alec, is it possible that the Cowboys have created a reinvigorated, perhaps justification-seeking Trayvon Diggs?
Yeah, and Corey made reference to exactly what made me think my answer through is the whole Mike Leslie meltdown with Trayvon Diggs. And Kevin, you did say
he's nuts.
So it did happen at one point, and it's on the record. But that proved to me that he cares what other people think about him. He really does. He hears everything. He cares. Because he wouldn't have melted down in that way if he didn't. So I do think he hears the noise, whether it's from the front office speaking on this station against his rehab methods, or the fan base maybe saying he's not as reliable, what have you. He hears that. He cares. He wants to show that he's still a really good corner, and I know that he's itching to get back on the field to prove people wrong. So I do think that there's going to be a sense of purpose coming back.
I know it is cut down day. I'm not trying to insinuate that this player would get cut whatsoever. He's on the roster. But my easy yet complex question to you, where are you at with Jalen Tolbert?
If he actually had a reasonably good year last year under the circumstances of not having Dak around and being in the weird place they were. He had a good number of touchdowns, so he was a good target there. But I don't fear him as a third receiver.
Right.
He's not ultra fast. He doesn't catch everything. So there's this kind of, all right, man, what are you? You're on the roster. And I am the kind of person, now the Cowboys are not, that wants to turn things over. If you're not on the roster and kind of wowing me, then I want to find somebody that will. And I'm never wowed by him, and I thought, Kevin, whenever he was drafted, that I would be.
And that's one of the reasons this question crossed my mind, is because, like, oh man, I know his first preseason game, but Trayshawn Holden looks really good. Oh, look at all the separation Ryan Flanoy has. Man, it sucks that Mingo got hurt, because I was really waiting for him to do the things. George Pickens is going to be badass, and Jalen Tolbert's on the team too. Like, for the spot he occupies, it really feels like he just kind of like, he's on the roster as well.
And that being said, dude, with those two on the field and then him, he should just eat.
Agreed.
But that's the other thing, though. We haven't seen those two on the field and him. So how do we have a good understanding of that? And we got to keep him. We can't trade him. We can't cut him.
Hence the question, Alec, where are you at with Jalen Tolbert?
I feel like it's like when you look at someone's LinkedIn page and it's so specific. It's just football player for the Dallas Cowboys.
Yes.
That's all I think. Like, I don't think positively. I don't think negatively. He just exists. And I think he's in my mind, he's a victim of the Cowboys roster building method, where a lot of expectations get levied on guys that don't need those expectations placed upon them, especially at their draft slot. Same as Corey. I wanted to be wowed by him. I expected to be wowed by him, and he's just a player. He is a decent receiver. That's about it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. I already told you right here on The Fan.
segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
We're doing great. Would you be more excited today if the Cowboys re-picked up Ben DiNucci or went and got Tommy DeVito? I know, equally exciting prospects. Who would you be more excited about?
Mike White.
Oh,
same.
that
Yeah,
is,
same.
yeah.
I liked him.
Yeah, I always wanted
You guys are
Mike.
trying to set me up.
Hey, these players are available. We were talking about, obviously, quite a bit of Trayvon Diggs. Do you get the sense, and I know week one is possible, but do you feel good that in one of the first two games that we'll see some Trayvon Diggs out there?
Yeah, and I think that, let's consider this. The last time he played in pads was December 9th. They're going to have one padded practice between now and the game.
Right. God, that's crazy.
Right? And so, I think and he mentioned it, they asked him what, do you have to take care of most to be able to play? And he said conditioning. And that's what I've been hearing since training camp. It's like, is he in good enough football playing condition to go out there and play with one padded practice? Now, I don't know. They may say they get to the game and they're desperate and they say, okay, go play. But I think it's kind of chancy. And consider this. So from now until they play the Giants, it's 3 weeks. So he would have that much time to continue getting in condition, have at least 2 padded practices before going out there and playing a game. So it's not so much about, recovering from the surgery as it is also being in condition. Now, he did take part in practice yesterday, but it was a shells practice. And it was maybe a step above a walkthrough, right? There's no contact or whatever. And they don't practice again till, where's my schedule? Friday, right? And then you get an off day on Saturday, and then you practice Sunday, Monday, light on Tuesday, and you take off on Wednesday. So there's not a lot of practice going on between now and the game. So I think a lot of it's going to come down to, do they think that he is physically able to play a game somewhat, not safely, but without suffering some sort of soft tissue injury that keeps him out for another week or two.
And the way you're describing it, I know it's not exactly the same, but the way you're describing it kind of sounds like the scenario we've talked about many times over the year of, do you move a player back quickly when you're about to have a bye? You know what I'm saying? Like, the way you're describing it kind of sounds
I see.
a little bit like
because the bye is 3 games in.
Yeah.
Is that right? After 3 games, you get the bye?
For the Cowboys?
Yeah.
No, we got like 9 games or something.
Okay.
No, but the way you're describing it...
I see what you're saying.
Because it's the Thursday game, and then you have almost a week and a half until the next game. The way you're describing it sounds like perhaps maybe having him out there in week 2 might be the better way to go.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what's got to be in the back of everybody's mind, because when the question's been asked by Schottenheimer, and it's like, well, we're just glad to see him out there. He's working hard, right? But there's no definitive answer.
Right.
Well, yeah, he's starting in the first game. I mean, he hasn't even practiced covering a wide receiver in a real practice, right? Now, I know he's good and great that he's making progress, but again, one of the reasons they don't leave him on PUP is because you're not allowed to even be out watching practice.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay? So by him being on the 53, he can participate in everything. Even if he's not going to play, he can at least go out there and do some stuff. If you're on IR or PUP, you're not allowed to do, everything. So that's another consideration that's like, okay, we got him on the field, we can do this extra stuff with him. It's not just rehab. And so that also goes into the consideration to get him on the 53. Now, the other thought is if he's at least that close, then I think you have a better idea of how you construct the secondary, knowing that at least by maybe week 2, he's going to be able to play. So you may not have to go long on a corner, or you can try to get him on the practice squad, and then if you need him for week 1, you elevate him off the practice squad. So those are a lot of considerations they have to make here over the next, 3.5, 4 hours or whatever it is.
I don't know, Mickey, how much what's available is going to be determine this, but what do you think that they're keeping eyes on the most around the league of people that are getting released and cut right now?
I would think with him being nearly available that you're probably not looking at a veteran cornerback.
Okay.
If you do have as much confidence as they seem to have in Kaiir Elam, right?
What's your confidence level with that?
Yeah,
player?
I think he's been, more impressive than I expected. If you just judged off of his history in Buffalo. But he's a pretty sharp guy. Remember talking to him for a while when they first got back here after one of the workouts or whatever. And, he had a rough go in Buffalo. That second year he was injured. Didn't get to play much. The third year, somebody jumped ahead of him in that second year when he wasn't playing. And he didn't get much of an opportunity. But then they played him in the playoff game that year. And it's like, well, he wasn't good enough to play during the season, and then you played him in the playoff game. So I think there's something there we got to see. But I think what he did in the practices that we were able to watch, I thought he played well. And now the key thing will be if Diggs gets back, say game 1 or game 2, he's on the outside. Kaiir Elam could be on the outside, or they can put Bland on the outside, and then when they go to nickel, he can move inside, and Elam plays outside. So they've got some versatility there in how they construct the defense if indeed they don't have supreme confidence in one of those other guys, the Childress or, I'm going to forget the other guy's name. I'm sorry. The other corner that was playing in the slot that could, help him out on the nickel defense. Keeman Hall. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. And so they would have some versatility there on how they handled it. So because Elam said that he told me he played some slot in college, but that's a while ago. So we'll see how they work those 3-4 guys out.
I'm not saying he would start, but Andrew Booth. Oh, no. I was going to ask about his prospects and where he could sit with making the roster. But that noise led me to believe maybe you're not super pumped about him.
Well, I'm not. I don't know what they think. Let's put it that way. I mean, I know in the game, the one game he had the interception, but that was about the one thing I kind of saw him do. So I don't know. I think he would be on the edge of making the 53, maybe the practice squad, as a guy that's least played in the league for 2 years, because he didn't really play all that much last year.
What are we feeling like the plan? I know he got out there yesterday for practice, but with Tyler Guyton, the plan for him, and then how does that affect the rest of the offensive line?
Yeah, I think he's got a ways to go.
Okay.
I mean, that was the first time I've seen him in helmets and even shells since he suffered the injury, and I would imagine yeah, he's got a ways to go. So he's another one kind of in the same boat as Diggs. You know, if he's not ready for the first game, then what about the second game or the third game? And you'll just have to live with Nate Thomas. But at least when you see him get out there and take, you know, whatever he did in the practice yesterday, at least you know you don't have to put him on IR or you don't have to put him on IR return after you're on the 53 for 24 hours. So I think he's gone across that hurdle that you can just leave him on the 53 and at some point he'll be ready to go. Because a lot of times when guys come off, they just want them to be able to engage in all the stuff they do and not be limited because of being on IR or PUP or whatever like that. So I think that sometimes that goes into the consideration if you take the guy off of that NFI, which it looks like Revel probably will stay there, which means he's got to miss the first 4 games.
I don't know how much more progress you made on the Netflix documentary.
I finished it.
Okay. Because I was going to say, obviously, you've been busy. I'm curious, any of your thoughts, but especially, what did you think about how they broke down the Jerry, Jimmy power dynamic argument, however you want to describe it?
Well, here's what I remember. And again, you know, they're asking everybody to remember 30-some years ago, right? And a lot of times, you know, I mean, I don't have the greatest memory in the world to start with, but, you know, guys, you know, sometimes revisionist history is a little bit different. So here's what I remember about how the deal broke down at the end. So I don't remember the days of the week, but the night before they had the press conference to announce that Jimmy would be leaving, Larry Lacewell, who was kind of the in-between guy between those two guys because he knew Jerry, he knew, you know, he helped coach Jimmy and Jerry, you know, all his days at Oklahoma, head coach. So he was here as a personnel guy. And I remember him telling me at the end of the day, he said, it looks like I've kind of brokered the deal that they're going to go one more year. So basically, that's what everybody was reporting that night and the next morning in the newspapers. And so if the press conference was at 12:30, I want to say it was around 10:30, something like that. I found out that the press conference was not going to be about one more year. It was going to be they are terminating their relationship, right? Mm-hmm. And that was not what everybody was reporting. So, and I'm not trying to say this to make myself look good or anything, but that day was the first day I was going to do the ranch report at the ticket. And so it was like my first day on the job. So it was around noon, and I was supposed to do an update. And I basically said, sources told me that they're going to terminate their relationship. And everybody's like, what? What are you talking about? And I'm going, this is my first day on the job. I don't think I would be reckless, right?
Or maybe I
got a scoop for you.
Yeah, right? And so Dale Hansen heard what I did, and he had a live shot like at 12:15, and he comes running in, and he goes, you sure? And I told him the same thing. I said, I don't think I would have done this and get fired on the first day on the job, right? So he goes, and I don't know if he used my name or just said sources said that, you know, they're going to separate. So the press conference starts at 12:30, and I'm sitting there kind of on the side, not in the middle of the team meeting room. And Jerry gets up there, and you guys, he might have talked for 5 minutes, but it felt like 5 hours to me because he wouldn't get to the point, right? And I'm sitting there with a pit in my stomach going, oh, come on, just say it. And Dale's in the back waving his hand like, come on, get on with it, right? Because we're both hanging out there. And finally, he announces that we've decided to, terminate our relationship, and Jimmy's going to move on, and we're going to have to hire a new coach. And I'm going, oh, my God, thank God. It was excruciating. But that's how I remember and what happened was, and Lacewell was right. They had kind of agreed to do another year. And then in the morning, a newspaper article came out and it had Jerry saying some disparaging things about Jimmy. And Jimmy saw it and he goes, darn it, that's it. I'm out. I'm tired of this. So, but the bottom line on the whole thing was, I think, Jimmy found Jerry gave him a big hoop to jump through to get out because he was getting antsy and it was time to move on. He had never coached anywhere more than 5 years, and his 5 years were up, and he had been flirting with Jacksonville. And I think that it was like, okay, and if I remember correctly, Jerry paid him $2 million to leave.
Whoa! I never knew that part.
There was an exit deal. And so it was like both of them, kind of were responsible for this. It wasn't just the 1-8 thing that Jerry got fed up and
it was between
Jerry
$2 and $4 million.
But they were kind of at odds, and I think Jimmy. And you know what? It was weird because after that Super Bowl, and I remember talking to some of the players in the off season before this happened, and they told me that Jimmy coached them so hard after they lost those first 2 games, and then had to go on a winning streak at the end and win the final regular season game in overtime against the Giants just to win the division, right? And a couple of them said, I don't know if he could have coached us any harder than that ever again.
Oh, wow.
He pushed us as hard as he could push us. And it would have been, I don't know, February, beginning of March. I saw Jimmy, and it was the first time I think I'd seen him in ages. And I said, what are you doing, going on vacation? And he laughed, and he goes, I took 2 weeks off for the first time since I took the job at Oklahoma State.
Jeez.
Wow.
He had never taken a break. And he took his boat, he went to, wherever the water was, and enjoyed himself for 2 weeks. And I'm sitting there going, oh no, he's found out there's more to life than just coaching football.
Well, we have to take our break as well.
I know, I probably went too long.
That was fun. That was good. That was good storytelling.
That was an excellent edition today of what we'll call the Ranch Report with Mickey Spagnola. Thank you very much, good sir. We'll catch up with you tomorrow.
All right. Thanks for putting up with me.
Absolutely. There you go, Mickey Spagnola. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Ooh, you know what? Coming up next, let's keep that theme going because it's time for Baseball Nuggets, where we'll take a trip down to the farm. Next on The Fan.
I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, it's Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean my friend. It's just right next to it. This is your haircut, but that's your. I'm not saying this is your hair.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
0-1. Webb works always from the stretch, and the pitch is hit high in the air, deep left center field. Michael Hellman's in center now. He goes back to the wall, and that is gone. It's in the Angels bullpen. O'Hoppe with his 19th home run of the year, his 43rd run batted in. He makes it 4-0 Halos in the top of the ninth.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It is the aforementioned baseball nuggets, and I wanted to talk about a few different things involving the Rangers. I know we can talk about Cal Raleigh hitting his 50th home run, and that is freaking amazing, or the fact that Netflix is going to stream the 2026 World Baseball Classic.
That's really cool.
It is really cool in Japan, and also they are still the presumptive front runner to get the home run derby for the next 3 years. So Netflix is making interesting baseball choices, much like they did with football. They're like, we're gonna dip our toe in and see how this goes. Then we'll see what their next move is.
And I believe in November, Netflix House is opening up at the Galleria.
Yeah, what the hell is that? It looks stupid.
You better not say that.
Oh, sorry.
What if they sponsor the show?
Then I'll change my mind, obviously. But yeah, I thought it was a way bigger deal when I saw it, and I was like, oh, are we going to get like all this exclusive stuff? And they're like, if you like Stranger Things, we got some stuff.
There's a room.
Yeah. And I was like,
it could be fun.
Cool.
It could be a blast. You never know.
Do you think they're going to have a room to all the shows that they put out because they're super cheap and they're like, we don't care about quality. Let's just pump out a lot of stuff?
I think they're going to put, is it 6 rooms? Like one's Stranger Things, one's the Squid Games.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think just their successful stuff.
House of Cards, does that make the cut?
Probably not.
Thanks a lot, Kevin Spacey.
Talking politics.
All right. What? All right. So Gavin Feen, he had his introduction to pro baseball, first professional at bat, single A Hickory. He had an RBI triple.
Bring him up.
Then he that's not
bring him on up now.
That's not necessarily
we need offense.
What I'm getting at.
He hit a triple. Let's do it.
Feen added a line drive single, and so for his first professional game, he had 3 RBIs. So hooray for him. And also, hooray for the Rangers farm system, which is not as bad as we feared. It's not good, but it's not as bad. So, Houston, I believe it's Kylie McDaniel. Yeah, Kylie McDaniel kind of rates out the systems in terms of monetary values of their contracts at the major league level. If you did some projections and whatnot, the Astros are 29th out of 30. The Angels, 28th out of 30. So if nothing else, you know you're not going to be the worst. And in fact, the Rangers are really close to the middle. They were 16 before the season. They are now 17. And that's a good thing for the Rangers because they moved out Rocker and Leiter. So they moved out 2 of their bigger prospects. But, and we've talked about this player quite a bit, Devin Fitzgerald and then Cade Scarborough, who we talked about, I think last week, got promoted after the 5 hits of 5 innings of no hit. And then you've got Feen, Owens, AJ Russell as part of their new draft class. And hopefully the sooner rather than later return of Alejandro Rosario, who we've talked about quite a bit, and Winston Santos. So
Where's Abel Ortiz in that conversation? I'm sorry.
He, I think, is still a little bit lower,
Okay.
and I do want to know if Abby has caught on for him, or if he just still goes by that, because I've heard it both ways. But yeah, so they're still in the middle of the pack. But Ortiz, I believe, is pretty young as well.
All right,
like really young. The A's are 15th on the list. If you wanted to know about the rest of the division, and we've prepped you for this. The Mariners are 3rd. The Mariners farm system is stocked. They have, I believe, 7 top 100 prospects.
They made some big trades, and they still
Absolutely.
are pretty stacked there. So.
And then, I don't know how annoying you'll find this, but the Dodgers are 2nd. So they were 1st, but now they fell all the way down to 2nd. So their farm system is stocked. They're the defending world champions. They're about to have another MVP for Shohei Ohtani, and they have weathered an unbelievable amount of injuries, and so looks like they're still pretty well set up for the future.
Because they didn't have to pay Ohtani this year or next year, or while he plays, they don't have to actually pay him that much.
I also remain in awe of the ability to negotiate that contract. By the way, I meant to mention this. There we go. Yesterday, the Blue Jays made MLB history in a weird way. They're the first team in the modern era to blow a lead in the 9th inning, the 10th inning, and the 11th inning in the same season, but still win the game. So, like, on the one hand...
Oh, hold on. Not in multiple different games. In the same game, is what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Okay, I was like, oh, dude, they've blown games at each one of these innings.
This is not like... no, this has not been a particular issue all year, but yeah, they blew a lead in the 9th, 10th, and 11th inning, and still win the game. So good for them, for the Blue Jays, for making
That's
MLB
impressive.
history, I guess.
That's something these Rangers could try to attempt before the season's over.
You know what, at this point, especially after what happened yesterday, where every time the Rangers get momentum, they laugh and get the carpet pulled out from under them, I would love to see them make any kind of history that ends in a win.
Yeah.
Like, that's fine. You won the game? I accept. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how about we do some NFL overreaction or reality right here on The Fan?
Hazel babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg maid.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, let's do some NFL overreaction or reality. Gentlemen, are you ready?
Yes, I am ready now.
Alec, are you ready?
I suppose.
Well, I'm not going to say the next phrase because I don't want to get sued. All right, overreaction or reality. The Cowboys Netflix series felt like an extended PR documentary. Now, these are the words of non-politician Dan Patrick, who said, I'm just not really hearing anything I haven't heard before. If you get Jerry to sign up for 40 hours of being interviewed, I'm going to guess it's probably nothing too spicy or negative. And I have to admit, once the documentary was over, that's what I felt about it as well, because I wish they would have done one specific thing. I wish they would have cut it off at episode 7 and renamed it like How About Them Cowboys, because the vast majority, the first 7 episodes are almost exclusively about like 89 to 96, give or take. And then maybe 20 minutes in episode 8 is about current. So like Corey, you told me you thought maybe it's closer to like 95.5 old. And that's what I think as well. And I wish they would have cut off the last episode because it didn't really get into any logical depth or anything, and just called it "How about them Cowboys?"
Okay, I agree with that, and I think the PR part, I'll just say overreaction, because I think there are some people who don't know the Cowboys. Not everybody is as invested as we've been our whole lives.
Sure.
My kid has no clue about what those Cowboys were like. And so for them, I think like that's a good opportunity. If you want to call it PR, that's fine. But
I do.
I don't.
Well, the reason why I say PR is not that. It's just then in this supposed telling of the Jerry Jones tale, they go through his entire life growing up, and then they're like, all these terrible Cowboys people did terrible Cowboys things, but don't worry about all the Jerry Jones stuff. We're not going to get into that.
Yeah.
That's where I think it's PR.
I mean, it's still that line from his wife of "you just can't live with good." Like you just like that's a real thing. And there should be more depth about that. And like there absolutely can be more depth about that. I think, Kevin, because this team is so polarizing, this franchise is so polarizing, entertaining.
Sure.
I mean, like because of what it is.
Sure.
I think they could have made this multiple seasons. Honestly, and done more in depth on certain things. I think there's
like
a lot.
Steve Walsh?
For sure.
Yeah.
And again, I think we were told Steve Walsh said he didn't want to. Or,
if that's the case, then totally get it. What are you supposed to do?
But you're right. Like what happened after that with the Campo era? Tell me why that failed. Like tell me why explain that part of the story and that ineptitude, like whatever it's been since then. Why? And you know what? Let's go to that 14 season. Why was that 14 season so fun?
Yeah.
And why did it fall apart? Like there's more of those things, and that's why I say it could be. I think it could be multiple seasons because I think there's that level of interest in it too.
And see, from the 682, if he calls it "How about them Cowboys," then that gives Jimmy the credit or all the flowers. I do get that. Then here's my next alternate title for the 7-episode documentary, because I will tell you this, as the 7-episode documentary, because again, I thought episode 8 was super surfacey for a documentary anyway. I would have called it the greatest dynasty that was and then wasn't. Because like there's a spot from Michael Irvin, and it actually might have been in episode 8, if I'm going to dump on that one, where he goes, I think we would have won 5 Super Bowls. And then Troy Aikman's like, yeah, maybe not. But
Troy's always been very adamant of like, I can't tell you exactly.
So we got to, exactly,
you know,
maybe not. So we got to move on. But you look at that Cowboys team, they won 3 in 4 years, which is very historic, but also it feels like it ended and it got cut short. So that would have been my alternate next title for that. And it was very entertaining, but like I said before, it felt very much like Mr. McMahon to me, where I care a lot about this and I didn't learn a lot new. But you're right. There's probably millions of people out there who learned a lot of new stuff.
Yeah, probably so. And then there's millions of other stories that we would love to be told. I think, Kevin, when the documentary of the Luka trade comes out, that's the one that's going to be the one where we're like, oh, what? They're going to just drop bomb after bomb on us. And we're going to be like, oh, my gosh, it's just too much.
And then Nico said, well, you got to get in shape. And Luka said, or else what? We made it to the finals. And then,
yes, absolutely.
All right, Alec. Overreaction.
That's stuff we've never heard, right?
Yes, absolutely.
All the Jerry and Jimmy stuff we already kind of knew for the most part.
By the way, how crazy is it that we know all this stuff already in the non-social media world? Whereas it still feels like in social media time, there are so many unanswered questions about Luka.
Yeah, because nobody wants to say it.
That is a bizarre scenario now that you mention it. Alec, overreaction or reality? The Cowboys Netflix series felt like an extended PR documentary.
I'm going to say reality because I'm just going to simplify it. What is the job and the goal of a PR team or a PR move? It's to get information to people who seek out said information. And with the NFL and Netflix going into business together, and it's still a relatively new...
Much like the WWE and Netflix was. It's a very
Alec,
similar
really
track.
It's a really new relationship. So what are they trying to do? They're trying to draw attention. They're trying to draw eyes. So how do you do that? You have to be a little bit polarizing. So you do focus on some of the negatives that happened in the past, but you have to make the present look engaging. You have to make the present look entertaining and look like it's good. Of course, they're not going to talk about how there hasn't been any success in the past, 2 decades plus. They're going to talk about how Jerry's still running the show, right? There's still going to be that intrigue because he's still here and he's still wheeling and dealing. The gambler is still running things. So they need to make that product look like it's the most interesting thing in the world. Like you said, Kevin, with the WWE relationship, what did they do? They made a whole docu-series going behind the curtain and showing stuff that we thought we would never see before. And what was the goal of that? It was not to entertain the current fan. It was to get the new fan to come in and say, oh, there's a lot more to this than I expected.
Here's your Wrestling 101. This was, here's your 101 on the most valuable, polarizing, whatever other adjective you want to add to it, franchise of the business we're in.
Yeah, and Netflix ultimately is also creating their library of NFL content.
Absolutely.
And this is a key piece to it. No, that's a big piece of it would be the Cowboys for sure.
NFL overreaction or reality. Abdul Carter will win Defensive Rookie of the Year.
I think that's a reality.
You're taking him over every other defensive rookie.
You asked the question. You didn't ask about. Give me another one. Give me another defensive rookie.
No, that you get one.
Okay.
Abdul Carter, and that's it.
Then yes.
Okay.
And that's the one I think is going to win it.
In your face, Donovan Azaraku.
He's going to be on a really good.
I'm just kidding.
He's going to be on a really good defensive line. He's going to be on a team that I think is better defensively than they get credit for.
Sure.
Again, they were able to keep scores relatively low with Daniel Jones giving up the
You'll
ball
have your chance to talk about how much you love the Giants later. That's what you heard, right, Alec? That's what I was hearing.
It would be fun.
Oh.
Alec, Jalen Carter, overreaction or reality, will win Defensive Rookie of the Year.
Abdul Carter.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
I think Corey's Eagles bias.
It
was
really
creeping in.
has. It really did. Thank you.
I only drafted Barkley with my first pick. Other than that, no other Eagles on my team, nor Giants, nor Commanders. I believe.
You believe? Yeah, I think you're lying. I would say reality. I would take him because I don't know. I still don't know what to make of Travis Hunter in terms of his, snap count on each side of the ball and how it's going to look at the NFL level. I know he's going to be a good player, but I don't know if it's going to be flashy. He could be consistent. He could be really consistent as a quarter, but it could be the Byron Jones effect. What if he gets one pick all year? People are going to be like, that was disappointing, but, all of his PFF coverage grades are like the best in the league.
Right.
And everyone's like, well, still, he didn't do anything cool. So, yeah, I think I would take Abdul Carter.
Man, people underrate what did you do that was cool
exactly.
to help push the needle. Because we were talking about Nathan Eovaldi and make the run for Cy Young. And you brought up the excellent point that he had the potential to have the fewest innings ever pitched in a full season. And somebody goes, what if he threw a perfect game? And I was like, man, I think if he threw a perfect game, he would win the Cy Young if he kept all the other measurables the same because of that weird cool factor. And you're like, hey, don't forget, he threw a perfect game.
No, I am not a Giants fan, and no, I did not predict the Giants are winning the Super Bowl. I think Jackson Dart is going to be in a blast to watch.
He thinks the Eagles are going to win the Super Bowl.
I think Jackson Dart is the future of that franchise.
Oh, my God.
And it's going to be a headache to deal with for a while. I think Malik Neighbors is a phenomenal receiver. Dude, he had Daniel Jones, and he was getting 15 targets a game.
All right, Corey, I will adjust.
Abdul Carter's going to be very good.
This is an important business where you need to be able to adjust on the fly. I will adjust. Alec, overreaction or reality, Corey's hero, Jackson Dart, will be throwing passes to his other hero, Malik Neighbors, prior to week 6.
He is right there.
Oh, week 6.
Well, he is number 6.
By the way, this is a real question that I've reformed
Okay.
specifically for your big blue love.
You know what? Just to that sounds so weird. I think just to dunk on Corey's hopes and dreams, because I like ruining his dreams. I'm going to say that's an overreaction. I think it's going to be later in the season. I would think like in that 11 to 12 range. I think they're going to give the vets every chance, and probably just Russell Wilson. I don't think Jameis sees the field in any important situations, unfortunately, because he's a blast to watch because you don't know what you're going to get. I would say past the halfway point of the NFL season is when Dart would get any kind of chance.
All right, now, Corey, we get new listeners all the time, so allow me to reset the question. NFL overreaction or reality? Your hero, Jackson Dart, will be throwing passes to your other hero, Malik Neighbors, before week 6.
I was really hoping Neighbors would be available, but
I bet you were.
He was gone so fast. I think you said before week 6?
Correct.
I think it'll be after week 6. But,
tough break, buddy.
I really do think injury is going to be the biggest factor for Russell Wilson.
Sure, I agree.
I don't think he's going to be so bad they're going to just move on quickly. But Alec has a really good point. Based on record, at what point do they give up the season? Or decide, man, this kid has the things. He's doing all the things we have. Because from here on, practice, Mickey points this out with Joe Milton. From here on, practice reps are all Russell's. So there's no other opportunity for Dart to prove that he deserves any other time other than what he's already gotten. So I think it's going to be a little later in the season before that happens.
Now, Kenny Pickett was traded to the Raiders for a 5th-round pick. This kind of goes in that vein. Overreaction or reality? Dylan Gabriel will start games for the Browns this year, and Shador will not.
Ooh, I think Shador starts sometime after week 12.
Okay.
And Dylan Gabriel will start as well.
Does Dylan Gabriel get the shot first, you think?
Yes.
Okay.
I think Flacco is going to prove to be boring, and then they'll just be like, all right, what are we even doing here? Stefanski will be like... But again, this is Stefanski maybe trying to hold on to a job, and that's a key factor for him.
I want to say reality, and the fact that Kenny Pickett, got traded again in 2025. Somebody else wanted him. That's incredible. A different conversation for a different time.
We will get to that conversation in about 30 minutes.
That opens up a window for Dylan Gabriel to get some looks, because I talked about it the other day. I do think they will get to a place where they're like, okay, Joe Flacco's not moving the needle. He's not doing anything necessarily wrong, but he's not moving the needle. He's not elevating the team, so we need to give somebody else a chance.
So quick bonus question to both of y'all on this. I do not believe that this individual will be in the draft, but let's say he was. Would it be insane for the Browns to draft Arch Manning #1 since they just drafted 2 quarterbacks?
Yes, it would be insane.
But they use a 3rd and a 5th. It's not like they use the 3rd and the 5th pick in the draft.
What are they going to do with those other quarterbacks?
I really don't know. Hunger Games feels like the only possible solution at this point.
From the 3-2-1, does Corey have an NFC East jersey?
We need to make that happen.
His Jeagles Manders.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit. This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Continue sending in your ideas for Corey's NFC East shirt with the latest.
I just wanted to say NFC East on it and just be like that. I am a fan of the NFC East, like Rob Lowe with his NFL hat.
God, what a stupid hat. We prefer the Dalladelphia Go-Manders or perhaps the Geagle Cow-Manders. Continue to send in your ideas for what that NFC East shirt would look like. But right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time, 4 a.m. on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas, 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, sometimes being stubborn can pay off. Literally pay off. We'll get to that here in just a little bit. There is a very inquisitive look on the face of Kevin Hageland, and I would like to know why.
Alec, is there ever a chance we'll be able to work in any of the MJF stuff to your intro? I know it's pretty spicy and maybe not for the afternoon hours, but I did want to ask.
I've thought about it. And I thought about it as recently as this morning while I was sitting back here because I need to go back and grab it, but there was a nice clear cut of Sean Sharif this morning saying the great Alec Medford. And it sounds exactly the way he says the great Bobby Belt in the Below the Belt intro.
Oh.
So I was like, it sounds exactly the same. So I was like, we could implement that at some point. So yes, I try to at least every year or two kind of refresh the intro a little bit because I have the skeleton of it saved.
Yeah.
So I can kind of just mess with some of the other elements. So yes, that is on the table. That has been considered. And before we get to any of the content I have planned for you today, I do want to throw out there, I'll be at the Rangers game tonight. So if anybody wants to say hi, I'll be hanging out in section 19. So come say what's up. Corey's looking at me like, Like, that's crazy.
19's awesome.
Yeah, if you think I paid for them, that's hilarious. That's out of my budget.
No, I'm just saying that's awesome. Those are great seats.
I think that's actually the closest I've ever sat to the field at this ballpark. I had seats right behind the dugout numerous times at the old ballpark, but whenever, you could get them for like $15 because it was 105 degrees outside. Nobody wanted to sit there.
Yeah.
I've sat on the field.
Well, so have I.
Jared's.
Yeah,
that's
just
right.
like, what?
Like during the game, I don't think that's allowed.
Maybe one day.
Well, maybe we'll see you in jail then. The question of the day, gentlemen. We go to the National Day calendar. We haven't consulted them in a while. And today is actually a great holiday. It's National Dog Day. So give your pets a little bit of extra love today. But I want to know, because I feel like there's some people, I know Kevin will, that take a lot of pride in certain names that they've given their pets. So what's the best pet name you've ever given? 877-881-1053.
Can I give a shout out to that one Penguins fan that I always thought this was an incredible name? It was Bark Andre Furry. And I just thought you are operating on a different level than the rest of us. But one of our dogs is in fact named Boba Fetch. And that was one of the appeals that my wife made when she wanted to get another dog. She said I could name it what I wanted to name it. And I was like, really? And so that's what we came up with.
It's so good.
I wish I would have been good enough to come up with Bart Twain. I always thought that one was a good
That
one.
that is a good one.
I'm gonna go with Landry just because, but we always name our dogs with our last name.
Okay, so I wanted to know how you guys feel then about like the basic human name for the dog. Like our dog's name is Fred or whatever. Do you think
I love that.
Okay.
Yeah. Isn't there a dog named Kevin in one of the Disney movies? Or is that Doug?
Maybe.
Doug's the one
on
Up, right? Yeah, that's the one. I love the name Doug for a dog. Like, it's just, I love it. I think it's great. I've tried to get Adrian to do regular human names for our pets, and she wants to also, but then we find another name that we like more, and then we're like, okay. Even with Kodak, our the dog we have, we didn't name him that. We put a bunch of names in a hat, and he just happened to walk by and stuck his snout into the hat and drew that name out. We weren't even we were trying to ask Avery to draw the name. He just did it on his own, so we were like, I guess we got to stick with that then.
Yeah,
so here we
much.
are.
I love the human names. It was a couple weeks ago, I had a fantasy draft at my buddy Chancellor's house, and I had never been over there before, and he had a little miniature wiener dog running around. And I was like, oh my God, what's his name? And he was like, Joey. And I'm like, I love this dog even more. His name is Joey. This tiny little animal, Joey. That's just perfect. I love the human names.
Also, what did you say your friend's name was?
Chancellor.
What
about Julius Caesar?
I like that one.
That's creative. I'd say my favorite that I've come up with, I always ended up growing up, I lost the naming rights battle to my sister all the time. She would always get the one that the parents were like, that makes more sense, because I would have the most extreme ideas that probably shouldn't have gone through, but
your sister was more of a moderate.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's where we got some of the, like, either based off of a character or like even a human name. Like I think she named our one cat that we have right now Katie. That's a human name.
Oh.
Yeah, just Katy. But I have a French bulldog that I got to pick the dog, and so I got to pick the name. So I was like, all right, this is my time to shine. It needs to be important. It needs to make a lot of sense. So he has a name that is a triple entendre. His name is Finn. 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 And it's very fitting for such a dumb old dog. He's the best. But Finn Balor, the wrestler.
Okay.
Like he was still in the demon character at that time.
By the way, why is there a picture of Finn Balor up at the UTA arena where the Wings play?
Because I can answer that explicitly with great detail because I was there.
Okay, because I just saw, like, if you go out to the arena, obviously they've got Wing stuff, they've got UTA stuff and everything. Yeah. And then I saw a picture of Finn Balor and I was like, wait, what?
In 2017, they did a house show there. Back when they still did U.S. house shows a lot. They did a house show there. My dad and I were there. We were sitting front row VIP, so we were there before the show. We got to meet Seth Rollins and Mickie James.
Oh, cool.
And then, yeah, Finn Balor wrestled there. So I guess that was probably the coolest picture they got that night. And so they like to advertise and promote all the past stuff there. I love that about the CPC, seeing some of the old events that they ran. Yeah, they ran WWE Live there one time, got Roman Reigns to sign my title belt and everything. It was pretty cool. So yes, of course I was there because, I know how to party. But yeah, Finn for Finn Balor. Finn from Star Wars, because that was recent at the time.
Yes.
And then Finn from Adventure Time, the animated series on Cartoon Network. So a triple entendre there for you. So I was like, haha, take that, Dad. I always have the dumb names, right? Nope, he has 3 meanings. There you go.
I like it.
Yeah.
What about Buzz Pauldron?
That's pretty good.
That is
I
really
still think I might like Julius Caesar the best. That's top notch.
Reese's Puppy Cups. All right.
This is not a dog from the 903, but I like this. He said he had a steer named Sirloin.
See, that's perfect. Because that's a steak.
Uh-huh.
You're going to eat that steer at some point, right? Do we eat steers?
Huh.
Kevin?
I do not want to engage in this conversation because I have a terrible feeling about where it could end.
They are commonly raised and slaughtered for meat.
Oh.
I like from the 972. I have a big boxer named Tucker. See, another just basic name. I love the human names. The creative ones, great, sure, but give me all the human names possible. From the 469, Lieutenant Dan.
Dude, I love that. Because you have to say it like that, Lieutenant Dan. You have to say it.
Let's see.
You see him, and as soon as you see him, you have to get all excited and jump in the water.
Would you? Okay.
If you haven't seen Forrest Gump, you have no clue what I'm talking about.
Would you? Never mind. I want to ask if you would name your dog that if your dog was missing some legs. Would you name your dog Lieutenant Dan?
I mean, that would make sense.
Yeah.
From the 903, Buddha.
Aw. Safety.
I like that. Jagon and Terrell chiming in here from the 214 said his Chihuahua's name was Juan Bones Jones. That is good. That is good.
I like it.
He was supposed to be the best dog, but he had problems.
He's gotten a lot of peed on the carpet.
Get rid of his issues.
Not as different as you might think.
A few issues. Yeah, he's been around. From the 469, I have a pug named Frank.
Yeah, and see, with a pug, especially with that face, and you're just like, oh yeah, that's Frank. And you're like, what?
From the 817, my last dog was Dirk. The one before that was Bob.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
What's the origin of Bob?
You know what?
I think it's Robert.
You know what's interesting about that right now is Jess's dad will look at Noah and be like, no prob, Bob, or good job, Bob. And now Noah's like, I'm not Bob, I'm Noah. And he just has no idea about little phrases like that. And he's like, I'm Noah. And he just seems very...
Is he mad?
Not mad, but he seems very concerned that Pops does not know his name.
Oh, that's sad.
And he definitely does.
He still can't read. From the 972, they have a black lab retriever that they named Ares after the god of war.
Oh my gosh.
For a larger dog, that feels very fit.
Yeah.
I like this one right here. They have a lab named Boondog Saint, and I like that.
That is well
Boondog,
done.
come here.
And keep those coming in. 877-881-1053, Twitch and YouTube. For National Dog Day, the best dog name that you take credit for. But guys, Kevin, specifically, I've always attributed you to liking numbers.
That's true.
So I feel like this will please you. South Carolina man played the lottery 162 times, which, people play the lottery a lot sometimes in hopes of winning it big.
Sure.
But not only did he play it 162 times, he bought the same exact ticket 162 times.
Separately?
Yes.
Okay.
And he had a really good feeling about the numbers 1731.
Okay.
So he spent $339 total to play the 4 same numbers on 162 identical tickets.
I kind of want him to win.
And guess what? He won $811,000.
Awesome.
That winning right there was the largest amount ever paid out to a single player in South Carolina Pick 4 drawing history.
Because he just hammered home that number combination?
Yes. Yeah,
Wow.
so he was just so adamant, and they interviewed this man after, who it looks like he remained anonymous, but he did speak, and he said, I just felt good about the numbers. So he just kept on playing until he won. After $339, I would say that's pretty good return on investment.
Hell yeah.
And I would also say that, hey, sometimes being stubborn works.
I like it. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, where, well, at least a lot of other teams got deals done. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, Rangers Player Show at 3:20. Rangers pregame at 6:30. We'll start at 2 o'clock here on The Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Jerry Jeudy's been quiet so far. Thompson blown up again, and it's Trey Hendrickson, the NFL's leader in sacks.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're about 3 hours and 16 minutes away from rosters needing to be locked in at 53. Though, again, as we've discussed throughout the day, that is just kind of phase one that goes along with this.
What's phase two?
Phase two will be taking a look at all the other players that other teams have cut. Phase three, I think, will be now that it's set, can you move some people off of the roster and back onto injured reserve, knowing that they'll miss some time or in a couple of other different spots and vice versa.
Phase four, win Super Bowl.
Yeah. Phase 4,000. I'm just kidding. Maybe it'll happen this year. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it.
I don't feel like this is a controversial opinion by any means, but like, if you don't have Micah Parsons, you're definitely not going to win the Super Bowl. I know the counter argument is going to be Micah Parsons is under contract, and I definitely hear you on that because that is factually accurate. But it appears as though we continue on another day with no deal getting done, and now's the time. I think some people will say maybe tomorrow is kind of what they feel is the drop-dead date to truly see Micah out there in game one against the Eagles, or like a fairly close to full version of Micah, but still nothing there.
Yeah, I guess that next part of it is the Cowboys have 3 years of more control if they really want to. And that's going to be a problem for you. Now, it's not good for the Cowboys down the road, for other free agents and, for the league. It's not a fun thing. But this is one of those things where Mike is very ahead of schedule, and he feels like he belongs in that area where he can be ahead of schedule on this. And because in the past, NFL owners have said, all right, we'll work on extensions and things like that. That's why they're in the situation. Like, what did they do with Trey Hendrickson? Gave him a raise?
Yep.
Instead of giving him a contract or an extension, they said, we'll give you more money.
Correct. He got $14 million. He was due, I believe, $14 million. It got bumped up to $29 million with another $1 million available as a bonus if he plays at least 60% of the team snaps.
Yeah, and I like that, actually. Yeah. I like that kind of. I know he's not happy about it, probably, but he got
I wonder about that.
He got a big.
Really do.
Well, what's the key in these negotiations? Nobody's going to walk away from the table getting everything they want.
Sure, and I think one of the things, this goes back to something that Sean said last week when he was asking about how the math is mathing with the Cowboys, saying that what they offered Micah was far more. I think they have underestimated what those future franchise tags will come in at. I think they have
who's
the Cowboys. Okay. I think they have underestimated what those numbers are going to lock into because of some of the market explosion that you've seen from that.
You think the market's going to continue to go
Yes.
that direct? It's not going to drop anytime soon.
No, not at that position. Well, honestly, it feels like most NFL positions not there. Another thing that we didn't mention about the rosters moving around is just keep an eye on Sig and Goodwin getting, like, quote unquote cut to make room for some players, because the injured reserve designation is only leading up to cut down day. Once you hit that, then you can make some magic happen. So let's say like your long snapper and CJ, you're like, oh no, we had to cut them. That's really sad. And then you can keep, whether it's a Maffa, whether it's somebody else on the roster. And then guess what? Once that's locked in, all of a sudden, oh, you know what? We really need our long snapper and CJ back. And these players are hurt. So now they can go to the injured reserve. But we didn't do that right before the cut down because that would be cheating. But like essentially all the teams do it. It's not just the Cowboys. So just keep an eye out on that.
Kevin, something stuck out to me from that documentary that we talked about earlier. That we won't name it, but how much was Emmett asking for? Was it 18 and a half?
Yes, that might have been the stupidest part of the documentary in my head because they wasted all of that time. He wanted 18.
Okay.
The Cowboys offered 9.
And they got 13.6, which was that 100,000 more.
Yeah, the exact middle point would be 13 and a half.
So the highest contract right now is Barkley's at 20 per year.
Okay.
McCaffrey's at 19. Derrick Henry's at 50. Do you see what I'm saying here?
Yeah.
Is that like he wanted 18 at that time. The number on running backs hasn't gone dramatically up, has it?
It has.
It's averaging out around.
I don't mean to undercut your point. I believe that was 18 total over 4 years.
Okay, gotcha.
I don't believe it was 18 per year.
Okay, fine.
If I recall correctly. I'm so sorry.
Fine.
I'm very sorry about that. All right, let's go from that to tough day for Mike as the Bills did cut Shane Buechele. If you recall, we had an interview with Clark Hunt at the Super Bowl where he kind of sort of insinuated, if came just short of flat out saying, do you kind of hope somebody gets hurt so Shane Buechele can get in the game?
And he said,
Not
no.
really.
The hell are you? No, why are you even saying this? I don't want anybody to get hurt.
Oh.
And Mike he was like, but why not? Like he could see in his face, like, oh, come on.
And I
play
said,
along with me here.
I said Hendrickson was at $14 million with a $16 million raise. I got that backwards. $16 million with the potential for a $14 million raise. He's getting $13 million extra and has another $1 million more that he could get. Now, Alec, you mentioned this earlier, all the people who want to continue to trade for Kenny Pickett. We mentioned Kenny Pickett went to the Raiders for a 5th-round pick. Consider this. In the last 30 years, there was only one player who had been traded 3 times within his first 4 NFL seasons, and that was Sam Howell, who hit the market on Sunday. And then the second player was Kenny Pickett yesterday. So it hadn't happened in 30 years. And then Sam Howell and Kenny Pickett, it happens to both of them in the span of 2 days, both of which were higher drafted quarterbacks that somebody thinks they can fix. There's been lots of people who have been waived that nobody wanted.
Yeah, I was thinking Brock Osweiler, because didn't he have that thing where he went and signed with the Texans and then got traded to Cleveland and then got traded again, and it was like, okay, and now he's done?
Yeah.
He had this stupid contract that people were like, why would people pay him that much?
I mean, I would take that.
Because he must have learned so much from Peyton Manning.
Oh, I don't know if I believe that is the case. By the way, if we're talking about the injured reserve and how you can set some of that stuff up, Joe Mixon has gone to the injured reserve to return list, which means he will be out for the first 4 games of the season. Let's go from that to the top 20 players in all of football. We've been in the top 100 NFL countdown, and now we start with the top 20. I got 4 for you. Amon-Ra St. Brown is up to the 20th best player in the NFL.
First receiver I drafted in my fantasy league.
Ooh. I'm surprised. Were you bummed about not being able to draft this next person? Number 19 on the list is Jalen Hurts.
No, whoever drafted him drafted too early.
Okay.
I waited till way late to get Baker.
Then there's Derek Stingley at 18 and
good.
Dexter Lawrence at 17.
Dexter Lawrence is fantastic.
He is.
When it comes to defensive tackles, like that dude is an absolute monster. Plays for the Giants.
Yeah.
And that's what Micah wanted, right? He was like, get me a Dexter Lawrence. And they said, all right, we got you Mozzie. And he was like, hell yeah, let's go. And then he played behind him for a little bit. It was like, this is ridiculous. What are we doing?
Now, I apologize if I've spent too
Around
much time on this story. It just fascinates me to no end. Kellen Moore continues to put off the real decision to be made by waiving Jake Haener because that was the issue they needed to deal with. He still has not picked a starting quarterback because really, what's the point?
That being said, remember Jake Haener's picture
Yeah.
Yes.
Was it like a fashion picture or something?
He looked like he'd done. What was it at the mall that they used to have?
Glamour shots.
Yeah, it looked like a glamour shot picture. He looked so handsome.
All right, now I'm going to type in Jake Hainer glamour shots.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it was a glamour shot.
No,
but...
it looks like the way he's looking.
Oh, goodness.
It's a model picture.
It's the one where he's holding the front of his jersey and he's looking, he's like, hey, I could be the mistake you make tonight. All right. Was that not the vibe you took from that, Alec? It
was, but I'm saving that.
Oh, okay. Whoops, my bad. Well, that was the vibe that I took from that as well. All right. Jacoby Myers requested a trade almost at the same time that Las Vegas agreed to bring back Amari Cooper. Did you forget for half a second that Amari Cooper still existed in the NFL?
No, I did not, because it seemed like every week somebody would bring that up on the fan text. Like, why aren't the Cowboys looking at Amari Cooper? I'm like, what?
They could trade a fifth-round pick for him.
Yeah, that's how much he was worth, obviously. But that was, I wasn't surprised about that. And then people over the fantasy weekend were like, where the hell is Amari Cooper? And now you know where he is. And it's going to be, I'm sure he's going to be healthy the whole season. Everything's going to work out for him.
Oh, we're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's going to be a pack segment. The deGrom versus the Angels curse continues. Fake Babe Ruth. And I think Corey's got a story for us as well. All of it next right here on The Fan.
I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Breakup?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
Who said that? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors. And, of course, the famous Professor Alec Medford. I would like to add that to your descriptor because you just look smarter with those glasses on. And I know the way I talk makes things sound sarcastic. I am not being sarcastic. You look like you have 2 doctorates when you wear those glasses.
Oh, 2 doctorates?
That's right.
Man, Doc Medford on the way. There we go.
That's how smart I think you look.
Double Doc.
That's right.
Double
we can call
Doc
him
Med.
Double D for short.
Oh.
Now, it is Cowboys cut down day. Feels like that was relevant to what we were talking about in the break. It is Cowboys cut down day. Got to get it to 53 by the time you get to 3 o'clock. And again, we talked about the mechanisms of maybe they release a couple of players that are not truly being released. It's a handshake deal. And we've talked about this since last week. I think you all need to accept that I need to accept as well that Mozzie Smith is going to be on that roster. But what I really want to see...
I refuse.
Okay, well, try to act surprised when you see it happen. And still the person that I'm holding out hope for
Try to act surprised.
is James Houston.
Dude,
I don't know.
I understand
fingers
why.
crossed.
And I wonder how much... Do you feel like Micah's situation helps that at all? Because...
Not necessarily just because the roster spot is still taken up. Like, I get your point about, like, oh, we got depth, and now all of a sudden you're like, well, maybe this guy will play some.
I know the roster spot's taken up, but
I don't know.
The actual player being on the field is important.
Yeah,
I need dudes that can go after the quarterback.
I don't know if he makes it, but obviously I really hope that he... Who needs Micah? We have James Houston. I hope that was prefaced with... I think that was prefaced with, I'm not saying, but if he makes the roster now, I feel like I look pretty smart. No, actually what would really need to happen is Micah would need to sit that first game and you would need James Houston with like 2 sacks or a forced fumble or something like that. Then I could play that clip with pride.
Like, hey, we got the next Charles Haley out
Hell
there.
yeah. Man, Charles Haley was a star of that documentary. As much as there were parts of it that I didn't love, dude, he just says everything
Whatever
like
he wanted.
it is.
Yeah, he knew he was, and he did, right?
respect
he
it.
did.
Now, let's go to the Rangers. In fact, let's go to the very first pitch that Jacob deGrom had, the very first pitch of the game. Let's see how it went.
And the first pitch is hit high in the air to left field. Back a few steps is Osuna. He's at the wall. He leaps, and that ball is gone. Neto, who had 4 leadoff home runs in 1 month this year to tie a league record, hits the first pitch of the ball game over the fence in left field and gives the Angels an immediate 1-0 lead.
Now, do I still think his name should be Zach Neto? Yes, I do. But also, this has continued the struggles that deGrom has had against the Angels. Now, I know he would only give up 1 more run in the game, but again, 5 innings, 2 earned runs. I'll let him explain it for himself, how he didn't feel like he pitched very well. But going into this game, in his first 2 starts against the Angels this season, deGrom had given up 8 runs in 10 1/3 innings for a 6.97 ERA. And so he's really struggled. And in his 3 starts against the Angels, the Rangers have won none of those games.
And the thing about it too, Kevin, you talk about the numbers that he's given up. They swing confidently against him.
They really do.
And nobody typically swings confidently against DeGrom. Like that's the real situation. It just seems like they've figured something out. And sometimes that happens. Sometimes you have a team that they know the thing about you. They aren't sharing the secret with the rest of the league, and they just batter you around. And you're like, what do they know that you're trying to figure that out? I did learn last night last time he faced the Angels in Anaheim, he kept having. I was saying that he looked like he was having problems with the mound. I don't know if you remember me discussing that. He looked like every time he was throwing, he would. Yeah. And they said last night that he said him and the opposing pitcher were stepping into the same hole. So where their placement of their foot was going the same spot, and it was creating problems for him. But he didn't look comfortable on the mound at times last night, and that was rough.
See, and I think this is one of the reasons. Because Jacob deGrom expected a lot going into that start. I don't know what that look is.
I have to confirm this, Kevin. But this is not. You do not care about this as much as I
thought you were going to tell me that James Houston made the team. What the hell?
Not yet. Oh, it is. It appears that Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce are now engaged.
Oh,
so there you go. Look, you got pictures. They're engaged. Are you happy for them?
Nice. I am happy for them.
Good. All right, that's it. That's all I needed.
Okay. All right. So Jacob deGrom, he said his start yesterday was frustrating because you go out there, you feel good. The bullpen in between felt good. He was like warming up, felt really good. And then you go out there and I'm not able to throw the ball where I want.
Yeah.
So Jacob deGrom himself was like, all the categories were clicking. Like Mike said, and I might be paraphrasing a little bit, is like you go out there and like you a third of the time you don't really have your stuff. Another third of the time you're like, I got everything. And another third of the time you're like, okay, well, we'll see how it goes. But I feel pretty okay. And I'm sorry if I paraphrase that not quite correctly. But Jacob deGrom was like, click, 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 check on all of these things. I feel really good about it. And then he pitched to what he said was not able to get the ball where he wanted.
Yeah, and that's not typical him.
Yes,
agreed. And that's what can you blame that on? We asked Bochy last week, hey, are you kind of surprised that you've gotten as much out of him as you have this year?
Yeah.
And he's like, obviously not the talent, because the talent is, we knew what the talent was. He's one of the best ever. But yes, the amount of innings that he's pitched, the fact that he's been healthy all season. So, Kevin, that's probably his body's probably a little surprised. Like I feel like that's got to be something. And DeGrom's not going to go out there and say that. He's not going to go out there and because he's the kind of guy who's just competitive. So he's like, I should be doing the things I want to do, and that's got to be frustrating for him. But this is one of those. Hopefully, he finishes the season, goes okay. I'll be prepared more next year.
And that is the specific phrase he used. He goes, "This is frustrating." All right. Do you want to tell your story, or do you want me to tell you the saga of fake Babe Ruth?
Let's hear fake Babe Ruth. My story's fun, but this one is insane.
All right, so this story has taken a turn. Oh, no, Alec looks sad now. Is this a fake engagement?
This is not a fake engagement.
Okay.
I did get yelled at for not watching the game the same way somebody watched it. Deuce Vaughn has been cut or waived.
Okay.
The Cowboys are waiving Deuce Vaughn. So
that the last 4 days have been fascinating for that. Because on Friday night, it really did seem like maybe the direction was going to be Deuce Vaughn over Phil Maffa for that roster spot. And then things changed rather quickly.
Well,
the injury.
And what's the other, not just the injury, but Kevin, think about this for a second. You have something that you've had for a while, and it's not done. It's not become, the starting tool that you go to. Then you get a new tool, and you're like, well, I guess I got to get rid of one of them. I'm not getting rid of the new tool. Even if it was a 7th-round pick tool, I'm not getting rid of it because I already had a 6th-round pick tool that hasn't done anything, splashy for me yet. So I'll go with the potential unknown as opposed to the thing that I do know.
Sure.
And I feel like that's where that was an unfortunate situation in that running back room that it's tough. look, man, Deuce Vaughn, first off, great story. Secondly, he was a really good running back in college. Get the ball in his hands, and he's going to beat somebody. And I still think he has a place in the NFL. This team it's not for him to be the full-time guy for them.
Now, the first time I saw this story, I thought it was one of the dumber headlines I'd ever seen. And I think it was on maybe ESPN or some other reputable sports website. It said, a man named Babe Ruth got arrested. And I was like, who gives an F? That's the story. But then I saw it pop up again and again and again. And I'm not going to lie, I hated myself just a little bit when I clicked on the story because I had to know why this was a story. A Tennessee man named George Herman Ruth, who, of course, like the iconic baseball player, went by Babe Ruth, was arrested. And then I found out there's more to the story that makes it far, far more interesting. He was arrested for fraud. He currently faces 91 counts of mail fraud, aggravated identity theft, money laundering, and fraudulent use of Social Security numbers because he used the names of hundreds of deceased or retired professional baseball players to submit fraudulent actions. His name is George Herman Ruth, a.k.a. Babe Ruth. And he's like, I don't know how that worked. Did he say, hey, me and Jackie Robinson are hanging out. Can you get me some stuff? Like, I don't know how this worked. Me and Al Kaline had an idea for a brewery. I don't know. But apparently, he has been accused of stealing upwards of $550,000.
That's a lot of
using
money.
Retired or dead baseball player names as he himself is named George Herman Ruth, a.k.a. Babe Ruth.
Yeah, I love this story, Kevin.
It's so weird.
But I wonder, here's what I wonder. How often when he was growing up as George Herman Ruth, because I'm just going to presume this is his real, legitimate name.
It by all accounts, it is.
How often, did he get mail or something that allowed for him to do this? And then he saw the loophole. And he was like, dude, I could just do this with a bunch of these old names, and they're never going to care. Like, he probably had seen this work with his name, and he was like, okay, this is going to work for me in other ways. And then it did. And somebody was like, hey, Kevin, alkaline is a battery.
No, Alkaline.
But obviously, you want to have a battery company with Alkaline.
All right. You know what? I would say that's as dumb as it gets.
Wade
but
Boggs
wait,
is the brewery guy.
That's true.
He's drinking all your beers.
So this fella had previously been in prison for fraud with the IRS in 2020, and he just got released 2 years ago. Now, there's one more part of this story that's even more absurd. He also used the name of some deceased players, including an infielder from the Philadelphia Athletics who played in the 1860s, and somebody for the St. Louis Brown Stockings, which apparently was a team in 1876 and 1877.
Wow. I wonder if he used this power to vote sometimes, too, because of mail-in voting. And, and he's the kind of guy, right, that you would suspect.
Also, how old were these people? Like, these people all had to be 90, and it's like, hey, it's Mel Ott here.
What companies was he fraud? Like, was he frauding companies?
I think it was individual
people.
I believe is the way I understand it. So, yeah, there's my fake Babe Ruth story, and bravo to the journalistic community for putting this story out at a time that I thought it was the dumbest headline ever, and now we find out there is weird stuff to this story that is interesting.
I do question right now the release of the Taylor and Travis engagement photos, Kevin.
What are they trying to undercut?
Cut day.
Right? But it's not it would be different if Deuce Vaughn was getting engaged to Taylor Swift. Then I'd be like, that makes sense. It's a tough day because you got cut. But also, hopefully you found the love of your life. So it's okay.
I think this is Travis trying to take care of all the players out there that are getting cut.
Okay.
Instead of like, hey, look, guys, I'll take all the media attention off of y'all so y'all don't have to stress about being cut today. I think that's a good job on him.
Is this going to be a tough day for content going forward? Because Travis Kelce is a football player. And every sports website is going to be engulfed by this.
Oh yeah, most of the sites you go to look at stuff, you're going to have to sift through some of this stuff to get to the good things.
Okay.
And other really good reporters with really good reports, that stuff's going to get buried beneath it.
Okay, I don't know. I need explanation. I don't understand this. People.com says that Taylor Swift wrote in the caption, "Your English teacher and your gym teacher are getting married." What does that mean?
I have no clue.
Okay.
I'm sure it's some song, some cryptic thing.
You should know this. You love Taylor Swift.
I do. But Travis loves her more, obviously.
Or else you would have been in that photo.
No, I'm very married, Kevin.
I don't understand the
I am
implication.
very married.
Okay.
Kevin, last night I was watching the Rangers lose, and Mike Bassick was on yet another loss for the Rangers. And the
this has got to be a tough season.
they were having a conversation, him and Dave Raymond. Dave Raymond lived out what we experienced for 6 years.
Okay, good.
And it was Dave Raymond. He was kind of, and I can't remember which player he was talking about at the time, but he was like, "Look, you maybe had a rough day, and if one of your friends, one of your guys is having a rough day, and they come in and they're not feeling it, maybe you can give them a little bit of grace. Maybe you can let them." And then it was quiet for a second, and Mike goes, "Or you can just tell them to deal with it like I do." And he was like, "That's what I'm talking about, Mike." And they were going on, like they continued to have that same conversation about, can you not be? And he was like, "That's not how I am. I'm an irritator. That's what I am." And I was like, "Oh my gosh." And then the last line that really got me, and I think I did tweet it last night, was, "I wish you'd spend a little more time with Sue, Mike."
Oh,
I think you should spend a little more time with Sue. And the reality of, like, look, man, Mike he's a good friend. He really is. He is working with him, and there's this part of Mike that's charming and genuine, but Mike also knows who he is, and he also knows that he can get under your skin. And Dave Raymond's experienced both sides of Mike, and that was fun to hear and see and watch play out in front of my eyes last night. I think it's time for you to spend a little more time with Sue.
That is that's fair.
That was good.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the Combo Platter Little Things Edition. Give us a sports opinion, and then what little thing automatically makes your day better? And for Corey, is it this engagement? We'll discuss next right here on The Fan.
like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut, but that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Ben DiNucci, the quarterback, and the former Cowboy launches one deep to the middle, tipped in the air, intercepted by Robert Rochelle, and he comes left Rochelle to around the 30-yard line of Dallas. DiNucci's air ball was tipped up in the air, and Rochelle came down with a carom.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where we have breaking sports news that is not about an engagement. In case you wanted to know, the Texas Rangers will open the 2026 regular season with two. Okay, there we go. With not one, but two road series.
What?
They will open on the road against Philadelphia, which actually could be kind of cool in the 250th anniversary of America. And then they will be on the road against Baltimore before hosting the Cincinnati Reds in the home opener on April 3rd. So if you want to plan your life accordingly, Friday, April 3rd will be the season home opener for the Rangers after two road series.
That's okay.
Are you kind of bummed? Because you're on the road for a week.
It's going to take a while for us to have opening day here.
Yeah.
And I feel like opening day is a lot of fun but it's going to feel so far away, you know?
Yeah.
You'll be like, okay, whatever.
Well, look, and usually the Rangers get the benefit of the doubt. They've had 55 seasons coming up, and this will be the 23rd time they've opened on the road. So more often than not, they're at home, and it's just the third time in the last 11 years the Rangers have opened the season on the road.
Really?
But they're going to have to play better on the road than they do this season because they are scheduled to play 16 of their first 22 games on the road.
Ooh.
So if you see the team play anywhere near the same that they have played on the road this year, this could go poorly.
I'm sure it's going to be fine.
Okay, great.
I'm sure the end of this season will be fine, too.
Okay, I like that enthusiasm. The end of next season, by the way, they will end on the road as well. 3-game road trip to Minnesota.
Kevin.
Yes.
Tom Pelissero says the Cowboys are waiving Jalen Brooks.
I can't say I'm surprised by that. I know some people's projections had Jalen Brooks in the mix, so that means they're going 5 at wide receiver.
You think so?
Right?
We'll have to. Well,
I mean, with the injured reserve for Mingo, so you don't count that to start because then it's going to be CD and Pickens and Tolbert and Turpin and Flanoy, I would assume.
Also, other news: Adam Schefter reporting the Cowboys are sending offensive lineman Awesome Richards to the New Orleans Saints.
Oh,
per sources.
What do we get? Does it say what
That's
we get?
all the information I have at the moment, Kevin. When I know more, I will let you know.
Look, this move actually makes a whole lot of sense to me. And this is one of the things that we've talked about the last couple weeks.
Kellen Moore needs an offensive lineman.
Yeah, that ain't going to help him.
And a quarterback.
Yeah. Now, if you were like, they traded for Josh Allen, I'd be like, okay, well, that's confusing for Buffalo. But that makes all the sense in the world for New Orleans. This is what you see a lot at this time of year. So I'm assuming they got like a conditional 7th round pick, or maybe a 6th round pick, whatever. And Corey, you put this in a great perspective last week. You pay the price for a player that you know is probably going to be released, so you don't have to wait in line.
Right, yeah, exactly.
Or you don't have to compete with other teams. So Kellen Moore knows Awesome Richards, and he's like, I like that guy. I think we could do something with him. And then it's like, is he worth like a 6th or 7th round pick so you don't have to compete with everybody else? The answer definitively is yes. So that is one player that it kind of feels like was going to get cut maybe then, and the Cowboys get some value out of it, which I always appreciate. But yeah, I would think that means that's your 5 wide receivers with whenever Mingo comes back. We'll see how it shakes out then. Sound fair? That sounds fair, right?
I feel like that's where we are at this moment.
Good. Now, it's the Little Things edition of the Combo Platter. 877-881-1053. Give us a sports opinion. And then, what little thing automatically makes your day better? And this could be something that happens once in a while. It could be something that happens on a consistent basis. You know, just let us know. 877-881-1053. From the 601, Travis and Taylor will get married during the Bears-Chiefs Super Bowl this year.
I'm pretty upset that they didn't announce this on our show.
What?
Like, how cool would that have been for everybody involved?
Probably just for us, right?
It
feels like
do you not remember Katie Nolan stepping in here and having an amazing time with us?
I do.
And so do you not believe that if Travis and Taylor hopped on air with us, they wouldn't have an amazing time at making that announcement?
I mean, that's great, but People Magazine is probably giving them millions of dollars to do their engagement photos there. So
okay, would you rather have millions of dollars or a lifetime of friendship with us?
Millions of dollars.
That's ridiculous.
100%.
877-881-1053.
All 3 of you off to your face.
Millions of dollars or a lifetime friendship with us. I'll let the fans decide that one.
Okay. Yes. Please let me know. And also if you have millions of dollars at your disposal, because I can make that friendship happen. Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right. So give us a sports opinion and then something little in your life that makes you happy. Here's a great example from the 469. The Rangers are still going to make the playoffs, and I treat myself on Fridays to a peanut butter shake from Sonic.
Ooh.
That little thing that you...
Shakes are so good.
That's true. From the 817, the Cowboys will finish 5-12. Yikes. And I love when I get to finish my day early and eat dinner with my family. All right.
That is always awesome.
Agreed. And that next person has a kind of similar opinion there from the 901. Cowboys go 7-10 max. Coming home to see my 3-year-old always makes my day better. I will say, first of all, I like both of those little things, but I would much rather the Cowboys go 5-12 than 7-10. And I know this is probably the season we're in store for, but I hate the idea of seeing the Cowboys season be pretty much like the Rangers season, where for most of the way you're like, I don't think they're probably good enough to make the playoffs, but they're still hanging around, and maybe they will, and then you'll get a mediocre draft pick.
They were going, Bobby was going through the fun rankings that we did yesterday.
Yep.
And he said this line of, you can be bad and still be entertaining.
I agree with that 1,000,000%.
So you said 5-12, but entertaining. I would much rather have an instead of the Matt Castle season.
Sure.
Like, I'll take hey, look, man, they just couldn't win the 34-32 game. That's just how it was. And it was an absolute blast to watch them try. But they just weren't capable of it.
And you could see how that could happen, right? You could be like, well, this would really suck. But unfortunately, if like Dak got hurt, then you just put Joe Milton out there and you're like, oh, this is entertaining as heck. We're not winning games.
Right.
But it's super entertaining. That could happen. All right. Would you like to go first? You want me to kick it over to Alec?
I'll roll one out there,
All right.
Kevin. Sports opinion. I think your guy's going to make the Cowboys roster, Kevin. I think
Ozzie Smith. I'm just kidding.
Actually,
That's James Houston. Maybe
Actually,
Ozzie Smith will get traded.
That's not my sports opinion. I just wanted to say something to make you smile because I wanted you to be happy. Sports opinion. This is not Ben DiNucci did not post this before his first beer.
Okay.
Ben DiNucci posted a picture of a beer at a bar, and it said, "Not many beers better than the airport, quote, I just got cut from the NFL for the 7th time beer." And then, trust me, you wouldn't understand, which
Fair.
he's so dead on.
I wouldn't.
I tried to put myself in his shoes, but 7 times being cut from an NFL team. The opinion, though, is he didn't post this before the first beer. I think he posted this after the second one.
Okay.
Or maybe even after the first one. This is too deep and too introspective to be a pre-beer post.
Okay.
He took the picture of the beer and he was already down. He's already going through it mentally. And then he was like, you know what? I'm going to post something up here. It's funny. It's witty. It's got some charm to it. But the trust me, you wouldn't understand thing, he really, like a lot of people out there have zero clue what it's like to be cut by a team. Your dream might be over, and then you get to the airport and they say, what can I get for you? And you're just like, just give me a beer.
So that's one of the things that I'm always impressed, whether it's somebody like James Houston or it's the undrafted free agent, that like you're really there to be a camp body, but you're like, the hell I am.
Yeah.
And you make the team. And I wonder how many times DiNucci is like, I'm here to be a camp body. And you know, he made a run at it, but he knew realistically it was going to be tough. He did get cut.
What's the quote though? Like you're right. That is a mindset thing of I'm just here to be a camp body versus I'm here. It's a mindset of train. The quote's like train your mind to look at obstacles as opportunities.
Oh, I don't know that quote, but I like that.
Instead of seeing it as like this is a problem for me, you go, dude, I get to solve this problem.
Yeah.
Like, how awesome is this going to be?
I think that is very wise.
By the way, we've announced the Awesome Richards thing already. I have not seen anything on Mozzie. So that's not for anybody that's saying, please tell us this news. I have not seen Mozzie being traded yet. So, but.
Is it because I just put it out into the world?
If it happens, Kevin.
You're welcome.
The thing that makes my day is when the cooler at Walgreens actually works. And here's the thing.
Ooh.
For some reason, the Walgreens that I go to all the time, it's hit or miss whether or not the cooler is going to be working and I can get a Coke Zero out of that fridge.
Okay.
And but when it does work, like I'm like, yes, that just made my day. And it's a small thing. Also, Kevin, whenever my back scratcher is actually on my nightstand and my kids haven't taken it, that usually helps too.
Man, that's an answer I bet we're going to see a lot. When that thing that you need is within reach and not elsewhere. Even if it's somewhere you got to get up and take like 6 steps.
Yeah.
You're like, those 6 steps, you might as well be wearing lead boots or something. You're like, I am so comfortable in what I'm doing. I am not interested in any of that.
Vach Lombardi, who we've had on the show, said, I'm hearing the Cowboys get a 6th and they send Osman a 7. That's what he's hearing.
Okay, and that makes a lot of sense. So we had speculated a 6th or a 7th, and so it's almost like you split the difference.
Yeah.
And you got rid of Awesome Richards and got to move up from the 7th to the 6th in the process.
Yep.
So yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense to me.
Somebody said that maybe that's why they're closing Walgreens all over the nation. It isn't just your store.
Oh no!
Oh, so they're just like, hey, we're not fixing the coolers in any of these. Or
wow, so they
to save
cost
money,
benefit
we're turning all the coolers off.
From the 972, I don't know if this counts as a little thing, but we're gonna allow it because this is pretty awesome. Rangers will get a wild card berth, and then their little thing is their son and them will be in the end zone level for Texas, Ohio State.
Oh, wow.
That feels like a pretty awesome thing.
Unless you're in the wrong end zone. If you're in the end zone where nothing happens, you're like, oh, it was way far away.
Okay,
But it's still cool to be that close.
I thought you meant wrong end zone, like fandom wise. I was like, that's a point of view.
Where all the scores are happening, you're like, I couldn't even see it.
If you were uber confident your team was going to win, would you try to sit with the opposing fans?
Yes.
And you'd be like, oh, sorry.
Absolutely.
You can
And I
have
would-
Jeremiah Smith all you want. It doesn't matter.
I would find that one fan from my team that's sitting around me and high five over all of them the whole time, too.
Okay.
I've done that before.
From the 254 Sports Opinion, the Rangers take the rest of the series from the Halos, and then I don't know what this last part means. Mary Jane, this is my little friend that makes life better. What does that mean?
Spider-Man.
Well, Kevin, there was a song by Tom Petty called
Yeah.
The Last Dance with Mary Jane.
So that was like about his girlfriend.
I
or
watched the
something?
video, and I'm pretty sure it was Kim Basinger that was dead, and he was just kind of walking around with her.
Oh,
like, Weekend at Bernie's,
no.
kind of situation.
Oh.
Just, hanging out.
Did Tom Petty invent that weed is Mary Jane then? Or if not.
No, that was in like the 90s. Yeah.
How
Who
did
invented that?
Yeah, how did that come to be?
It makes a lot of sense because marijuana and Mary Jane, like it makes sense.
Does it? Or are those the
M-A-R-I-J
inane
are the
ramblings
first 5 letters
of a marijuana smoker?
M-A-R-I-J are the first 5 letters of it.
The fourth letter in Mary is not an I, and the next letter is not a J.
Hold. Are you telling me
Yes,
right now?
I am.
That there isn't a
Yes.
Mary out there with an I?
That's a fact.
877-881-1053. If your name's Mary with an I.
You're a liar. Or your name is Mariah, and you're not telling us the whole story. All right, that is what I'm going to stick with. I don't care how many people text it in. From the 817, the Cowboys are going to go 12-5, and that is going to entertain me. I like that. From the 817, this still won't be the Cowboys' year. Shocker. And the little thing that makes them happy, the little baby that they're going to have in March. That is delightful. See, there's your announcement. It's not Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce. You just got a baby announcement on our show.
Dude, that's amazing.
From the 817.
I'm so happy for you.
Alec?
Kids are crazy, though.
Sure. Alec, give us a sports opinion, then. What little thing automatically makes your day better?
Gentlemen, sports opinion. I think that it's over for the Rangers.
Oh, my God.
But
I don't think you're wrong.
I do think they're going to make it look good in the process.
What does that mean?
I think Nathan Eovaldi is going to continue to shove, but I do think that Jacob deGrom is going to stay healthy. He's going to look good. I think the pitching is going to look good. I feel like maybe even the bullpen improves. I don't know. But I do think some of the younger pieces are going to string together a nice, like final month of the season that at least tells you, okay, next year they've got a foundation. They've got some pillars. I think Josh Smith will kind of figure some things out because, it hasn't been exactly consistent for him offensively. Maybe Josh Young gets the attitude right and he just starts to go on a tear to end the season. I do think you're going to see some things that you're going to be like, yeah, they have maybe Chris Young was right. They have the right guys in place. It just wasn't the right set of circumstances for him this year. So I think you'll have some hope going into next year. But I don't think it's going to result in anything this year, unfortunately.
All right.
Which makes me sad because I want to go to playoff games. That would be cool.
I love playoff games.
But,
You can drive down to Houston.
What are you doing right now? What the hell was that, bro?
Are the Astros not going to be in the playoffs?
What is happening right now?
You would cheer against them.
That's like somebody saying, hey, I'm getting married, and me just going in on marriage,
Yeah, you have done that.
Yeah, but yours is worse. Somehow.
Okay.
Oh, man, dude.
The only way I'm going to that trash-ass city is to visit Reggie.
Get him!
Not even to boo another team that I don't like.
I sent him pictures from the Wings game, and I was like, are you jealous?
I do think going, though, and booing Reggie is good, though. Like, that's an okay thing, too.
Yeah, just stand outside the glass window.
Boo!
Yeah.
Or midday's better.
You're not going to win the Marconi. Like, just something to really, give them.
I hope he does, though.
Give them congratulations for being a finalist, but then twist the knife a little bit. I don't think you're going to win.
And a little thing that makes me happy in life, I'm going to get super specific with the place and everything. You guys ever pull up to a Golden Chick and let's say you order let's just say you're not super hungry or you're not trying to spend too much money. So you're like, give me that 3-piece spicy tender meal.
You want those fresh rolls, though.
The fresh rolls are amazing, too. But you get home and you ordered and paid for 3 pieces.
Oh.
And you got 5 in the box.
You have to take the other 2 back.
Do you? Okay.
You do. It's not like that. They would never keep money. Like, they would never give you the wrong change and then keep their money.
100%. That would happen.
You have to take it back.
Follow-up question, as long as you guys don't ask a follow-up question.
Oh.
Do you ever get, like, the family meal for your family and count how many pieces are in there? Like, if you do the chicken tenders, do you, like, go through the box to make sure they gave your family 16 chicken tenders?
I just kind of presume.
Me too.
And that's why, like, I presume, that's why if I do see too many, I have to take them back. Because they would never short me.
There's no way I believe
They
that
would
you have
never
ever
short me.
done that.
Corey, good guy Majors over here.
There is no chance in hell that has ever happened.
I'm sorry, you gave me 2 breakfast tacos.
Yeah,
I would like to
Here's
give
the
this
other
one
thing.
back, sir.
They would tell you to get the hell out of there. If you pulled up through the Golden Chick drive-thru and you're like, "Excuse me, ma'am, you have given me 2 tenders too many." She would shut that little tiny window with the smallest window panes ever.
Probably.
Why can't they have a regular drive-in window?
That is good. Yeah, well, robbery, I think.
Okay, so you can close the little window
You can
faster.
shut it real fast and be like,
Okay.
see, big windows are tough to close.
How do you feel about the places that have the actual door that they just walk out of now instead of a tiny little window? Like Chick-fil-A's have like a whole door.
Oh, yeah. And it's a human-sized door.
Yeah.
Never mind. Hold on. It's a human-sized window is what I meant. It's a human-sized window.
It's a human door.
One would think doors are usually human-sized. I meant it's a human-sized window.
Human door.
Because it's that like screen door kind of thing, and they just walk out.
Dude, can you imagine being a door, though? Like, all right, let's think about this for a second. You're a door, and every place in, you get paid more for the more upscale places, for being a door. And then at the end of the day, your shift is over. You just jump off the door frame, and then somebody else jumps on, and now they're the door.
See, first of all, I'd be afraid I was going to get knocked off. Second of all, I would want to have one of the fancy door knockers on me. Like the little silver one. And
Oh, you want that on your chin?
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
All right. Where do you think people would open you as a door?
In my right side, by my appendix.
Okay.
From the 940, DFW is in sports purgatory. And when I go to the grocery store by myself, I always buy some candy, and I like it because I know I won't have to share with my kids.
Oh, really?
So I've seen a couple of different votes, because we're getting a ton of feedback on this. I've seen a couple of different votes. Eating fries in the car on the way home is the little thing that makes them happy.
Yeah, bag fries are always. And, if you're buying for multiple people, that's the tax.
Yeah.
You, on the way back, they're like, hey, I don't feel like I got all my fries here. And you're just like, that's just because I had to drive.
See, I don't think I can scientifically prove this, but is the extra part of, like, if you get like some sort of chicken sandwich, the extra chicken part that's hanging off the bun, is that bite, and then when you find leftover fries in the bag that you didn't know were in there, those are better tasting than the rest of it,
I think you're
right?
dead on about the bite.
Yeah,
when
see?
that part's just hanging out there and you're just like, yeah, that feels like extra sandwich.
And you can eat that before, like, if your family all sits down together and stuff, you're like, that wasn't part of the sandwich. That was like a bonus thing. Now, my sports opinion, baseball is infinitely better when Ron Washington is part of it. You saw yesterday, and I definitely want to ask Boch about this tomorrow. Ron Washington coming back. He's returning from a quadruple bypass.
Jeez, man. Like I said, it had to be serious.
Yeah, and that is terrifying. And he was like, well, if the Angels will have me, I'd love to be back and finish what we started. It feels like that means he's back. Otherwise, what a PR catastrophe this is from the Angels. And they're like, hey, you're fired after all of that. And then I have 2 different options for the little thing that makes my day better no matter what. Either A, great interaction with someone holding the door. Now, I could be the one holding the door. It could be the other person. But it's they hold the door for you. You hold the door for them. You say thank you. You say you're welcome. And it's a delightful interaction, and you feel like you've helped humanity just a tiny, tiny bit that day. The other one is 8 to 10 minutes off my commute. I realize that we don't live in a magical world where there's no traffic for any of us, but usually it takes about like 45 minutes to get here, give or take. But if I ever hop in and the GPS pops up, just in case there's a different direction I should go, and it's like, you know what, today to get to work, 35 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm just like, oh my goodness, what a day this is going to be, right?
Yeah. Kevin, I don't know the last time I had one. Actually, I do. It was when the kids weren't in school. So when the kids start back at school, that changes everything. Everybody's clocks are off. But it's usually around the holiday time. Around holiday time when people are like, it's a shorter drive. But it just seems like that, yes, if the drive's shorter than usual, that is a wonderful thing for your day. Actually, dude, it might even be add this to it. When I get the second parking spot in the garage.
Oh,
or
man.
the first.
When that parking spot is really there and it's not because a little wiener car parked in there or a motorcycle or something, because you see that, you think it's a spot, and then you're getting ready and you're like, dang it, take your stupid tiny car elsewhere, and you don't get that spot.
But if there's a spot available and you get to park that close, but here's the thing that always happens. You always forget that you parked there, so you start walking up the stairs anyway.
And then it's a giant waste of time. From the 469, Corey, I think maybe you have this opinion as well. Correct me if I'm wrong. Bruce Bochy is going to retire after this season.
I fear it.
And then they said teaching their 10-year-old son to love sports. That's an awesome one right there.
I specifically, Boch, Sean's asked us multiple times if we've asked about that story. I think that story was Bob Nightingale in June. He wrote the story that Bochy might consider it. And things weren't going great.
Right.
I asked Bochy specifically on Friday if he had felt like he'd satisfied the itch of competitiveness that he missed while he was away from the game. And he said no, he felt like there was a lot more left. And so I don't know if that means a lot more left for this year or a lot more left for the future. But listen, he will always have a place near and dear to all of our hearts because he won us a World Series.
Of course.
The first damn year.
Yeah.
He walks in and is like, let's win one, fellas. And so he'll always have that. But I could totally understand if he had told Chris Young, look, you guys, y'all want me to do it? I will. I'll provide some leadership for this thing. You make sure you provide me everything I possibly can get. And Chris Young attempted to do that except for a bat during this trade deadline. He's attempted to do that, and it's still not there. So his contract would be up at the end of the year. It would just make sense.
From the 2-4, the Chiefs will miss the Super Bowl because Travis Kelce has to watch Taylor Swift at halftime, and treating myself to fried chicken when the wife is out of town. So that's a really timely text because Taylor Swift right now is even money to be the next Super Bowl halftime
I told
show.
you the other day, I laid out the plan for you.
The next closest is Dua Lipa. Dua Lipa and the baby. No, Dua Lipa and the baby. I like to say it like that. Remember that? Dua Lipa and the baby. You don't remember that? Whatever. Come on, somebody's got to remember. Whatever. Dua Lipa, if you want to say it the boring way, is 7-1.
I'd love a Dua Lipa halftime show.
And the baby.
No, I don't need a baby.
Never mind. Sabrina Carpenter is 8-1, and Mariah Carey is 10-1. That would be a fascinating turn to go from Taylor Swift, Dua Lipa, and the baby, and
I don't need a baby,
and Sabrina Carpenter too. You know what? All I want for Christmas, it's gonna be Mariah Carey. I realize it's a controversial opinion. You have to start her halftime show with "I don't want a lot for," like you just do,
dude. Do you remember whenever she sang in New York and they had the track wrong and it was like she was like, I don't know, I'm not even doing this anymore.
Yeah, and you just kind of
It was so cold. It was so freezing. They were like, we're gonna do the track, and she was like, all right. And then they started up and they did not have the track for her.
From the 817, Rangers are going to go on a run this week, and they said the little thing that makes them feel better is the weather. I did not get specific in this text clarification of which kind of weather, so I don't know.
The weather this morning when I woke up and it was a little cloudy, I was like, huh. But when it's sunny outside, I'm like, yay.
Okay.
Sometimes there's cold weather that you're happy with, right? You're like, I've been wanting to wear this coat for so long.
And one more real quick from the 817. The Cowboys go 11-6 this week, and a little thing coming in called the income tax check. All right. I'm excited that you were excited. I think you should change your tax setup going forward. Your goal should be to get a tax refund of $0. That means that you get more in your paycheck every week, 2 weeks, month, however you get paid. And that means that money is available for you sooner. Otherwise, you're giving the government a tax-free loan. So the check's awesome. I'm excited for everyone getting a refund.
What if you owe money? Then you're not giving them a tax-free loan at all.
You are not. In fact, it feels in that case like they've given you a tax-free loan. So thank you very much, United States government. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block.
Oh my gosh, it's going to be so much fun next on The Fan.
TOLO's, The Fan, and Wild Fork Foods are...
That's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate that. Do you know anybody that's taken their wife's last name? I don't know.
I don't believe I do.
And I'd like to know if anybody out there
I would also like to know that.
does know anybody that has taken their wife's last name. Oh, wait.
Well, can we keep going? I can tell
Fine.
you Cal Raleigh's things if you want.
No,
Okay.
Kevin, no more releases that we know of at the moment since the last ones.
Right.
Because let's update real quick. Awesome Richards was traded to the New Orleans Saints because they need a quarterback, and so it was Awesome Richards and a 7th for a 6th.
Hell yeah!
Which is hey, you got 2 6ths now. So now how do you trade that paperclip into a Lamborghini?
I'm not kidding. That might have sounded sarcastic, and if it did, I apologize. But you just got a better asset for somebody that apparently was probably not going to make the team.
Yeah, and I think that's always a big factor.
Agreed.
There. Can you sell something off for something that you don't have a use for at the time? I always think that's a big deal. DeMarcus Lawrence said that if you take care of your business, Jerry will pay you. And I think that's like the whole point. You even heard Dak. He's basically the same thing. Yeah.
Yes.
That's how I've known it. If you just do the things you're supposed to do, Jerry will take care of you. Now, this seems to be a much more chaotic process with Micah at the moment. But my question was, has Micah taken care of his business? Or is there more he has to prove to Jerry Jones and the Cowboys?
All right.
And then I'm going to add to that.
Because that's a tough question.
And I didn't know, I'm sorry, if we were going to use this tomorrow.
No.
Is anybody out there upset with Micah because the Cowboys haven't won? And so it's indirect frustration with Micah because the Cowboys' lack of success. Or is there another thing? It just feels like Micah's the one now that's getting picked on for the contract place.
Okay. I'm really glad that you said that because I don't want my answer to be too complicated to this.
I feel like it's going to be complicated no matter what.
Because I get the answer is yes. He's like, multiple runs at Defensive Player of the Year. He's been an All-Pro. He's clearly outplayed his contract. I get all of that. But you've continually heard this from the Jones family. When they talk about like some semblance of leadership is required or expected when they give you these deals. And like, let's face it, there have been like functions and stuff that Micah Parsons has missed or skipped out on. And so I wonder if they're worried about him becoming a leader. Quite frankly, I do not think you should factor that into a contract. I think you should pay the player for being the player. So that's one. Then 2, he's disappeared in the playoffs. And then 3, I think that he absolutely has earned the contract by taking care of his business, but unfortunately, he's having to pay for the Dak Prescott mistake contract.
Oh, interesting.
And that's the thing. Like, Jerry has been made to look foolish with that Dak Prescott contract. You have Josh Allen, who's clearly better than Dak Prescott. Like, that can't be debated by even the most ardent Dak Prescott fan. And Josh Allen, who has also won nothing yet, took a contract for $5 million less per year. So whenever you're going to hear this all the time, people are like, well, you have to take more money because that's what blah, 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 blah. The hell you do. The agent works for you, all right? You can listen to the pressure of the NFLPA all you want. I guarantee you the NFLPA said take more money than Dak Prescott got, and Josh Allen said, nope. $55 million. Who else did that? Patrick Mahomes. He took less. He did the same exact thing. So don't feed me this bull crap about you have to do what the Players Association says. No, you don't. They might pressure you to, but that doesn't mean you have to. So Jerry's been made to look foolish that a far superior quarterback in Josh Allen took a good chunk less money, and other players are having to pay for that. And that's unfortunate. It's not Micah Parsons' fault that the Jones family is bad at negotiating.
It's not Dak's either.
That
you know,
is
like the players,
100%.
I remember Dak in the first part of that conversation. They were like, "Well, you got to do this," and he was like, "That's a them problem. That sounds like a GM's problem, not mine."
And see, look, my response for Dak Prescott or people who are mad at him for taking more money would be, what in the world have you seen from this organization in the last 25 to 30 years that makes you think they would do anything good with that money? Like right now, they have $30 million and they never did anything with it because they're going to be like, oh, we can roll it over to next year. You know what most of that $30 million is? When they flip the switch on Dak Prescott's contract, they're going to tell you that, listen, I know people are like, ooh, you're in the tank of the Cowboys. Shut the hell up. The Cowboys flipped the switch on Dak Prescott's contract to create this illusion of money, when in reality, it inflated his salary cap number next year. That's where that money is. They just flipped the switch. They took out a credit card loan and didn't use the money. And they're going to use it to pay back the exact same loan they already have. But now they can tell you next offseason, ooh, we have $30 million extra of cap space. Or they're going to tell bull crap. That is fake cap space if they're not going to use it. And so if you're Dak Prescott, why would you take less if they're not going to do anything with it?
It appears, and this is kind of two different reports. One says releasing, one says waiving. Nick Harris says the Cowboys are waiving Princeton Fant.
Interesting.
He said, this is the first one I had on my 53-man projection. Dallas will be going with 3 tight ends, it appears. So what you would presume, Spanford, Ferguson, Scooney? Is that the 3 you're presuming here? And then Todd Archer says they have released Israel Mukwamu. He played in 33 games in 4 years, 3 starts as safety and cornerback, and he played a lot of special teams. So I'm interested to see what comes together with the rest of that room. So a lot of stuff going on as, Kevin, we are getting closer and closer to 3 p.m. Today. So that's whenever the entire thing is supposed to come. And you know what? What's even cooler there? G-Bag's going to be on air.
Yes.
Like, what a show to have on air whenever that information comes down the pipe.
And I would assume you would still see Sig and CJ go through this process as well to free up some spots today and then take care of the rest of that business tomorrow.
Yeah, maybe so. There's a lot of things. Guys can be gone, come back, practice squad, like all sorts of stuff could be happening. This is just the beginning. As Kevin said, this is step 2 or something like that.
Right.
The entire process. Also wanted to say thank you to my new friend, Brandon in Frisco. He works for Cool Pool People, and by the way, they were like number 1 pool company, I believe, according to our old newspapers. The Star.
Oh yeah.
But he came over to the house and like helped me kind of go through my pool setup and show me things that I could do that could make it better. And then, dude, the pool looks as clean as it has in forever.
Nice.
I'm very happy. I very appreciate that. Spent time in the pool more lately, thanks to him. All right, that was I wanted to shout out him. He's a Tolo, and I love the Tolos out there. Kevin Anthony Edwards.
Oh, I love this story.
Claims that he could dunk or would dunk on Yao Ming while he was on his China tour. And what I love about this is he says this in a picture that is posted of him standing next to Yao Ming. He said, I would dunk on Yao, shout out to one of the greatest. And he's so much shorter than Yao Ming in this picture. Like, that's amazing to me, for one. That Yao Ming's that giant that he makes another NBA player look that tiny. But he does. And so my question to you now, guys. Name your top 3 people that you want to dunk on. And you can imagine that you're Anthony Edwards in this situation if you want to. But top 3, and I will give you mine now. Number 1, Hakeem Olajuwon. The reason being, he is the all-time leader in block shots. So to dunk on the all-time leader in block shots would be a feather in the cap.
Okay.
Number 2, Doug Christie, because you know how I feel about Doug Christie. Number 3, Dwayne Wade. And in my dream scenario, this is Dwayne Wade.
Yeah.
In my dream scenario, I get the dunk, and then I get a flagrant 1, so we get the ball back, and then I get to dunk on him again.
Would you rather get that flagrant one for you or against you because maybe you like went knee out on the dunk?
I'll take the flagrant one to get the ball back, and then when I dunk on him again, I'll get a flagrant one against me. How about
Okay.
that?
All right.
Knee out.
So I thought about this question quite a bit, and your answer makes a lot of sense to me. But I have decided that I want to jump over the tallest people in basketball. I'm sure there's somebody in the Guinness Book of World Records who's like 8 feet tall. So I didn't pick that person. But it's George Murasan, Yao Ming, and Manute Bol to me. I want to jump over the tallest people possible. So I love what Anthony Edwards said, and he's just jumping over the tallest humans that have played basketball. I really enjoy that idea. I think that would be a really neat poster. I know the poster game's not as strong as it used to be, but I think that would be really cool. So I picked super tall people.
So super tall people. Alec, now that you've had a chance to think about this, and I just want to point out, I've never dunked on a 10-foot rim. Only the 9-foot rim that Mike didn't believe still.
There's a lot of, to be fair. In Mike's defense,
I get it.
The camera cuts away, and then it's back for Corey
I totally
dunking.
get it. Like, I get that. I still swear by it. But Alec, who are the top 3 that you'd want to dunk on?
Had to think a little bit harder because I was going outside the world of basketball because that was a lot more fun.
Ooh, okay.
But if we're going NBA players, Karl Anthony Towns, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and Jason Tatum, the 3 players I hate the most in the NBA.
I can understand that right now.
I want to
There's a
embarrass
lot.
them.
Why do you hate Kat so much, though?
Because he's dating Jordan Woods.
Ah.
Yeah. Got to meet her. Very nice lady.
Makes sense. I get that. Jealousy is a very strong motivator.
That's true.
Envy. Greed.
Okay, stop that.
I also saw this, Kevin. The Netflix Starting Fives docuseries is coming out.
Oh.
I do believe they're rolling out another one at some point.
One, yeah.
I didn't watch all of the first one, but I believe season 2's Tyrese Halliburton, James Harden, Kevin Durant, SGA, and Jaylen Brown. And a guy at Barstool Sports suggested for season 3 they have to do these to bring more interest. And I was wondering if you would think these would be better options and you would be interested in watching these people.
Yeah,
for season 3. Here it goes. Jalen Brunson.
No.
Jokic.
No.
Jalen Williams. Steph and Luka. That group, I think, is very interesting. But you're basically going to watch Jokic ride his horses, and that's about it.
I just don't envision Jokic, like, agreeing to this at all.
I understand that, too. But if he would,
I
still feel like all we would see is him being super happy that his horses won races.
Yeah, that's all he would talk about.
And
He's
then
like,
his brothers are beating up trees or something.
I mean, look. I would sign up to see the Jokic Brothers series. I probably shouldn't, but yeah, I mean, it would be all his horse talking about how this is the best brand of sugar cube and oat to get him motivated for it is.
And look at these carrots.
Yeah, it is. If that's what you were looking for going into that documentary, 1,000,000%, I think that's what you would get.
I think
instead.
Brunson would be pretty interesting being in New York. I've heard, a lot of the stuff he does on the podcast. I think he'd be interesting. Steph's always kind of an interesting character anyway.
I feel like the Steph media saturation is out if you want it, though. Like, they even did a whole show about him. And
Luka's not, though. That's one right there that I'm like, because I feel like we might get a little more background on some things. Now, again, these series haven't really given you the depth that you want all the time, but they do give you some interesting things. And even Luka while he was here, I don't know that we got the saturation of him that we would have liked even.
Yeah.
Because he avoided interviews because some people can't do the interviews the same way as others.
Right.
And we had the first interview with him and he loved it. It was great. So that's just, I thought that was an interesting thing. And then lastly, Kevin, Red Bull does a lot of crazy stuff with their stunts,
Are those the people who had that guy like jump out of the space capsule or whatever?
Yeah. He went up in the little balloon. It took him up and he jumped out. They pushed the limits of gravity and gear. Sean McCormick is now the first person to land on the San Francisco Bay Bridge, cables, and grind via sky surfing.
No.
Yeah, so he jumps out, has the sky surf parachute on. He's got the board on his feet, and he goes right over the San Francisco Oakland Bay Bridge and grinds not for long. It's not very long, but he's using air to keep him up. And he touches the board on the cables and goes down just a little ways, and then he's like, all right, that's it. But I think nobody's ever done that before. And
that sounds crazy.
Isn't that mindset of just kind of looking around at the planet and being like, hey, I wonder if I could do that. And then saying, all right, let's find the money to be able to pull something like this off. And then I guess Prada sponsored it, so obviously they had the money. But anyway.
And they probably look really nice when they did it.
He did. He actually did, man.
Yeah.
So there you go. And that's the C block, ladies and gentlemen.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, time for the Tuesday Tailgate. Farmageddon, freshman quarterbacks, and is it time for NCAA football to have a real commissioner? Next on The Fan.
Products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Uber Eats has gone
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Basil Davis.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Kansas State rushes 5, back thrown to the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown. Dominic Overbeats able to haul it in.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for the Tuesday tailgate, so we bring in college football expert, perhaps media rights expert for the Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce wedding. It is Carter Freeman. Carter Freeman, welcome. And where can people hear you outside of this?
Well, you can actually hear me this Saturday from 9 to 1 on these airwaves. Myself, Jake Riepma, and Brendan Baxter, one of our new part-time hosts, will be hosting the first show of our college football show called Fan University. We'll be up at Nebraska Furniture Mart in Grandscape at the Colony.
Hey, that's
9 to
what
1.
we would always do.
Come see us. We'll be talking college football, talking to guests, previewing all the big games of the day. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Is that going to be at the Tom Osborne Way?
Yeah, so you go off of Tom Osborne Boulevard.
That's
and
right,
You go
Boulevard.
straight down what used to be called Lawrence Phillips Way. They had to change it.
Rex Burkhead Circle is what it is now.
There are obviously some
Like a
reasons.
Johnny Rogers Place somewhere up there, too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
To the state of Nebraska Furniture Mart.
Come out and see us.
Now, speaking of Nebraska, we had Farmageddon, which I assume there's lots of farms in Nebraska. It was Iowa State and Kansas State. Did you like Iowa State over Kansas State going into Farmageddon? And how did you think, I know we've only played just kind of there, but how did you think the conference stacked up before the season started?
So I've been high on Baylor pretty much the whole offseason. I thought they were going to win the Big 12, and I still think that. And the game on Saturday did nothing to sway my opinion of that. I thought Kansas State would win this game. I thought they had a better roster, and I liked Avery Johnson, their quarterback, more than I liked Rocco Becht. And clearly that did not end up being the case on Saturday. But given that the game was in the rain, overseas, I wonder how much you're going to end up taking from this, because I am interested to see both these teams play, once they get back here. But give credit to Iowa State in this game when they had the chance to just win it at the end instead of kicking a field goal and giving the ball back to Kansas State. Matt Campbell decided, no, we're going to run this play on 4th and 1 or whatever it was, and we're just going to go ahead and win the game, and they did.
Now, over the last couple of years, Nate Bargatze has done the really funny George Washington sketches. And I like this from College Football Home. I wanted to get your general thoughts, but first we got to do the comedic setup. We should build enormous stadiums on college campuses. And should these colleges play their games there? No, they will play them hundreds of miles away in smaller capacity dome stadiums called neutral site games. How do you feel about the concept, whether it's international or not, of the neutral site game?
I think in week 0 it's okay, because as college football has moved more towards something that embraces the weirdness of the sport, I think in week 0 it's perfectly fine. But to have Tennessee and Syracuse play in Georgia,
right,
that doesn't make any sense, because that's where their week 1 game is. It's at where the Falcons play in Atlanta. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. And I know in years past too, we've had like Michigan State play Penn State at Ford Field in Detroit. Those kind of things I don't like. The neutral site games are OU Texas, Florida Georgia, and wherever Army Navy is being played. But I am much more of a fan of these games being on campus. And as you saw in the playoff last year, everybody seemed to like them. Even though the game stunk, the on-campus games when they were really big matchups, people love that.
What do you think about the SEC moving to the 9-game conference schedule, and then to boot, you have to play a non-conference Power 4 non-conference game starting next year?
I like it, and I think this will lead a little into something I assume we're going to talk about in a bit, college football commissioner.
Yes.
I think this move by the SEC will kind of push that off. That idea of having one voice over all of college football will push that a little further down the road, because now the SEC matches the Big Ten in the amount of conference games they play. the Big 12 and the ACC. Somehow, I know you guys talked with Brett McMurphy yesterday about how the math is going to work.
Right.
Somehow they will follow suit. And because of that, I think the conferences will come to some sort of agreement on the 16-team playoff that will be amenable to everybody.
All right.
So in terms of that, I like the SEC moving to this. And plus, you should just want to play other big teams anyway. You should want to prove yourself that you're good enough to go beat whoever on any given day, SEC schedule or not.
But don't you think the art of the college football schedule construction, I know this is not what you said, for years has been, how can I at times play the minimum that will still be good enough to cruise me into where I want to be?
Yeah, it has for sure. And because of the 8-game schedule, you were always allowed to fit in your Tennessee State or your, Alabama Southern, whoever it may be, some point in the schedule. But the SEC is setting itself up so there is going to be no debate on their scheduling process because pretty much every team is going to play 10, power conference teams. You can't debate against that when I know Kurt Cignetti at Indiana is jabbing at the SEC and how they schedule all these easy teams. Well, that's not the case anymore.
Yeah. And this comes along with, I don't think it's going to be the Big Ten idea of 28 team playoff or whatever.
We could be here for an hour talking about how bad of an idea that is.
But it does feel like maybe some of these concessions have been made with an eye on the future in the 16-team playoff, do you feel like?
Yes, for sure. That's what I'm saying. Since every Power 4 conference will play 9 conference games, you can't really argue, well, they get benefit because they only play 8 and they play Kent State instead of, Oregon, right?
Right.
Like there's much more balance scheduling wise.
Now, I know you just threw it out there that perhaps this can push off the idea of the all-seeing, all-knowing, all-powerful NCAA football commissioner, but given how much the landscape has changed, do you feel like the NCAA dropped the ball by retroactively not having one of those in place that could really do anything? And do you see it in the future?
I don't think anybody the NCAA would have put in charge would have been able to do anything.
Okay.
Because the conferences are so powerful on their own, and pretty much ever since they started to negotiate their own media rights deals in the 80s, they've grown and grown and grown in power to the point where the NCAA can only do so much. So I don't think whoever they would have put in charge would have really been able to do more. I don't subscribe to that theory. But if we do end up having one, it's got to be Josh Pate, right? Who was on with Sean and RJ this morning. He's been saying, let me be that.
So he won your vote this morning?
Josh Pate's great. Yes, he won it before, and he convinced me again this morning that he would be excellent in that.
Okay, now I'm going to play a highlight. I know this team won, but go ahead and give me cut number 11. It feels like this was still a disappointing weekend for UNLV.
From the pistol, Calandria hands it off to Thomas up the middle. He's got some space at the 30. He's all alone at the 15, the 10, the 5. Touchdown, Scarlet and Gray. Jet Thomas from 29 yards out gets the scoring started for UNLV in 2025.
UNLV is rocking with a 2-quarterback setup. They had gotten some votes in the AP poll, and then they find themselves drug into a dogfight against Idaho State. This feels like maybe not the most awe-inspiring effort to kick off the season.
No, and their UNLV, like you said, they got votes in the polls. They have expectations to reappear in the Mountain West title game as they did last year. And if you look up and down UNLV's roster, you'll recognize a lot of former 5-4 stars from other programs, like JoJo Earle from Alabama, or Anthony Calandria was at Virginia in the last couple years. But Idaho State hasn't had a winning record at the FCS level since 2018. So the fact that they were up 14-0 or 17-0 to begin this game it got me and my friends to turn the game on, because I think there were only some other FCS games going on. So we watched a lot of this game, and they ended up coming back and winning, but Idaho State, I think, was a 35-point underdog going into this game. And the fact that it was this close, I would start to look at maybe some of the other teams in the Mountain West, like San Jose State, or some of the teams who were picked to finish lower than UNLV. Maybe they'll have a little better chance to face Boise State, who I still think is going to play for a Mountain West title this year, later down the line.
Corey, did you find yourself locked in on the UC Davis Mercer game?
That wasn't the first one I wanted to watch, but it was a good one.
Well, good news that you didn't see it all the way through, Corey, because neither did the teams, and it never happened.
That's what I thought.
So UC Davis, number 7 in the football championship subdivision, because we can't call it a different division, And was leading number 11 Mercer with 7:46 to go. They're up 23-17. There was a lot of issues with the weather, and the game was eventually ruled a no contest due to torrential rain, which means not only did neither team win or lose, they wiped out all of the stats. If you're a college football player who's having a particularly good day, are you upset that also all your stats got wiped out?
Absolutely. That's like when you're playing Call of Duty and you're in the middle of a game and you got 19 kills already, and then all of a sudden you get the blue screen of death, and you're just like, oh no, I was gonna break my personal record, and now nobody's ever gonna know. Your kids will never know.
Especially, it was a top 11 matchup too at that level.
Yes,
like that's a ranked matchup that you think could have some implications for how the FCS playoffs will work out in a couple months, but just gone. But on the subject of FCS ranked teams that played on Saturday, Incarnate Word, Texas School, they lost to Nicholls State. They were number 4.
Oh no,
in the FCS poll, and they lost their first game of the season.
Now, we're talking about ranked matchups. I understand all of the reasons so much focus has been hitting on Texas and Ohio State, but 6 of the top 10 teams are playing each other this weekend.
Yeah.
Can you give us a perhaps quick-ish hit on those 3 top 10 matchups?
Okay, so Texas, Ohio State, I feel like we've talked it to death, but it's going to be an awesome game. Texas is underdog in this game. They're the first number 1 team to be an underdog in their first game in like forever, maybe ever, but I would expect them to go in and win that game. If you're betting, I would pick Texas plus 1.5, 2.5, whatever the line might be. Then the night game is the one I'm really excited for, which is LSU at Clemson. That's the battle of the Tigers of Death Valley. It's 2 Heisman contenders and Garrett Nussmeier for LSU and Cade Klubnik for Clemson.
Sorry, do you root against Dabo Swinney?
At this point, they've been such a nothing burger, and for so many years. And Sweeney's finally kind of embraced the portal. He was the lone holdout outside of the service academies that but he's finally given into it. They brought in a couple this year, and plus the way they've organically built their roster up in the age of the transfer portal, he's a bit of a dinosaur, but it's turned into a good dinosaur, I guess, like the Pixar movie, right?
Yeah.
So I don't dislike them as much as I used to, but I am picking LSU to win that game. I'm going to regret it because Brian Kelly has never won his first game of a season at LSU since he's been there. He's 0-3, lost to Florida State twice, and then to USC last year. But I'm really high on LSU this year, so that game's going to be awesome. And then on Sunday, it's Notre Dame and Miami, which Notre Dame's breaking in a new quarterback. Miami's bringing in Carson Beck from Georgia. I think
underperformed last year.
I think this is going to be a game of underperformances. Because Notre Dame is bringing in a new quarterback, I think Notre Dame's going to win, but they're going to have some kinks to work out with a guy making his first career start. And then Carson Beck in Miami, I just think they're overrated. I don't think they're a top 10 kind of team. They do have home field in this game, but Notre Dame's a 2.5-point favorite on the road. That tells you anything.
We didn't get to talk about this at the end of last week. What do you guys think about Arkansas allowing field rushing, but after a 3-minute delay so they don't get any fines?
So they can clear the players and stuff?
Yeah, and we'll also
they're not clearing the players in 3 minutes if that's their thought process.
I think Arkansas is more concerned with the stringent SEC fine schedule for rushing the field. It does feel like it could help with safety, but what do we think about this one?
You're not preventing 20,000, however many. There's not that many students in the stands, but you're not preventing thousands of students from rushing the field as soon as the clock hits 0. If they beat, I don't know who Arkansas is playing at home this year. If they beat a top 10 team, if they beat LSU or someone they hate, if they beat Texas, because I know they play Texas. No, that's in Austin. Whatever. You're not stopping them from rushing the field.
I disagree. Now here's the deal. Rushing the field is a spontaneous feeling, right? Like that's something that we just did this. Especially if it's like a late game win, like that's definitely difficult. But if they all know, if Arkansas, if all the people know, 3 minutes after the buzzer, we get to rush the field. If I'm Arkansas, I put a new clock up as soon as the game's over.
And then you sell that. And everybody, you have a sponsor on it. You make more money
and
for Arkansas.
Everybody count down to when they can rush the field. Now, it takes away from the spontaneity of it all. but it does allow for everybody to be on a certain time.
I kind of like it.
I see the vision.
Oh, I kind of like it. Now, real quick, true freshman Bryce Underwood going to start at Michigan at quarterback. How do you feel about the player? How do we feel about Michigan?
No one's seen a freshman like him.
I mean, keep in mind, Derek Holland also might be listening, so don't hurt his feelings.
Well, his Wolverines are going to lose in week 2 to my Sooners. If you can see my shirt here on the fan cam, I am wearing my Oklahoma shirt today.
Do you
but
really think that?
I do.
Okay.
I do think Oklahoma will win because it's at Norman. If the game was in Michigan, I think it'd be a lot different. But bringing a true freshman in a second career start, an environment like that,
yeah,
Michigan wins that game. I'm going to buy into them a lot more, but I think Michigan, even with Bryce Underwood at quarterback, who was the number 1 overall recruit in this last class, they flipped him from LSU, paying him $10 million over the course of his time at Michigan to play quarterback. They're part of that second tier of Big Ten teams. Like, I think Ohio State, Penn State, and Oregon are going to be very good. Everyone else behind that, it's a bit of a crapshoot. So if they do go into Norman and show me something against the top 20 team,
sure,
I might buy into them a little more. But right now, I'm kind of like, I think OU's done enough in the offseason to beat them, especially at home.
As always, we appreciate the info. Can you tell everybody one more time where they can hear you this weekend?
Yeah, so Fan University this Saturday from 9 to 1 on these airwaves. It will be me, Jake Rietma, and Brendan Baxter. We're going to be live at Nebraska Furniture Mart up in the Grandscape in the Colony if you want to come say hi. But we'll be talking all the big games, Texas, Ohio State, all the other stuff we've talked about today. It's going to be a lot of fun.
And then Colorado has named Caden Salter as their starting quarterback for the opener. Another bit of news right there. Thank you very much, Carter. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
No. Who said that? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it so fun?
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, your name?
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Stick back to throw it over the middle. Quickly intercepted at the 45-yard line, and it's Shamar James, the rookie linebacker from Florida, returning at 10 yards with the first takeaway of the game.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got a lot of football news. Kellen Moore gave up and said, I guess Spencer Rattler can be our starting quarterback, but really, what does it matter in our strive for mediocrity? And then probably more relevant here, the Cowboys have released Perion Winfrey, which, yes.
What the F?
Okay, thank you to D&M Leasing for bringing the G-Bag Nation into this conversation, as they always do. This feels like a surprise and somebody who had taken the opportunity that was given to them and made the most of it, and I thought that he had made the team.
Dawson, here's an opinion for you, sir.
What you got?
This is an awful move.
Damn right
this
it is.
An awful move.
Look at it go.
I'll be interested to see where the defensive line room falls after, say, Fridays. Kind of, you'll know exactly. But for a team that's going to play a scheme where they need to get guys up the field and get them quickly. I had a chance this morning over at my studio to visit with Greg Ellis, and he coached Mozzie Smith last year. And he was adamant. He's like, listen, Mozzie, this is a bad scheme for Mozzie Smith to be in. And he's talking about this current scheme that he's dealing with right now. The one thing that Winfrey can do is we've seen him attack up the field. We've seen him be disruptive and all. This to me is this is if you're keeping Mozzie Smith because you just feel like that, oh, we can't let him go, that light's going to come on, that's not going to work. That is not going to work at all. And I don't know if I'm a pro personnel director for another team and I'm watching your tape, I'm watching the Cowboys tape, this is the one guy, Winfrey is the one guy that just popped off the tape. Every time you watched, he got a sack last week playing as a defensive end.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they hope that they can bring him onto the practice squad and all that. Boy, this is I love what they did, getting what they did for Awesome Richards, because to me, the Saints have a chance to have the first overall pick. That means that 6th round pick that they gave you could be a late 5.
Yeah.
I like what they did right there. Good maneuvering. But this one, right. In fact, if Winfrey, in fact, is off this football team and Mozzie Smith is on this football team, that was a terrible, terrible job by this front office.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, I feel like these are the type of things. And look, Perion Winfrey's a guy that was a 4th-round pick, and he didn't work out in Cleveland, didn't work out with the Jets, and was just playing in the UFL. So we'll see what happens with him. But he earned it, in my opinion. He's looked better than a Mozzie Smith in training camp, in preseason. Not being able to cut your losses and admit when you have failed on a player for whatever reason. Maybe he didn't fit the scheme. Maybe we misevaluated him. Maybe it's just a change of scenery for him, like we're seeing with Kyer Elam. Looks like a different player than what we saw in Buffalo here in Dallas. Not being able to do that is what is holding the Cowboys back. It is one of probably many reasons we could go over. But the fact that you're keeping Mozzie Smith and Perion Winfrey is a guy that, and who knows, maybe he does make the practice squad and ends up being on the team. But this is the kind of crap that gets Cowboy fans frustrated.
Yeah, it's a shame. I think there is a point definitely where you want to lean more towards guys that are going to address your weaknesses. Like, hey, we have enough pass rush. We need run defending defensive linemen, but Mozzie Smith or Jay Toya over Perry and Winfrey is not where I would draw that line.
So you're not a big fan of pride picks and keeping people on the roster just because it would hurt your drafting feelings?
Let's be honest. Winfrey was playing better than at camp than with Solomon Thomas and some Oso Digizua and the way that he was practicing every single day. And he carried that from the practice field into this is honestly, this is shocking to me that you can't. How do you evaluate this player? And you look how disruptive and he's going up against, he's working with the ones, he's working with the twos, and he's a productive player. And then he just carries it over to the field. This just does not make much sense for me at all.
And it's confusing because we talked about the idea of how much upward mobility really is there in training camp. And Shoddy was like, well, I asked him that. And he goes, we're going off what we see here, what we see in the games and everything. And it feels like, at least for this particular individual, we did not.
I was told this morning that he was on this team. I wonder what happened in the last 5 hours that got him removed. I don't know if a coach came in. There might be something they're trying to keep another guy. Maybe coach is fighting. Maybe they have to go long at a position because of some injuries and things like that. But I just don't know how you cannot watch this film of him playing. And I guarantee you I would be shocked if other teams, and trust me, I'm calling my gang of 7 guys and ask if they watch film of this particular player. Because he is, like I say, he is the one guy that showed up no matter what point in time of the game. This guy seems like to me a very, very good fit for Matt Eberflus's scheme.
Well, because you talked about them playing a slant front. He played a slant front in Oklahoma. He understands it.
Played a zero technique. He's got some snap to him. I mean, this is boy. I tell you what, I have a lot of respect for those guys over there, Will McClay, scouts and stuff like that. This is one I think they missed.
Now, y'all's show is going to be going when we hit the cut time, about 66 and a half minutes away. Are there any other players, positions? I know James Houston just came up that you're looking to see, like how they fell for the Cowboys.
I mean, the Houston one is definitely important.
Yeah.
Because he was a guy that was flashing in a big way.
And that's another guy.
Maybe with what happened with Turner leads you to believe that they're gonna carry him as one of the defensive ends.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way you could watch this team throughout the preseason and think that Winfrey and Houston don't belong on it. So,
yeah, no kidding.
I mean, it's good news for Jay Toia and Ernest Brown. That's in Mozzie.
Yeah, man, they might have kept Ernest Brown over him. They might have kept Ernest Brown over Winfrey in this particular time.
I think the nickel corner is really interesting as well, between Hall and Zion Childress. Is that the two?
Yeah.
And I guess Mukuamu's out.
Yeah, Izzy's gone.
So that was another candidate for that spot. But I think that's big for week 1, probably playing without Trayvon Diggs.
And all that's fine and well, but I assume you'll spend most of your time on Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift.
Absolutely. We got 4 segments planned on that. Coming up at 2:40, we'll see you through sources.
In your morning show, your move.
If we can get the final roster nailed down for you there at 2:40, so I'd encourage everybody to check back because we're going to be working it pretty hardcore here over the next 45 minutes. I'm going to try to confirm with my sources why they decided to release Perry and Winfrey while Broadus throws heat for 4.5 hours.
I love it.
Yes, and of course, we do have the Shoddy presser at 3:15.
So you think it'll be a good show?
Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking. 20% more gold today sounds like.
Oh, roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us
25
tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 through the Fan.
I love gold, Kevin.
What an obscure reference.
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation. We are now 59 minutes from NFL cuts being all due, and a lot has been done already, so let's talk about that. The biggest takeaways for your Cowboys team is we sit just 9 days from Cowboys-Eagles now here on The Fan. General at your service. If you see me, bear me, N.A. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champion. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup Master Control here, 75 and Fitz. You fixing to go 4.5 flawless. Rangers pregame's coming up at 6:30. Wolchuk and Chiafalo in the house. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Rangers player show going to get pushed to tomorrow. They have a team picture coming up at 3 o'clock.
Team
picture day.
Yeah. I wonder what uniforms they're going to wear.
All good questions. And maybe we can ask that to possibly Merrill Kelly tomorrow. 3:20. Yeah, that'll be a lot of fun. And hopefully they get back in the win column tonight. Pregame at 6:30. First pitch at 7 o'clock. We'll talk more about the Rangers here in just a few minutes. Looking forward to the shoddy presser at 3:15, though. A trade made. The Cowboys sending to New Orleans Awesome Richards. And they get back a 6th-round pick. The Saints take a 7th-round pick in that. So you're swapping a 7 for a 6 and giving him Awesome Richards. And, I guess congrats to the Cowboys for building enough depth. I thought Awesome Richards was one of the more promising depth linemen that they had. But here in 2025, they didn't even need him and found a home with him, got some value. Moved up in, I think 7 to 6, pretty good move.
Yeah, it's if you look at it, it's the Saints potentially could be a very bad team.
Yeah, kind of a 5.
It could be a late 5 if you look at the. By the way, I just got a note that says they're not cutting Winfrey.
They're not cutting Winfrey. Wow. Okay, so we have conflicting reports. We have a source off.
Oh, we got sources off.
I think it's Calvin Watkins. I know tweeted it out.
Calvin,
but Winfrey was.
Yeah. Calvin's been on a lot of these.
Calvin's the man. A lot of reporters working sources, but what this tells me is they're conflicted inside.
Yeah, and
they're coming to blows over this guy.
There was some talk. There was some talk this morning, like I said, with some folks in the organization that both Winfrey and Houston were on the team.
Mm-hmm.
And I just reached out to somebody in the organization, 2 people actually, and one of them said, "No, he's not. We're going to keep." So let's see. We'll know here in 57 minutes.
Well, that's good to know. It'd be very frustrating for a coaching staff to have watched what Winfrey did.
So I owe them an apology if, in fact, that I should have just went ahead and texted a couple of people and asked before I went on my.
Well, it was under the assumption the report was true.
Dawson. He asked me to have an opinion, and I F it up.
Well, it happens, but I tell you what, it was electric when you fired off there back at about 150.
The opinion stands.
I perked up. I was
if they were to cut Perrion Winfrey, that is a spot-on opinion, and I co-sign that opinion. It would have, to me, Brian Schottenheimer talking about competitiveness, right? Oh, go ahead and compete.
I don't know how you can now watch this film and not see a player that could help you.
We're keeping Mozzie Smith over Perrion Winfrey. That makes no sense. So I am hopeful that this is a ball sacking of all-time proportions on a cut day, and Perrion Winfrey is on this team.
Well, it's sad, to have a front office that needs to keep their draft picks because they don't want to admit failure. I think that's a significant problem for a coach. And if you're a first-time coach, you take the job and you're like, all right, I'm going to make the most of this. Or if you're Mike McCarthy, nobody else wants you, going to make the most of this. But I feel like a lot of coaches, in this situation would be like, what the hell are we doing? Didn't the Cowboys lose, was it Charvarius Ward?
Mm-hmm.
They traded him.
Yeah, they went for a guard. That was before. Yeah, that was before, and the guard never played.
Never played a snap.
Dallas needed a guard, before the final Houston preseason game. Because I remember working on the radio with Brad on that game, and we were talking about, man, they might have just gave up on a guy that can help you. I mean, not to the level that we thought, but or the level he's played at, but
Parker Anger.
Parker Anger never played a down for the Cowboys. Got a back, I think it was a back injury. Never suited up.
But just to confirm that report, during crosstalk, we were under the impression Winfrey was gone, but Brian Broadus, hardest working man in Cowboys media, has clarified here out of the gates, Perrion Winfrey is in. Tommy Akingbasote out was the report. Okay. Yeah. Waiving Jalen Brooks, that's confirmed.
Yes.
Flournoy, I'm sorry, great summer, good on special teams. He's in for sure.
He's in.
Okay.
Let's go Illinois.
You also have Peyton Turner and Jonathan Mingo beginning the season on IR.
So that means that they're the two guys that can be recalled. So they could be gone 4 weeks, and so you don't have to keep them on the 53. We used to have to do that. Now we don't have to do it anymore. So now they're available to get to be put back on the team in 4 weeks.
Mukuamu is done.
He's done.
Promising guy at times, but I'm sure somebody will be interested in him. His measurables, his size, his experience. I'm sure it's going to be valuable for somebody. It's surprising that with this Cowboys secondary, they could not find a spot from him. But I think the big thing is as of right now, only 3 players remain from the 2023 draft class. 8 of them were drafted, and it really should be 1. And I think that is why this team, that run they were on from 2020 through 2023, is grinded to a halt so quickly.
No doubt. It should just be DeMarvion Overshown, because with the release of Jalen Brooks, Deuce Vaughn, and then the trading of Awesome Richards, you've got Mozzie Smith and Luke Schoonmaker. And quite frankly, I don't think either did enough in camp or preseason to really earn a spot on this roster. I don't think Mozzie's been better than Winfrey or some of the other defensive tackles we're talking about. And Luke Schoonmaker, maybe there was another team out there that you could have done an Awesome Richards-esque type trade for him. I think Princeton Fant proved he's a more consistent blocker, in my opinion, and Rivaldo Fairweather's a better receiver than what Schoonmaker is. But, up top, they don't want to admit necessarily when they've missed on some of these high draft picks, and I think that's one of the things that holds this team back from being serious contenders, unfortunately.
I wonder if at 3 o'clock, once these cut downs happen, they'll move on to finding a way to get on the same page with Micah before practice tomorrow, or do we have any momentum on that at all? Anything new?
You know what? I'm sorry. I have not heard anything one way or another.
Neither have I. I was surprised. I was hoping this morning that we'd hear, hey, Micah's going to be practicing. But I think the biggest takeaway from yesterday's media availability was Trayvon Diggs basically rescinded the trade request, didn't he? He was like, let me step in here, I guess, as Micah's spokesman or something, saying even though that he said he doesn't want to be a Cowboy, this is still his home and his family. So I think right now just the credibility of the holdout, just is totally had its legs swept out from underneath it. The quarterback, the head coach, all talking like they expect him. But I guess if he doesn't practice tomorrow, then for me it becomes realistic that we're inside a week and there might not be enough time to get him ready. And that'd be tough because I'm holding out hope. I don't know what the chances are that you beat Philadelphia, but I think there's a chance you beat the Eagles and at least get some early season excitement going. And if you look at these first 8 games, at that point it'd be manageable until the schedule gets really tough starting in about week 9, week 10.
And I think it was on McAfee's show, Schefter was alluding to the idea that if a deal is not done, that he could absolutely foresee Micah saying the back's still tight Thursday night.
Yeah.
And that one
Which
right
is
there
going to open up a huge can of worms because the Cowboys are not going to want to pay him. So now we're going to start to get, the NFLPA and the NFL are probably going to get involved, and that could get even uglier.
Yeah, it goes from ugly to dysfunctional. And, at that point, the chances of having even a decent defense just go right down the tubes. 3-time Super Bowl champ Mecole Hardman and former first-round pick Isaiah Simmons amongst the releases for the Green Bay Packers. The story today, the Giants are going to begin the season with just 3 quarterbacks after Tommy DeVito, Tommy Cutlets.
Hey.
Even though, whenever he showed up in the regular season, it was a vibe, it was an event, it was at times very productive. He completed 15 of his 17 passes through 3 touchdowns in the first 3 drives against the Patriots in their preseason finale last week. But they want to go Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston and Jackson Dart there. I don't know why you wouldn't have traded Jameis Winston already after seeing Jackson Dart can play a little bit in the pre.
Yeah.
But my theory is Jameis Winston balances out the Mr. Unlimited energy in that quarterback room.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. This is the Winston stuff is all about vibes. You want to start angering your players. Like, dude, this is all of our favorite dude.
That's the Austin Hedges of the Giants, man.
Keep him in there.
Yeah. Okay, so we're inching closer now to Texas and Ohio State. Coach Ryan Day on his advice for the freshman starting quarterback Julian Sayin. Just win, he says, find a way to win. Not only is Ohio State starting him, they lost a ton of starters, more than half of that defense that thumped the Longhorns. I think it's around 15 guys who did start at some point last year. You got to look at Chip Kelly being gone. How you guys feeling about Texas, Ohio State coming up?
Fired up.
This is as anticipated of a season opener as I can remember. This is incredible.
It's legendary.
Yeah, these
1
two
versus 3.
These 2 teams, and then And then obviously the Arch stuff. And then there is plenty of unknown. Josh Pate, one of the better college football voices going these days, with Sean and RJ this morning. He's like, man, this is tough because you have so much turnover. You have so much talent, but so much unproven talent sort of on both teams. You have the coordinator switches on the Ohio State side of stuff. You have two quarterbacks making basically their first starts. And so there's a lot of unknown, but the excitement is through the roof. I cannot wait for this game.
I'm banking on that Texas defense. I really think that's what's going to win them the game here. I've been on that one, and I do wonder, like, both quarterbacks. I mean, for Arch, and I thought Josh Pate made an excellent point this morning on with Sean and RJ. His biggest games this year are going to be on the road. Like, they've got to go to Florida. They start obviously at Ohio State. They do get A&M at home, and he obviously played a little bit at College Station last year, but he's going to get tested with some big-time road games, and it all starts at the shoe. But to me, I think Texas's defense, I know you got Caleb Downs, the safety for Ohio State, who's going to be a top 10 pick, but Texas, to me, has more proven commodities on that defense at every level that you feel good about, where Ohio State is replacing a ton, especially on their defensive line that are now in the NFL. I think that's going to be the edge for the Horns in this one.
How long you give an Arch before you call it? Like, what kind of a career he's going to have, what kind of a season he's going to have. I think we know within 3 or 4 games.
We'll be coming back on Tuesday and saying this guy's the real bleeping deal. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. I mean, you go light up Ohio State, I think that'll be fair.
Well, and it'll be tough for him to have a better moment than what he had at the microphone yesterday, and we will play that sound for you a little bit later.
Very nice. Jacob deGrom was back last night. First pitch, home run. But it was only 2 runs on 3 hits and 2 walks in 5 innings. Like, it was, I think, a start that a lot of people would be very proud of. But for him, he called his start inconsistent, not very good. He did strike out 7 batters. I think all 7 came in the first 4 innings. His ERA at 2.79 remains 4th best in the big leagues. But he was tough on himself. I think you're coming off of arm fatigue. I would seriously be considering, do we skip another start? I think there is an argument to be made at some point for shutting him down, as you're 5.5 out in the wild card. I think a couple of more games, you drop these, and the teams ahead of you keep winning. I think we could be there. I feel like this season has been an incredible step in the right direction for Jacob deGrom, and I wouldn't want anything to screw that up and put next season in jeopardy. Like, when they say you start to get tired, that's when the injuries happen, because points of pressure along that kinetic chain start breaking down. And as your muscles get fatigued, they're unable to take the pressure off the soft tissues and the ligaments and tendons and everything. So I would say you had some fatigue, and then you got hit. The player is saying, I didn't have the control that I'm used to. I don't know. Maybe it would be over-aggressive to shut him down. CY has believed in him. He was talking about how unbelievable it was that we got this far into the season before he needed to skip a start.
Yeah, he's been super consistent.
How would you guys manage it? Anything different?
I think you just got to kind of take this series to series and just see how you're still stacking up in the race for the postseason. Like, if you end up getting swept by the Angels, you're probably not feeling very good. And at some point, maybe the answer is we do shut down Jacob deGrom. But last night, I mean, I liked that they didn't push him past 5 innings. He still had 7 Ks. He only allowed 3 hits. And to me, I mean, that was all about the offense again. The big reason why this season's failed. You've got to do more than striking out 10 times and having 5 hits. And the damn Angels just have their number, and they got poor deGrom's number too. 3 straight starts against the Angels, they've resulted in an L. But yeah, I'm open for all possibilities with deGrom, but I'm kind of just going to take this basically results based. If they go ahead and they end up playing themselves out of this thing, then yeah, if they decide the best thing to do is let's preserve Jacob deGrom for next year, I'm not going to have any issue with that.
By the way, it looks like Rappaport is confirming Broadus's report about Winfrey.
Nice.
Being on the team.
Not that you needed it, right?
Not that we needed it, but
I do my best. I mean,
damn
I
right
really
you do.
I mean, my
you always
opinion,
have.
My opinion, I don't believe in, but I'll tell you what, if Dawson, if I could call somebody and get the right answer,
we want the right answer.
We're going to do that, right?
Man, you're hitting from both sides of the plate here today. On fire, providing opinions and insider reports within the same 25 minutes. Who would have known it was possible?
I didn't think it was.
903, Gavin, you're becoming delusional if you think we can beat Philly there. I mean, Philly lost some significant players. Let's not overlook, 2 players off their front, a defensive tackle, Sweat, an edge, Slay, a corner. And then They lost to Washington December 22nd in the regular season. I know they were just unbeatable really for most of the season. After week 6, all the way through the Super Bowl, they were almost unbeatable. But hell, Washington did it. They played several close games, and I think what's giving me belief is just the Pickens and Lamb combination. Your ability to hopefully be not unstoppable, but a lot more explosive than they were last year. And I'll believe that this pass rush and Bland can still get you some takeaways. You could win a game with takeaways. This Eagles team not the same. And the guard who's hurt, is he going to play?
Hell no. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I don't know.
Landon Dickerson. Come on.
Okay,
I don't know if they need
Dickerson.
Play,
guys.
I don't know if they need Dickerson.
Well, such a hater, dude. Quit trolling over there, Eric. Jeez, man. Have some damn hopium every once in a while.
They probably don't, but this is football. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen, and Dak's 9-4 against the Eagles.
There you go. Puncher's chance.
Okay, we got the G-Bag of the Day champion replay for you on the other side. Then Wolchuk's Top 10. Where are you taking us?
Let's get into some top 10 restroom revelation conversation, courtesy of the morning show. What are the top 10 bathroom pet peeves, worst habits that people in your family have? That's next in the nation.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. Woolchuck's Top 10 here in just a minute. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels to go to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today. carsforkids.org. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius.
It's groovy.
Oh, it's vacated.
Bobby put on his cape and went 5 times. Yeah. Vacated title.
Congrats to Bobby.
Yeah.
So tune in tonight, 5:30, for a new champion. Whole new set of challengers. G-Bag of the Day every evening at 5:30, right before we get to LA Live with Lucius Alexander. Alrighty, here we go. It's time for Woolchuck's Top 10 at 2:20. Here's Zach with an H.
All right, we were just chatting a little bit earlier about this amazing Saturday that we've got with college football week 1, Texas, Ohio State. That's going to be the big noon kickoff game on Fox. But if you have a YouTube TV, you might just need to prep your body and your soul to make other accommodations for yourself. All right. YouTube TV and Fox are now locked in a carriage dispute ahead of this big weekend. And really not, I think that we've dealt with this. DirecTV, I think, is usually like the streaming platform that we end up having this with at times. The sides have until 4 p.m. Central tomorrow to reach a deal. If an agreement is not reached, YouTube TV subscribers are going to lose access to Fox channels, which include your traditional Fox, FS1, and the Big Ten Network. So if they cannot reach a deal by tomorrow afternoon, and you're a YouTube TV person, you got to find some other way to get your eyeballs on Texas, Ohio State.
Yeah, I feel bad for YouTube TV because they're going to lose a whole bunch of subscribers off this to people that have finally decided they've had enough and are going to venture into the brave world of jailbroken Fire Sticks and pirating content. You know, that's what it comes down to. I did see, though, that it's not going to impact the NFL Sunday ticket. So the good news there is, you know, those people will still be able to access their content at least.
That's good. That's fantastic news. But I know my buddy Jared, otherwise known as the guy who sharded on my couch.
That's right.
We've got his son JJ's first birthday party on Saturday. And so I'm going over there for Texas, Ohio State, and here he texted and said, dude, I have YouTube TV, and I'm really concerned about this. I said, don't worry about it. This is the reason why I've got DirecTV Stream. So I'll be able to log in, and we'll be able to watch this thing, and that's not going to be an issue. But I know that there's probably a lot of other people out there that will be scrambling. And if you don't know about this by the time kickoff is, you're like, what the hell? How can I watch the game? So
yeah, you know, and your TV can get most of the over-the-air channels. It's got like an internal antenna. You don't need to go get rabbit ears anymore, but you do need to like program it. You got to, and it'll take a while to figure out how do I program my TV with my remote to pick up the air, you know, signal. So I'd definitely heed that advice and, you know, get that done before game time.
Look ahead of time. Okay, let's get to the top 10. And well, we've got the top 10 bathroom pet peeves. Now, I was listening to this morning, TOLOing during, you know, PP in the Morning segment. Shout out to Peyton. And RJ had this revelation, which may or may not have gotten him in trouble with the missus. I don't know.
Again, but he keeps stepping in it, dude. Yeah. It's like your rookie year in marriage, and all you're doing is just taking lumps.
So this is what went down this morning.
But we're not flushers. We don't flush pee necessarily.
Ew.
That's disgusting, dude.
Why don't you flush it?
I don't feel like reaching back there and.
Is that why you don't pee in the shower because it'll go down the drain?
Does it have the ring around it? Sometimes I sit, you know. Sometimes I sit and pee.
That's
respect.
Gross.
We just leave it in there for, you know, 3-4 days, whatever.
Why? No, I don't believe it.
We do.
She's so cleanly. How does she let urine sitting there? And then you get the ring that develops, but the urine smell.
There's toilet paper in there at that point.
Well, not for me, there isn't.
No, but if she's letting it sit too, there's toilet paper in there.
I don't believe it. No way.
It's
3 days? Let the pee sit in there?
I usually try to. I will flush it when I start to smell it.
Wow.
That's when I'll flush.
But why doesn't she flush it?
Just because she knows I'm going to use it too. And then it's just, you know.
Oh, how big are your water bills that you're worried about a few extra flushes?
They're really not that big. It's not even about the water bill. It's we're environmental, Bobby.
Oh, yeah. That's one thing we hear about you.
We're very environmental.
Yeah. That is a pretty jarring omission. Now, I do think that, I don't know if that was totally accurate. Like he was trying to double back on in the 9 o'clock hour. I think that the texts were flowing in on RJ, and he was like, "Oh no, this isn't good. I have definitely gotten myself in some hot water." But I mean, there is the old saying, if it's yellow, let it mellow. If it's brown, flush it down. So there are other people that do tend to maybe not always flush after a 1. But 3 days? What are we doing?
I couldn't imagine wanting to sit down on top of that. You know, it's one thing for a man who's sort of most of the time standing way above it, but still there's a splash factor. Yeah. I want nothing to do with that. And there is definitely a scent factor. It becomes very offensive.
100%.
I'd say within 10 hours, you're dealing with something, a smell.
Unless you're really nice and hydrated. You know, how often is that pee nice and clear? And sometimes you look at it and you're like, is there even pee in there? Or is that still just the toilet water? I would have to imagine that Choppy and his wife are keeping their hydration levels pretty high. That's just my guess. Because I'm here for the non.
Sounds like you're speaking from
the non-pee flush. I'm totally
you sound like you're
I'm not flushing pee.
Like,
and what's the genesis of that? What's the why?
Yeah.
I don't.
What leads us to do this?
I don't.
So you're sitting down and you're also not flushing.
Yeah, it just feels
splashing all over the bottom of the seat.
It feels like a waste. You know, it feels like you're using something when it doesn't need to be used. I'm thinking about the longevity of my toilet. I think is ultimately what it comes back to.
The longevity of the toilet.
Yeah, like why would I flush it when it doesn't need to be flushed?
But it's
when
used.
How about just hygiene in general? Like disease.
Well, listen, if it's a unhydrated pee, then I will absolutely flush it. You know, I take a little peek ski. How yellow is it? And if it's clear, which it often is, yeah, I'm not wasting a flush. I'm not going to disrespect the toilet like that. Make it work when it doesn't need to.
Do you save like sandwich bags and aluminum foil for secondary uses?
I do actually with the saran wrap. I have a couple of things I saran wrap that like when it runs out, I'm like, oh, I can just use this. I don't need to, because the saran wrap's the biggest pain in the ass in all of kitchen. So I don't want to have to
stuck on itself.
It's the biggest nightmare. So yes, I will do it with the saran wrap.
How about just like get like containers that have the tops on them that seal, and instead of using saran wrap?
No, because those things become a disaster. All of a sudden you wash it one time, it gets too hot. Now the lid doesn't go on. The lid only works once.
Depending on which ones you buy. We've got.
Do you feel like you can hand wash that thing maybe?
You can hand wash it. I actually do that.
Yeah.
Oh, God forbid we do that.
Time, water.
Now, did you do the reusable diapers?
What?
Oh, like the
these are things?
The cloth diapers?
Yeah.
Yeah. My wife attempted that, but that's pretty nasty. That was way too
I didn't know that
Pretty
there were
1963 of you there.
Yeah, the cloth diaper.
Cloth diapers, you put them in a bag and you put them out front, like a diaper service comes around, picks up the dirty ones and drops off fresh.
Obviously, we don't have those services anymore, so now it's all on you to manually get that thing back to ready. That's
with how heavy those can be in the morning. No, thank you.
Yeah, not a good situation.
And we're just going to buy some new diapers. My wife has actually found a way to kind of work around the Target diaper. We end up somehow. She can explain this. She's
hustling Target for diapers.
She somehow has this thing down, and it might just be an excuse to go to Target because she freaking loves it, and I just believe her. But she somehow is getting free diapers. I don't know what's going on here, but I'm hardly spending any money on diapers.
I've heard shoplifting is an issue at Target.
Well, that'd be a hard one to shoplift, but not going to put it past anybody. 877-881-1053. Top 10 bathroom pet peeves. 469 dude flush. I'm 53. I put both lids down after. It's the feng shui way.
I am definitely when it is time to flush, put the seat down. Because even with the pee, it's like you have no idea how many, just millions of pee particles are now being just launched into your airwaves. That's true. You better close the seat when you flush.
Mm-hmm. Not flushing pee saves no water. If anyone goes in there to poop, they're going to flush the pee, do their business, then flush again. Just flush your damn pee. That's gross. From the 817. They have a chart beside the toilet with the color code on when to flush.
There you go.
Somebody else said.
Yeah.
Yeah, come on, Eric. We can't be leaving the peas in there. The longevity of your toilet is only about the chain. That's from Bailey the Bird from the 945. So I don't know.
Can we get a plumber
that
to
actually makes
chime in on this whole thing?
If I've ever had an issue, it is always chain related. The chain, that's something you need working. Number 10, bathroom pet peeves. Not turning the shower or tap off properly. You want to talk about wasting water?
Oh, you leave the drip?
You know, the other thing that I found out last month, water bill, astronomically high.
Huge.
Found out we had a sprinkler head that was busted in the backyard.
That'll run you big. Leakage. Yeah.
All of a sudden, we're walking by the back door, and it's at night. And we had just come back from Oxnard, so I was out of town, and it's in the far side of the house. You can't really see it unless you're like peeking out. And I saw it's like gushing. Yeah, and boom. Now we figured out this was the cause of why the damn water bill was triple the amount per usual. That's all.
You need a guy. I got a guy, by the way, a great sprinkler guy.
Yeah, I might have to reach out to you about that one. Number 9 is causing a mess in the bath or shower with bathing products. So you're just spilling or you're just leaving remnants behind. I do think I at times will be at fault.
How about too many products in there?
That's also an issue, especially when you're married.
The shower caddy thing is like, it looks like you're at the supermarket.
I'm like, there's no way you're using all of these products. Yeah. There's no chance. And how many conditioners do you need?
Yeah, I agree.
I don't know.
I think you need one.
One bottle.
I think that's the answer.
Not 3. I'll raise my hand and say, hey, sometimes maybe I'll use all of the soap and I don't necessarily throw it away immediately because the bottle might be a little wet. And I think to myself, I'm going to go back. I'm going to grab the bottle. I'm going to throw it away. But I never do that because I always forget. Something else happens. So I've been guilty of something like that.
People still using bar soap?
I think there's still a place for it, but
more of a body wash guy.
I would guess the ratio from bar soap to just body wash is probably like 90% body wash these days. That's my guess.
I'm going to say this: if I'm a guest at your house and you've got the bar soap in the guest bathroom.
Oh yeah, that's disrespectful.
I'm kind of like, I might go out and buy my own soap.
Yeah, I think you have to.
I might come back with my own.
So you would expect a body wash and like a wash rag or a loofah or a bar of soap that's still in the box, the little box. Yes,
yeah,
so
but I think I think if I was staying over for a couple of days, I'd throw that soap away. I think I wouldn't. After I get done with it, I wouldn't leave it in there for the next person.
Yeah, I think that's totally fair. The other thing about the guest bathroom stuff when you're at somebody else's place is like they have these little hang towels that are for decoration. They're not to dry your hands.
No, you dry your hands with that.
I mean, I always do.
Yeah, I always dry my hands with that.
But you get told that you're like not supposed to.
You straighten them up.
I'm drying my hands on that thing.
Yeah, you just kind of straighten them up. You fold them back up, put them on the rack, and go.
Number 8 is leaving the toilet seat up. That's pet peeve. Close that thing. 7, clogging the shower drain with hair and never cleaning it out. I actually had to go in there and clean it out the other day.
That's bad.
Because every once in a while, that thing's going to get backed up. 6, never cleaning the bathroom or shower themselves. And yes,
that's disgusting.
You need to get in there and give that thing a good clean down.
Yeah, let's get the bleach and ammonia and all that stuff in there for that.
4, forgetting to replace the toilet roller soap. And that is a nightmare. You sit down.
Yeah.
And it's not.
You got to check that before you sit down, though.
I have had moments where.
Don't tell me
you're yelling out.
Not checking.
You eyeball that thing and hope you get down to the point where you just leave somebody like 2 little tissues.
I know up top, like that's where I keep the spare toilet paper. So I'm just assuming, okay, I've got a spare roll up there. But then when I open it and there's no spare roll up, then it's
now you're hopping through the house with your pants at your ankles. Now I don't know what
the hell to do. This is an awful deal. Do you just hop into the shower? Do you just go ahead and I guess
Mark Mangini?
No, I holler out.
You're
like,
just yelling, "Hey,
somebody bring me some toilet paper, please!
Please, yeah, please, yeah." You need some help with that. 3 is leaving stains in the toilet. We've got the brush next to it because that was an issue at times.
Oh, you were leaving
streaks? In the relationship. Yeah, it was a streak issue. And I learned very quickly, don't do that. Let's go ahead and use the brush.
Treat it like a target when you go pee.
Yeah, definitely. Leaving urine on the toilet seat, number 2.
Ooh, that one's rough.
That's got to be that's a man problem. That's the splatter.
Yeah, and that's a problem.
That's just
you don't
an
have
aim problem.
When you sit down to pee, you don't have to worry about that at all.
Yeah, have you ever okay, I'm not going to ask.
Just be a man, stand
up.
Go
ahead.
Ask the question.
I'll ask you on the break.
I guess I just roll in there thinking I am going to be independent for everything. I'm not going to rely on anybody to do anything for me,
I'm a man.
I got to go.
I'm 40.
First thing I do when I open that door, is there toilet paper in here?
Yeah, I did the same thing.
And if there's not, I'm not thinking, damn, somebody screwed me over. I'm thinking I need to go get myself some toilet paper because it's time for me to go.
You take ownership.
If I see an empty shampoo thing in the shower, I'm like, okay, There's literally no other thought. So I don't know that any of these things bother me. The only thing that really bothers me is when somebody, drops a deuce in there and the fan's not on and the door's open. Like, we're just going to leave this door open for, the scent to go around the master bathroom, the master bedroom. No, but there's enough scent in there that a flushing is not going to evacuate all of that. You need about 15 minutes, door closed, fan on, then we're clear.
Well, I'll even do
if you just open that door open, like, hey, everything's cool now.
How about like
courtesy flush?
Courtesy flush goes a long way.
Do you guys not have the air freshener things?
I'm a pre guy.
I'm the blue.
It's a hell of a product.
I'm the blue puck in the commode and the air freshener.
Yeah, we've got some air freshener. I've had to start spraying that, but like when my wife's pregnant, I don't think that even works. She still says that it stinks. I'm like, there's no winning here. But she also just can't stand the sight of me. That's where we're at in our pregnancy.
Yeah,
that might be the most honest thing you've said in the last 12 minutes.
That just means you're married.
Number one, not flushing the toilet after going is the biggest pet peeve. And somebody texted, what do you think about using someone else's loofah?
That's a no.
That's a
like, unless
no.
it's somebody that like it's your family member.
What were you about to say?
Your significant other,
mistress.
I thought he was going to say mistress.
I did too.
But no, like, you can't go to somebody else's house and use their loofah.
No,
that's
of course
disgusting.
not. No, absolutely not.
Don't do that.
No, hell no.
Absolutely no.
The public stuff though, public bathroom, like somebody who's playing their sounds on their phone, like they're in the stall taking care of business and they're like listening to music, they got their poo playlist going or whatever.
Watching YouTube.
What are we doing? Yeah.
That's
throws
why
me
I
off
just don't
sometimes.
go.
This guy was on the phone, he's like, "Hey, how's it going?" I'm like, "Good." He was talking on the phone.
Yeah.
Got me off guard.
Tom Siskowski, one of my scout buddies.
Yeah.
Tom would go in the men's room and like talk on the phone while he was in the bathroom. And I thought that was the strangest thing in the world.
I mean, I've done it before. Sometimes you get that over talker friend and you're like, he's not going to let me say goodbye anytime soon and I got to go. So I'll just put this on mute for the next 6 minutes while he's talking and everything will be fine. Be none the wiser.
That's what happens when Baskey calls you.
Thanks, Wolchuk. Top 10 at 220 in the books, right? You got the number one?
That's it. We got it.
Okay, do we have a list of finalized cuts? We have NFL
we'll see.
bold predictions as well for you coming up next year. It's the G-Back Nation, the fam.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, does Micah need...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. We're 13 minutes from cut down day in the NFL, and All eyes are on the Cowboys. We had a scare about an hour ago that Perion Winfrey was going to miss the team, but Broadus clarified that in the opening segment that he is in. So stay tuned for the rest of the details and some surprises here coming up in 13 minutes. And then coming up at 3:15, Brian Schottenheimer is going to take the podium. So you'll hear from the Cowboys head coach shortly after cut down. It's probably a stressful day for him. Having to go through these cuts as head coach for the first time can't be a lot of fun. I mean, you're handing out disappointment to about 29 guys, I think is the number that over the last 48 hours or so got their walking papers.
Yeah.
And dreams ending, or dreams at least being quite suppressed. I know it's got to be a bummer, and salute to all the Cowboys who came out here and did training camp, might find their way on the way to the airport right now. I got some bold predictions for you, boys. Jeffrey Chadiha here, NFL.com. What's your top or most outrageous Cowboys bold prediction? Maybe think about that as we get through some of these. But number one is the Bills are going to win the Super Bowl, saying they've been close. They have a favorable schedule. He likes their draft where they picked up Maxwell Hairston and Landon Jackson, and reigning MVP there in Josh Allen. Somebody asked me the other day, who would you pick to win the Super Bowl right now? And I said, I guess the Bills, but I feel like it could be any one of 5 or 6 teams right now. What do you guys think?
I think the Ravens have the best roster in the league.
Yeah.
So I guess I would lean. I mean, look, Buffalo's right there because of Josh Allen, but I do think that this might finally be the year, if Lamar Jackson can stay healthy, obviously, that Baltimore's got the team to do it. Defensively, I think that they're going to be really good in the secondary, which has been an issue for them. The pass rush should be good. Look, it's always, I feel like the easy thing is just the Chiefs are going to go back. But if I had to pick somebody other than Kansas City, I'd probably go with Baltimore.
Yeah, I think Baltimore's is the team to beat because to me they're so deep, and then they've figured out things though with this quarterback in a way of the offense, Todd Monken, and what he's able to do, and that I just have a feeling that it's going to be kind of a neck and neck all the way down through the AFC, and I just feel like Baltimore's going to get home field, and they're not going to have to make that trip to Buffalo, which we all know could be a little daunting late in the year. But I really do like the Ravens in this one.
Lamar Jackson playoff record doesn't bother you?
No, I think there's every year is a different year, and I think that I remember Steve Young had some playoff problems as well in his career, and finally he just kind of got that monkey off his back. I think this is the time when he's going to win this. Lamar Jackson's going to win this Super Bowl, and then we're going to talk about what a great quarterback he is, through the history now, because he's got that Super Bowl win.
I thought he played well enough to win that game in Buffalo last year. Like, it was Mark Andrews, unfortunately, dropping that 2-point conversion. Yeah. So, like, in my mind, I'm just not looking at it like Lamar's incapable. He has had some bad playoff moments, but I thought last year he showed he can play well in the playoffs.
I still think I trust Josh Allen a touch more.
Oh, absolutely. I agree.
And Buffalo's got the far easier schedule. Like, Buffalo, you're talking about like top 5 easiest schedule in the league. Baltimore is on the other side of that. So in terms of who's going to have home field advantage, I would say it's probably going to be Buffalo.
Number 2, bold prediction number 2 here from NFL.com. Joe Burrow will be the league's most valuable player. Guys, I think you're throwing away money if you're betting on that. You're going to have a great record. And the defense, the running game, I think he'll probably throw for the most yards. I think he'll be the best quarterback, but it's team sport. What do you think?
Yeah, it'd be harder to have a better year than he had last year, and he still wasn't able to win it. And I don't think their defense is any better to make you feel like they're going to be able to win more games. So I agree wholeheartedly.
Yeah, I think he's going to throw for a ton of yards, but I think that they'll be on the wrong end of the scoreboard a lot of the time just because of the defense. I don't think they've totally upgraded it like they need to. Man, it's a shame. They're going to waste his Chase, and these guys, his career just not. They need to get that defense fixed.
The Cowboys had this team beat last year with Cooper Rush at quarterback. I guess they won 5 in a row to end it, including Pittsburgh and Denver in there.
9-8.
9-8 type of season.
Their issue is their slow starts. If you look at Zach Taylor's career they're starting like 1-3, 1-4, Like, they need to come out of the gates and actually win some ball games. If they can, maybe they can get to 11 wins finally and get into the postseason again and make a run. But, yeah, to win MVP in the NFL, you got to be like a top seed in your conference, or you're the second seed, win 13-plus games, and I just don't think the Bengals are going to be able to do that, unfortunately.
Number 3, the Eagles will be the first team to repeat as NFC East champs in 21 years. I remember talking about this 11 years ago, like, no way, there hasn't been a repeat champ for 10 years. How is this true? Now we've doubled up. I remember talking about how crazy it was the Cowboys hadn't been into an NFC title game in 15 years. Now we've doubled that one up as well. This time around, I'm picking the Eagles, though. I just don't think anybody else has it figured out enough to believe in them. In order for this to not happen this year, I'd say the Eagles have to get super hurt, and that's very well within reason. Jalen Hurts has been highly dinged up, and Saquon Barkley has had career-ending injuries in multiple NFL seasons. So I definitely think that could happen. But all things being equal, staying healthy, Eagles are going to win the NFC East, right?
If they're healthy, but I'm banking on that doesn't happen. So I think this is Washington or Dallas. I guess I'm going to lean with Washington because of the quarterback, but I guess that would be my Cowboys' bold prediction that they end up winning this division because of the way that the NFC East goes.
Yeah, that's very bold prediction right now. I don't think that's a very, very common one.
That's super bold. That's that might be bolder than Detroit missing the playoffs, which is another bold prediction that Wolchuk has.
He's been on fire. So I won't bet against the bully.
I mean, that's why I leaned Washington last year.
No, I mean, everybody's been following suit. Like, Wolchuk had his spring bold predictions, and it was Denver's going to win the division, and now all the bets are coming in on Denver to win the AFC West. And the team that's most bet to miss the playoffs this year is the Detroit Lions, the other team that Wolchuk feels like is not going to make the postseason.
And what's the thinking on the Lions? Lost their coordinators?
Just a lot of turnover. Yeah, the coordinators. And to me, it's the center. It's Frank Ragnow. Like 2 years ago, their splits with him on and off the field, they were a totally different rushing attack. I just think that's a lot to overcome. But, hey, if they're able to do it, maybe Dan Campbell's coach of the year, and he's able to say, hey, I'm able to move forward with this thing and keep it afoot.
I mean, Minnesota does a lot of things well. Green Bay is not going to be an easy out. So, I think the division just could be a lot tougher, play better, especially if Chicago has a resurgent year. The Broncos will snap the Chiefs' streak of 9 straight AFC West championships is number 4. And as Chief mentioned, it's such a popular take. I don't even know if it's that bold. I do feel like we're giving the Chiefs credit for what they've done and not looking enough at how bad they were against Philadelphia and how many one-score games they won last year. And at some point, that dam breaks, and you got to get difference-making players back in there. Like, Travis Kelce has just gotten old. Wide receiver isn't there. Running back isn't there. Like, there's only so much I think Mahomes can do with a pretty good offensive line. Not many weapons. Like, is there another Pro Bowler amongst the offensive skill players? I don't think so.
I think Rashee Rice is a Pro Bowl level player. Now, he's obviously going to miss some games due to the suspension at some point, and he's coming off the injury, so it's fair to question what version of him. But like last year before he got injured, he was playing some of the best football in the league.
Okay, number 5 is Caleb Williams will throw for 4,500 yards and 35 touchdowns.
Ooh,
that's a bold one right there. I guess that'd come with 25 picks. I don't know. Daniel Jones will win comeback player of the year, number 6. That's maybe an even bigger hell no. Ashton Genty for 2,000 yards. That's pretty bold. Maybe we'll have time for some other ones a little bit later on. But it's time for Cowboys cut downs. We'll have who's on the roster and then get to the Brian Schottenheimer presser coming up next here in the Nation.
Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and we are just moments after the NFL due time for cuts being made across the NFL. And we have some Cowboys news that is flowing in for you. So let's dig into this. Brian Schottenheimer press conference coming up in 15 minutes. The Rangers player show moved to tomorrow. So we got Zion Childress on the 53-man roster. This is from Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star-Telegram. Quickly emerged in camp as a viable option at slot corner. Could be in line to start week 1 if Trayvon Diggs is not available. Do you think he earned that spot, Brian? Is that what you would have done?
Yeah, I think to me that they asked Hall to be that guy, and the more that he played, the more he got exposed on some of the things that, some of the man coverage stuff. I'm not saying he's not an aggressive kid, but just his ability to close, to finish, I just didn't feel it was as good, as what they got with the other guy. So I'm not surprised at all that they're looking into it this way.
Yeah, and he was one of the players that was remarkably more physical and capable of tackling. Which you see something, Wolchuk, just pop up?
Well, we've just got the full list of released and waived, and Hall did not make it. Hall is one of them that was released. Buddy Johnson, I know some people were asking me about as well. Texas A&M local product linebacker, also one of those that has been released. I mean, I did think Zion Childress outplayed Kimon Hall, and I'm a Kimon Hall fan. He's a fellow North Texas Mean Green, but I love the way Zion Childress plays, man. And if I had to line up, without Diggs against the Eagles, and Deron Bland did not want to move inside to play the slot, I'd give Zion Childress the first crack at it.
If teams are going to try and run the ball on you, then you're going to need somebody, if they get 11 personnel and try and run the ball, him playing in the slot, playing close to the ball, will be something that will benefit the Cowboys.
No doubt.
His presence off the edge and his ability to read and react as quickly as he does, I think will benefit this team.
And that's part of the reason why guys like a Deron Bland, even though he can do that really well, guys don't want to have to do that. That's a huge role if you're a nickel corner. You're playing in the box. You're going to have to do some blitzing. You're going to have to get a little bit grimy with the big dogs, be willing to make some tackles. And Childress showed that he's absolutely a guy that is more than willing to do that. So I totally appreciate that about him.
With C.J. Goodwin and Will Grier both being on the release list here, so and Hakeem Adeniji and Ernest Brown are also on here, Brian.
Oh, so they did the thing with Adeniji then, huh?
Yes. So is that the vested veteran type of deal here? What's any of these guys, like with Goodwin or Grier or Adeniji?
I think Grier, they're going to carry just 2 quarterbacks and try and get him to the practice squad. But he's subjected to waivers though too. So somebody could claim Will Grier here, and then Dallas would be out. But like the hope is to get him to the practice squad.
How much more hope did Joe Milton give you in preseason game 3 that with a game plan optimized for winning, not developing, he can be more effective?
Yeah, ask Joe Milton just to go play football. Joe Milton could go play football. And Joe Milton, pocket passer, Joe Milton read the field, Joe Milton do those types of things. Probably not very good, Joe Milton. But you're going to adapt your offense. If something happens to Dak, and God forbid it does, then you're going to have to play with an offense that's much like what you saw in that preseason game. It's going to have to be some RPO stuff. It's going to have to be him running the football. It's going to have to be, he made some really good passes in that game, and his receivers did a good job of getting open for him. I can imagine him throwing the ball to CD and throwing the ball to Pickens, throwing the ball to Ferguson, and having some success that way. But I always say that it's going to have to be kind of a college offense.
I love it.
And he's capable of that.
Well, I think that's the smart thing to do. It would make no sense if you're trying to develop Joe Milton as a pocket quarterback to keep him. But if that's the plan and you're going to unleash that on a Sunday when Dak can't play and you just basically gave the NFL no opportunity to prepare for that, then I think they probably were very wise during the preseason to approach it like that, even though it was frustrating. Is James Houston on the team, Wolchuk?
Yes, James Houston's on the team. James Houston is not one of the players that is on here in terms of released and waived. You already mentioned Tommy Aking-Basote. The Adeniji thing is fascinating.
I thought that he had made this team, and I was surprised. I thought it was going to come down to Adeniji and then Awesome Richards, if that's the case. But
Maybe there's still a way they can get Adeniji back because I thought he played really well.
Yeah.
And as a backup tackle, you need those guys. And I like a Johnny Cornelius, who they drafted out of Oregon. But in a pinch, I'd rather play Adeniji at right tackle.
And he made the team, right?
Yes, Adeniji is on the roster. He is.
I wonder if they did, like you say, I wonder if they did this with Adeniji thinking that they could get him back. But I know they really did like the rookie, though. I know that they were, Cornelius was somebody that I thought that they switched out Awesome Richards for Cornelius. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, Cornelius is
How
on.
many
TJ
offensive
Bass
linemen then is that? Okay, that would be the 5 starters: Nate Thomas, Bass, Hoffman.
Yep.
That's 8, right?
Mm-hmm. And then
Cornelius would be 9.
Yeah.
So they did go 9. They didn't go 10. How many defensive linemen did they go then?
Tyrus Wheat was waived.
Okay,
so they did not keep him.
Okay, so let me do this real quick then for you. Nealon, Osa,
I think it's 11.
See, that's we saw. We
He's
talked
with James Houston.
There we go. There we go.
And then Turner. We talked about Peyton Turner's on the reserved injured.
Yeah, we knew we kind of threw that out there the other day that they might go with 9 offensive linemen and 11 defensive linemen.
Means Chetoia also has made it. Ernest Brown is interesting though. I mean, that was a guy that we'd kind of thought maybe would be a surprise one to keep, but maybe they think they can be able to get him back on the practice squad.
Yeah.
Brian Schottenheimer coming up in about 8 minutes here on your home of the Cowboys. We'll see what the head coach says today about his first roster as they sit 9 days from Cowboys-Eagles.
Can I ask you how about Clark? Did Clark the
safety?
The safety.
Yeah, Elijah Clark was waived.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else, guys, on the roster? Jumping out to you. We reset Winfrey. Winfrey did make it. Perry Winfrey. There was a Winfrey scare earlier.
James Houston's on. I think those were the 2 biggest ones that fans were wondering about.
The biggest opinion that can come from this cut down is that the Cowboys front office is hamstringing the coaching staff by insisting Mozzie Smith and Luke Schoonmaker are on the team. So all the other coaching staffs get to go with, or at least the coaching staffs of functional teams get to choose all 53 players. With the Cowboys, you got to keep some guys that they drafted so they don't have egg on their face, and so Jerry doesn't have to pay a guy who's not going to be on the team. It's really important stuff they prioritize. Okay, what a former agent says he would recommend as the next course of action for Micah Parsons moving forward. Have a couple of minutes. Adam Schefter painting the picture on ESPN this morning. We could approach a time where both Micah and the team file grievances against each other. Micah to the Cowboys for trying to circumvent the agent, even though there's nothing in the CBA that prevents that. And then, the Cowboys to Micah for faking a back injury, because Joel Corey chimed in on this. Our friend from CBS Sports, the former agent turned journalist, was asked on Twitter, what would be your recommended course of action if you were representing Micah? Says it depends on the client's tolerance for trying to make things uncomfortable. One tactic could be Micah Parsons suiting up for week 1 and then tweaking something in pregame where he cannot play. Some variation of that could go on all year.
Yeah.
I want nothing to do with that. That sounds like torture for a Cowboys fan. I mean,
well, would be even worse about it. It is one of your best players, but the fact that now you're short a player, I would rather just make him inactive, and being able to dress somebody else. If he's not going to play, then just make it where, don't even give him the chance. If you think he's going to be that guy, just make him inactive.
And the Cowboys would have to just end up moving conduct detrimental to the team, right?
Yeah.
And then he ends up.
How do they prove the back? I mean, they'd have to go to
they had the MRI for it, and the MRI was cleared.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Is that a team MRI? Micah might have to go to another a league approved doctor to see. Yeah, in fact, he has problems or he does not.
And then you get into like all the different things you could be faking. I got an ankle. Oh, now I got a concussion and my concussion symptoms are lingering. I can't tell you what day of the week it is. Like, it becomes very difficult to prove.
I'm sick. I'm not feeling well.
Yeah, it could get messy. I might have COVID right here. I'm contagious. I don't want to come around the guys. I think if he pushes it that far, it would be the end of the fans supporting him. And I don't know if the locker room would support him through that either, because the opportunity now with Diggs coming back is to be a takeaway defense and can light up the scoreboard, play from ahead, and that's just flushed absolutely down the tubes if Micah Parsons not playing. We'll come back and get you the Brian Schottenheimer press conference, see what he has to say about this team coming up next in the nation. I have to chat about Men's T Clinic before we get there, though, because if you want that edge back, if you want to feel like that younger, more energized version of yourself, he's still in there. You just got to bring him out by optimizing your testosterone. Look, we get older, our body produces less and less testosterone, and the next thing you know, it can have quite an impact on the way that you feel, your energy, your drive.
Of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Saffron Squad?
something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
thought process about keeping 2 quarterbacks, only 53?
Yeah, well, first, I think, Calvin, what I want to say, number one, is to all the guys that came in today, I just can't thank them enough for all their hard work, and I'd be remiss if I didn't start with that. The mantra of compete every day, these guys have done that. They've bought in. It was hard to sit down in front of those guys and, be honest and tell them the why, tell them the things that they did well, tell them the areas that they can improve. And I think that's important because, anytime you have those hard conversations, whether they're back or not back, which we have some control of, but we don't have all the control of, they hopefully can use the thing that they're given the feedback about to improve themselves as a player. So we tried to do that, myself, the coordinator, the position coach. So first, let me start with that. I know you guys would probably ask me about that, but in terms of 2 quarterbacks, again, we're always looking at situations, and we know Dak's our starter, and Joe's the backup, and I thought Joe settled in a little bit. It wasn't perfect, but we feel very good about Joe and his direction and where he can go. But again, nothing says we're not done looking around the league at all spots, and not just quarterback. There's going to be a lot of names out there in a lot of different positions, and that process has already started for Will and his team, and it'll be a long night tonight and into the morning.
Hall and Childress, I know they were competing. What was the thought process there between keeping Childress?
Yeah, younger player. I mean, again, Keemon's a special young man, good football player, very physical. Zion's instincts from the beginning have jumped off the film at us. Just his physicality, the way he can play as a blitzer, the way he can fill the B gap, and tough decision. But usually when you're dealing with 2 players that are very, very close, you tend to go with the younger guy.
Clarence Hill, DLLS Cowboys, and we're going to get back to the roster moves today. But just the Micah update, did you talk to him Sunday about his body language, number one?
Yeah, Mike and I had a long conversation, probably talked for an hour about a lot of different things, and addressed a number of different issues and things like that. And at this point, I'm going to keep that between he and I, but we had a very, very good conversation.
Okay, moving forward, obviously this is all about September 4th. I know you say you believe he's going to be on the field. When does he need to get to practice and ramp up to get to that point where you can be confident he can play against the Eagles?
Yeah, well, I think, again, that's always the story, it's different for everybody. The fact he's been here gives him a little bit of a leg up on the fact that he knows the defense, and that could be a completely different story if he wasn't here. But at the end of the day, I think once we want him out there as soon as possible. And, when he's feeling up to it and all those things is a big factor into it. But every day that he can get out there and get reps would be great. But I do think very strongly that him being around has helped. Him doing some of the walkthroughs and things like that does help. There's communication. There's signals that come from the sideline. There's communication from player to player that he's getting all those things. But the best way to get good at football is to play football. And so I would say as soon as possible would be the desired effect.
I know just for game day, since it's on the Thursday, but obviously there.
Yeah. Yeah, we're going to treat it as a normal week. We'll start. We have a bonus Monday on Friday, and then they get their day off. The league has a number of rules where they have to get certain days off. Clarence. But at the end of the day, as soon as he can get out there, that's great. But again, there'll be a ramp up plan for him, and when he lines up out there to play, do I think he would play 75 plays and every play? Probably not. I don't think that that's real. But I do think that he can be very disruptive, like we all know.
Brian, Todd Archer with ESPN. Has he given you assurance that he'll practice? Did that come up in your talks?
No, just again, wants to make sure he feels good and all that stuff. But again, like I said, I haven't changed my tune on the way I feel, and like I said, very, very good conversation about a lot of different things. So, power communication, I think, is great, and having the conversations with him, but even having the conversations with some of the players today, it just reminds you the people side of this business is really important. And had a great conversation with Mozzie. Brought Mozzie in, talked to Mozzie, just same topic. Just hey, consistency. It doesn't matter that you're a first-round pick. It's just we want to see you be more consistent. We know what you're capable of, and again, that's one of my things I'm really important. It's important to me is to find time to have conversations, and because I think it matters.
Today's obviously a day you had to deliver bad news to guys that they're not making the team, but do you ever deliver good news to guys to say, hey, you made it?
It actually happened today. I'll share it with you guys. I'm sure he won't mind me sharing it. So we brought Perion Winfrey in, and he assumed he was being cut. And so he walked in, sat down in my office, and Will and I were in there, McClay and I were in there, and I did play it up a little bit. I was a pretty good actor, if I do say so myself, probably being kind of a jackass for doing it. But I said, hey, these are hard days, and there's a lot of hard conversations that have to happen, but this is one I've really been looking forward to because I'm telling you, you've made the team. And he became very emotional. And then I became emotional, and then I looked over at McClay. He was emotional. And that's certainly something when you talk about a guy that's had this amazing game taken away from him, and you really realize how much these players love this game, what they sacrifice to play this game, what they have to, give up and go through, and the pounding it takes on their bodies. But the emotion of it, seeing Perion react like that, showed me two things. It showed me the passion that he has for this game, but also the pain that he's had to go through having it taken away from him and not knowing whether this would work out or not. And I told him, I said, the reason we wanted to do it is I wanted to see your reaction because I figured you would react like this, and he did not disappoint. Special young man.
John Machado with The Athletic. What made the difference for Mazi Smith for you guys to keep him on the roster? Obviously, he was playing in the final preseason game.
Yeah, it's a fair question, and that was part of the conversation with Mazi, that, hey, nothing is guaranteed. We're all competing, and you've got your 53-man roster, but then you've got your game day roster, and again, the message was the same. I thought Mazi had two of his best practices last week. Thought he played well, had flashes during the game. Just okay yesterday. And so, again, the conversation and having hard conversations, some coaches might be like, yeah, hey, I'll just deal with that when we get back. But I wanted Mazi to know that, this has nothing to do with you being a first-round draft pick. There's an expectation of you as a player because of how talented you are, and we've seen it. We just need to see it on more of a consistent basis. And, gave him my input. We had great conversation about, how we can help him and him figuring out his routine and getting his body feeling better and things like that. It's the power of spoken words, man, where you just get on the same page. And that way, if there's a misunderstanding, it's not because I didn't have the courage to have a conversation. It's a misunderstanding because something was said that maybe they didn't like, and Mazi didn't take it that way at all. It was a great conversation. But I just feel like you over-communicate as a leader that sits in a role like I do.
And kind of a weird question, but do you have final say on all 53? Because there are a lot of people that believe that, for example, with Mazi, that he's a first-round pick, and Jerry Jones is going to be like, Brian, we used a first-round pick on him. He has to be on the team.
Yeah, again, I've never felt one time pressured to do this or that because I don't feel like we have to because we have such good communication, and at the end of the day, this is something that I want to do collectively. Like I want to do the cuts with Will. I want Will to be in there. I want these guys to hear the same message, and I think it's important that it's not just me. Some of these guys, Will's been around longer than I have. He knows them why they were drafted, when they were drafted, and things like that. And so to me, at the end of the day, I've never and will never look at this situation in terms of, hey, I have to have this. I remember Bill Parcells. I remember hearing it, however many years ago. I think it was here. If you're gonna, what was the comment? If you're gonna cook the food, you need to, buy the groceries or whatever it is. And I think the game has changed quite a bit from them. So at the end of the day, I never look at it that way, and we will always do things around here collectively.
Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star-Telegram. Can you talk about the trade with the Saints today and Austin Richards and how that came about?
Yeah, again, Austin was a guy who was right there on the bubble. Austin's played games for us, and we drafted him. He's done some good things. more than likely it looked like he was going to be a guy we were going to release, and the Saints felt very strongly that this was a player that they had targeted, that they wanted, and rather than take a chance on losing him, they wanted to make the trade, and we felt good to get something for someone that was probably going to get released.
And then I would assume one of the tougher conversations was with Deuce Vaughn. Can you talk about his preseason and his outlook moving forward?
Yeah, had a great conversation with Deuce, such an incredible young man, damn good football player. So those are the hard ones. But again, you have real conversations, Nick. You sit down and you say, hey, look, at this point, this is about what's in the best interest of you, Deuce. And sometimes a change of scenery is a good thing. And, if that's what he decides, then we certainly support that in terms of, however the practice squad thing plays itself out. But, I could not speak enough great things about Deuce and the type of football player he is. But it also speaks to the fact that you can't just be an offensive or defensive player. You have to have other roles. You have to do multiple things. And, unfortunately, the special teams part of it, when you're a third or fourth runner, or you're a fifth or sixth receiver, or you're a, fourth or fifth safety, whatever it plays out, if you don't have other roles and you're doing those roles at a high level, then unfortunately you become a guy that you're on the bubble, and then decisions have to be made in terms of who's going to help us win games in more than one phase.
Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com. You mentioned the special teams aspect for that fifth or sixth receiver. What made Ryan Flournoy the guy that made you guys confident? Was it the special teams ability, and then what do you feel like he can do for you on offense too?
Yeah, it was a tough one. Tough conversation with Jalen Brooks, and it was one of those things, Tommy, where we were going back and forth a lot, quite honestly. And like I've told you guys in the past, we have point of attack tapes, we have target tapes, and literally the offensive side of it was like literally neck and neck. But over the past 2 or 3 weeks, I would say there's been no one that has played special teams more dominant than Ryan Flournoy. And as a gunner, he's been unstoppable, whether they single him up, they vice him because of his power and stuff like that. And he's done some really good jobs playing receiver with contested catches and versus press release and things like that. But it's a perfect point to what Nick asked in terms of that was one that came down to, okay, hey, which way do we want to go? And there was a lot of back and forth, a lot of good conversation about it. And at the end of the day, when you turned on the special teams film, there was a guy that was doing it at a very dominant level. And so that's what tipped the scales in his direction.
Joe Hoyt, Dallas Morning News. Some guys like James Houston, Zion Childers, and Johnny Cornelius, maybe some guys that kind of progressed and maybe earned this, at least externally. That's kind of what we kind of look at it as. When you're looking at those guys and you're kind of making your roster, when you kind of realize, hey man, this guy might have kind of earned this spot and really opened our eyes throughout this camp?
Well, again, James is a guy I think I've been, I get up here all the time and just talk about. I mean, the ability to rush the passer is such an important, part of our game. And James has been pretty much unblockable in most competitive padded situations we've been in, whether it's scrimmages, preseason games, our padded practices, whatever it is, and that jumps out at you. Zion's a good young player that, again, has flashed. He got a lot of work with the ones during different things when we were moving pieces around and trying different things, and so he never shied away, and the skills never he never took a step back when he was put into the starting rotation, and we've been moving guys around. And then AJ's a guy that we just, we like, and we see a huge upside for AJ, and that's why we drafted him. And so, but there's not a date that you're like, oh, hey, this, because again, everything you have to go back and you have to do your due diligence, you have to literally go back to when they were here in OTAs or in rookie minicamp, and then look at the player, the consistency, the performance, the ability to retain our information, and all those things go into it, which is why this is such a difficult and daunting task at times, because there's a lot of deliberation and there's a lot of differing opinions. And at the end of the day, there's probably 6 to 8 different conversations and meetings over the past, I'd say 3 or 4 days, that help us come to these decisions that we made.
Zion, obviously we'll learn more about Trayvon Diggs' situation, but Zion's a guy that could end up being your nickel corner week 1 against Philly, defending champs 0-9. How much trust do you have in him to kind of handle such a big moment potentially if he's called upon?
Yeah, well, obviously the fact he's on our team means we trust him. I think he's earned that. I'm not going to give away any secrets of how we're going to play Philadelphia on opening night. But if you made our football team from a very, very competitive roster where we had to trim down from 91 guys, it shows you that we have trust in you.
Garrett Podell, CBS Sports. Brian, running back was a position you entered the offseason with some questions, end up with 5 on the roster at the moment. Kind of how did you settle on that mix of 5 guys, and what's kind of your evaluation of the position now after cut down?
Well, I think, I've got my sheet up here. Javante's been a guy from day one that I've been just really impressed with, and the professionalism, the run talent jumps out. Miles is a veteran player that, we've seen do it, against us at Philly and went to Houston, and he's battled back from some stuff. But, just his ability to stretch the field and the perimeter and do some things coming out of the backfield is unique. Hunter Lepke's Hunter Lepke, baller. Leave it at that. And then, Jaden's the guy that we've seen the twitch and the speed and the acceleration, and Phil Moff is a guy that, again, when you look at Phil play, he's a big, powerful man that's hard to bring down, and people bounce off of him. And I think it's a cool room because you've got the veterans in Miles and Javante, you got Hunter, who is becoming a veteran, and then you got the 2 rooks that, again, we drafted, and I think we've seen the things that we wanted to see from them.
Saad.
Brian, Saad Yusuf, The Athletic. With Savon Ravel, obviously there was some optimism during the draft that he might be ready during training camp. Just where is his progress at, and what are your expectations for him moving forward?
Yeah, again, no timetables. That. He's doing everything in his power. He's working incredibly hard. I think when you watch him work and you see him start to move, you see the things that we loved about him in the draft. But the biggest thing you want to do with a young player like that is you don't want to rush him back. You want to make sure when he goes out there he feels great. And again, we're not going to do that. We're not going to rush him back. We're going to take our time, and when we feel like he's ready, then we'll do that. But at the same time, you talk about a guy like Trayvon who has done everything, and that gets you excited. You can't get them all back at one time, but again, couldn't be more excited to see Trayvon out there the other day.
Skyler Dixon with the AP. I've got a bigger picture Micah question, but first, you said the other day the MRI was clear on him. Do you all consider him medically clear to practice?
Yeah, again, there's always a chance for more tests and things like that, but at this time we do, yes.
And you've been handed a pretty delicate contract situation in your first year as a head coach. How do you draw on all the years you've been in the league and try to handle that and deal with that?
Just try not to get distracted by it. I think I get asked by it every time I come in here, which again I understand and appreciate. But I can promise you, when I leave here, I don't get caught up in it. I really don't. I don't spend a lot of time on Twitter and things like that, reading what people think and wonder why. I'm running a football team, and I'm worried about the other guys. And the business side of it always works out. One way or the other, the business side always works out, and so that's something that I'm not really in control of. And because of that, it's easy to say, okay, hey, let me focus on the stuff I am in control of, and that's getting these guys ready to play and be in great shape and have the scheme ready to go and the coaches ready to go on September 4th against Philadelphia.
Cal.
Yesterday, Diggs and Guyton got some work in. How did they fare in that from a physical standpoint?
Yeah, they both did good. Again, we're bringing them back slowly, but it was great to see them both out there. And I think, Guyton way ahead of schedule, it looks like, from what I saw, But, again, does that mean he'll be ready to go on September 4th? I'm not going to put a timetable on it, but I was really encouraged. And then Trayvon, I think, to me, since we first started talking about this in training camp, the strides he's made is a testament to Trey and his work with Britt and his want to, and I saw a comment from him, he's hungry, and you can see that. And to me as a coach, man, that's all about competition. Like, it's really cool to see him where he's chomping at the bit to get back out there and play. And that shows you he loves the game, and he's dealt with a lot over the last couple of years, but I like the look in his eye. I really do.
Very quiet guy, and you've always talked about you're a relationship guy. Was it hard to kind of get with him, talk to him, get to know him a little bit?
No, I don't think so. I think, I'm pretty good at breaking down walls, and, I'm pretty good at probing questions and asking things to get to the heart of the matter, if you will. But no, I really enjoy being around Trey, and he and I have had a lot of good conversations. And if my couch could talk in a good way, some of the things I've been able to get to know about these guys, just with my conversations with them, are things and memories that I cherish, and I feel like it allows me to do my job at the highest level because I can kind of read them. And I think that's important when you sit in this role and you have to motivate guys to do things and work together as a team.
Where do you think your needs are still, and you anticipate being active tomorrow on the waiver wire or looking to upgrade?
Always be active. Again, like I said, McClay looks exhausted right now, but I don't feel bad for him at all. I said, hey, I don't want to hear it. Get back in there and turn on some more film. He and his staff are working incredibly hard. Why? This is like a second draft, right? You're going to have all these players that get released into, the free agency market and the waiver wire and the way it's set up, the claiming numbers and things like that, where you can grab guys. And I think the way I look at it is if we can, continue to be competitive and add pieces, then that means we're doing our job, looking under every nook and cranny for good players that have the type of characteristics and traits that we want, but they're also the competitors that we want that believe in culture and things like that. That's important to us. And again, I think, we will definitely be active. What does that mean? I don't know. I don't know how many new faces will be here compared to how many guys we bring back, but we're open for business, if you will say.
Nick.
Circling back on Perrion Winfrey, he said in the locker room after the game on Friday, the Cowboys believed in me when nobody else did. I'm willing to put my life on the line, my body, whatever it is, to see this organization win. I'm one of those players that will fight for them regardless of anything. So to hear that quote in context with your conversation that you had with him today, how excited are you for the young man, and why do you think this situation worked for him?
Well, I'm emotional for him, number one. What I saw in that room in my office was real tears of joy, but like I said, pain and passion, and he means it. There's a guy when we're playing in the fourth quarter of a preseason game that we've already had won, and we're on the 1 yard line, and the defense is trying to get a goal line stop, and he is absolutely going crazy trying to motivate those other guys. If you can't cheer for that, then I don't know what you can cheer for. So thrilled for him, but thrilled also for this football team, because I want guys around that realize that take advantage of every opportunity to play this game, man. It is the best game in the world, bar none, in my opinion. And he's a special young man that deserves this opportunity, and he's earned it. And because he's earned it, I tip my cap to him.
Yeah.
Will has talked previously about your guys' communication, through the draft process and how good that was. In terms of now going into the second draft, how much do you guys going to rely on that communication, especially when things are moving fast in the next 24 hours? And how much anticipatory scouting did you guys do about who could be potentially waived from other teams?
Yeah, great question. They've been tracking guys really all preseason. Where the coaches now are just kind of getting into it. We were focused on, selecting our 53-man roster and what that looks like. And now we dive into the film and looking at other things. And, okay, hey, these guys have been released and, they've got the head start. But in terms of the work, we'll sit down in groups and coaches and scouts alike, and we'll look at players that are out there, and then we've got decisions to make. Okay, well, compare Todd Archer to Calvin Watkins, compare those guys and who you want. And, okay, well, we definitely want Calvin over Todd. For different reasons. But, it's nonstop, and it's already started for them. It's beginning for us as coaches. But, it's very – it's very seamless when you have the ability to have these conversations that go back to the draft, when it's like, it's okay to disagree, but just stay convicted to your point, and then let's ultimately turn the film on, because the film is what's going to speak volumes. It's not just, oh, well, hey, so-and-so said this about so-and-so. It's okay, this guy's clearly a really good player, and I think he upgrades us in this spot, and here's why, as opposed to just, well, hey, I talked to my buddy in Carolina, and he really loves the guy. Like, let's turn the film on and let the film speak to these guys, and that's honestly one of the things about Nick's question about Perrion. I mean, you turn the film on, and that guy is a disruptive, badass football player.
Garrett.
Going off kind of what you were saying there about your communication with Will, has there been a player in your NFL coaching career at some point where in the second draft this time you really banging the table saying this guy's got to be on here, and you were very excited for that worked out?
Great question. There definitely has been. I'm trying to think, and they all didn't work out, because of the way the waiver wire works with the claims and things like that. To think of one, I can't think of one at this time. Hopefully it's one tomorrow that we add to the list.
Good. All righty.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. There he is, Brian Schottenheimer, press conference here on your home of the Cowboys after cuts happened at 3 o'clock. A lot to reset you there. We'll take a break, come back, get you some Krusty's Corner, and continue with our broadcast afternoon. We're going till 6:30 tonight. Rangers pregame and first pitch at 7:05. If you missed the Evaldi news, unfortunately out for the year with a strained shoulder. Back with more sports here on The Fan.
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation now here on 105.3 The Fan. Just had the Brian Schottenheimer press conference, him talking about a number of things, and we'll get into recapping that throughout what is left in today's show. Rangers pregame coming up at 6:30. We did miss Krusty's Corner, so now here is Broadus. It's brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Big day of news, Brian. You give the Cowboys a thumbs up for everything they've done?
Yeah, so far so good. If Brian Schottenheimer, in fact, is talking about potentially claiming some guys, the roster could be different. I'm totally on board with what they're trying to do. Like we
called it a second draft.
Yeah, that's what it is. No, he is not wrong, and there's a couple of opportunities that are really, really good to add players. You know, free agency this team doesn't always play in free agency, but when you start to talk about free agency, college free agency after the draft, that's, the undrafted free agents. That's something the Cowboys have had some success in. So that was an opportunity. And then with the roster reductions and stuff like that, then you're able to dive into that. If you're a team that's not very good, and there's going to be some teams that are pretty talent poor. And I mentioned the Saints as a team. If you're one of those teams, you kind of look at your roster and you're thinking like, my God, there's people cutting better players than what we have.
Mm-hmm.
Then you need to be super aggressive and try and do everything you can do. There's certain rules for how many guys you can claim and stuff like that, but there's teams that need to do this, and the Cowboys are kind of, I think, in a couple of spots. It's interesting what they did at cornerback. We were saying that only 5 guys, and with Carson being a guy that they were saying, hey, he was coming along close, he was going to be close and all that, but he never played in the preseason at all.
And if you got to IR him and you're bringing back Goodwin, it's not like Goodwin really does anything for you at corner.
Goodwin can't.
You don't have Diggs available, so you got Bland, Elam, Booth, and Childress. You got 4 corners that can suit up and play for you. So like Beanie Bishop just got cut from Pittsburgh, and that was a guy as a rookie, 4 interceptions, 2 forced fumbles, and a fumble recovery, and is a slot player. So they might have Zion Childress, and I'm fine with that, thinking that's going to be your guy. But him and then C.J. Okoye, the Nigerian nightmare from the Baltimore Ravens, who we talked about when they were playing them at defensive tackle. Like, there are some names out there that immediately will catch your eye and say, can the Cowboys jump in on these guys?
Well, that's the thing, because Eric and I had a chance to, when the Ravens were in town.
Jerry Sandusky.
With a G.
Jerry with a G.
Jerry with a G. And we were talking. I said, listen, I don't have any question. I just want to know about your defensive tackles.
Yeah, it was a good question.
And here's a guy that has size. He doesn't have a lot of experience. I mean, really none. But man, you talk about the power that he plays with, the point of attack, the size he has. The Ravens were going to be a team, and we talked about it earlier, that they're a team that might win the Super Bowl. We thought this was one of the deepest teams in the league.
Yeah.
And they were going to, teams always say, oh, we're going to have to cut some, it's going to be tough. We're going to put some, it's going to be some difficult guys, difficult decisions and all. Now the Ravens can actually say that because they will put some, because their roster is really that good. So they're going to put some good guys on the street. So I do hope that the Cowboys do take advantage of their claiming spot. They picked 12th in the draft. So that means their claiming spot will be that spot and in that area until, I believe, week 4 of the NFL season. And then it goes to the teams with the worst record. So Dallas is in a spot where they can claim some guys that maybe, that they'll be ahead of some teams that behind them that can do that.
Looks like, what they've said about Okoye this offseason, they believe in his trajectory and praised how quickly he's ascended as part of that international player program. It's just a numbers game where they have such good starters and depth.
Yeah, they're hopeful to get him back on the practice squad. And if I'm the Cowboys, I'm saying, sorry,
no,
we're not letting you do that. He needs to start for us.
You'd be very excited to come to the Cowboys if you're a corner or a one technique right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I hope it's not just all talk. That that Will McClay and the pro guys and Alex Loomis and those guys over there can do a good job of kind of I know they've identified players that they're watching, teams that they've watched, and certain positions that they've watched. So let's hope.
I don't think it's talk because I think this is one of the best things the Cowboys do by necessity. Like they have had to be really good at this, and I think they have showed they're absolutely willing to bring guys in and have competition for all spots at all times. I took Shotty at face value there. I thought the part where he was saying this is all collaborative and I've never been put in a situation where I got to fight with the organization because we have a conversation and agree to things. That was the only thing that made the BS meter shoot up a bit for me during that presser.
Yeah, I think to me that he was here when Mozzie Smith was drafted. So it's a little bit easier for him to probably side with the Joneses on this one. If he's a new coach, he would, if he was brand new to the system, and he would probably say, well, why are we doing this?
Yeah.
But the fact he was here, there's things you have to do as a coach. Honestly, you have to know what battles to fight.
Mm-hmm.
You can't fight every single battle. You can't. I don't know if I'm dying on the Mozzie Smith hill if I'm a coach, because I'm thinking there's other things I need to, there's other things I need to get
Especially
done.
if you're a coach with no skins on the wall, no experience. I don't think Belichick or Andy Reid standing around for that.
Yeah, but you see what I'm saying about that? Like, there's certain things that you will absolutely just fight the Joneses on. I don't know if I'd fight the Joneses, and especially with the fact that you got Winfrey and some guys that you were Houston, Winfrey, some guys that can actually play.
Sure.
So I'm not fighting. There's other battles I'm going to need to try and win.
Here's what I would try to tell the Joneses, though. I'm trying to build something special here, and I need the guys to look at me like they got to impress me.
Yeah.
There can't be I'm good because Jerry likes me type of deal.
Mm-hmm.
I think that does erode your authority.
I honestly feel like that, man, this is going to sound terrible, but I kind of feel like that maybe Tolbert might be in the same boat.
I am,
and I know Tolbert, I
say
Tolbert because you wonder, like, to be honest with you, I felt like the Brooks played really well this season,
and I think that Brooks has played well when he's given opportunities to.
I will say this though, again, this Tolbert I think is and we asked this question when Mingo's 4 weeks are up. I don't think this is about Ryan Flournoy or anything. I think this is about if Tolbert is not played up to snuff in 4 weeks, that's the roster spot I'm looking for right there. Like, they're going to be, how does Mingo get back? That's it. If we have 4 weeks from today and all of a sudden Tolbert has not done anything, but maybe he had one game and 3 just okay games. And then, because I know Coach even talked about what Ryan Flournoy did. I told you guys on special teams, just watch the tape.
Absolutely.
Watch him block on the crack the other day, throwing his body in there and doing some things. So I think Flournoy is going to. I think he's turned the corner on some of this stuff.
When you dig in and look at the film and some of the stuff he's doing on special teams, he's almost a can't.
And then he's getting open as a route runner, as a wide receiver. Like, he's got a skill set that is special.
We would be talking about him if Joe Milton was just serviceable at times this preseason as a quarterback.
Well, great stuff. Glad we got some Krusty's Corner in, and salute to Reliant Air Conditioning.
Too,
where we going next, Chief?
The jinx of the year in baseball and a bad day at the ball yard for this guy. That's next here in the nation. But Tolos, I love supporting local family-owned businesses, especially ones that prioritize quality over quantity, and that's exactly what Greystone Roofing and Construction does. Keep in mind the roofing business here in the DFW can be super crazy, unpredictable, chaotic, and super risky at times as
Razorbacks.
Saffron squad.
Nutmeg maidens.
Breakup.
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
Who said that? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up on 2 hours from Rangers pregame show. It's time to go, but they're going to have to get the rest of the season done now without Nathan Eovaldi as well. The breaking news about an hour ago. Time for a sports hodgepodge, though. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Injured in a car or truck wreck? Call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. Never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Eric?
Okay, we'll get to the bad day at the ball yard for this particular umpire here in just a moment, but I believe we have the baseball jinx of the year, courtesy of the Baltimore Orioles telecast. We take you to Orioles versus Red Sox. You have Roman Anthony, who's been young rookie star,
absolutely
no question.
Phenomenal for them.
He's at the plate and he's going up against Tamayuki Sagano. And Sagano had been on a nice little run here.
Comfortable now.
And this is, did I nail that?
I think you crushed it.
Yeah. Well, here's Sagano.
Were you worried about saying it at first?
I was just going to go Sagano there.
You weren't leaking confidence, though.
Really? You don't feel like I was?
Not at all.
I didn't treat it like a bit of a speed bump there?
You slowly read through it.
My favorite
Tamayuki Sagano.
My favorite thing is when Dawson, and he's, by the way, Dawson, you're really good at this. I'm doing one of your compliment sandwich things.
Okay.
But you're really good. But when you kind of break into a European accent or Spanish accent to pronounce it, you kind of like you're leaking confidence, but you do it like in a language that
let's have some fun with it.
It's
Of course I know how to pronounce it.
Gavin, you have made it, my friend. We officially have a Fire Gavin Dawson Twitter account.
Nice.
I feel like this means you have hit the Mount Rushmore.
Randy Galloway would approve
in
of
sports
that.
radio.
Polarization.
This is freaking crazy.
Yeah.
That's awesome, man. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Hey,
hopefully I can
Been
get
a long
the
time
follow.
coming.
General Mayday. Way to go. Let's go. Dawson. Fire his ass. Golly.
And maybe fire the Orioles telecast.
Termination.
They jinx the balls off of Tamayuki Sagano.
I guess I have Jack Leiter's career start to thank for that one.
Yes. And Rowdy's.
And Rowdy Tellez's.
Started with Jack. It ended with the Roudster.
My guys, it's tough. I do love the Rangers. I want to participate in Rangers excitement, but I feel like there's a portion of Rangers Twitter that wants nothing to do with me right now. So
They will always have that 2023
that pie chart's heavily in anti-Dawson favor.
Only so much pie to go around, as Steven taught me. So we'll try to figure it out. Do better.
Well, here in the G-Bag Nation, we like our guys. So you're here to stay.
We do like our guys.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
I mean, Jack Leiter, I live for those days.
All right, here we go. Is this the jinx of the baseball year?
That's his last 5 starts. The team has won all 5 of those games.
Oh, Ben
You see what it
McDonald.
is, a strikeout to walk ratio, nearly 4-1. The big thing for Sagano, circled that second to the last column, home runs allowed. He's only allowed 1 home run in his last 5 starts, and we will hope it will stay that way.
You were saying, unfortunately, Roman Anthony. Yeah, it didn't.
Oh my
Not
gosh.
for long. Anthony with a home run on the 5th pitch of the game. The Red Sox jump in front, courtesy of Roman Anthony's 6th of his rookie year.
Sagano had gone 106 consecutive batters without allowing a home run. But he'll have to start a new one now. 107 off the bat.
That was like you knew off the bat that was gone.
It was a no doubter.
He smoked that.
Pretty.
My man Ben McDonald on the call.
You were saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Ben McDonald.
rough.
Good
Ben
call.
McDonald, yeah.
You know his voice, don't you?
I do. An Nelson U guy.
Okay, so now we take you to the Little League umpire that brought us, I believe, was first on the scene
Dude,
with this one.
Brian,
this was all up in
He was
his
laughing
algo.
so hard up in the press
I
box.
was in the press box.
What are you giggling at over there?
I was sitting next to Wolchuk, and then I came up, and you're supposed to be quiet, and I started laughing just uncontrollably. And then I said, okay, I've got to send these to all the guys. I got to send this out. But the third and final shot, that's
Incredible.
what I couldn't keep it together.
Not 1, not 2, but 3 times in 4 innings, an umpire took a foul ball right to the downstairs. And we have the video. Carter will throw it up on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube for you so you can get the visual. But here is the sound.
Everybody walk away for a minute.
That's the first one.
Off the bat.
Second one.
Couldn't do anything about that one.
He hasn't hit the deck once, but wait till number 3.
Manager's coming out to check on him.
Now that right there, Ted Emmerich, that's a pitch clock violation. Okay, and
a what?
That was at the highest level. The video of this is just incredible.
He was just rolling around.
He went fetal position.
Yes.
I mean, my sources tell me he's still laying there right now in the batter's box, just grunting and growling through what is the single worst pain.
Game.
Yeah, 3 times in 4 innings, bro.
I mean, back in my day, umpires used that big pad,
the pillow.
I mean, they'd be rocking this thing. It was like one of those football pads that you put out there to make a player more physical or whatever. This guy, I have to question this guy's awareness. You know,
really, I think it's the worst catcher of all time.
That too,
sitting behind the plate. Like, I would be yelling at the manager to get this guy off the field.
That kid didn't even come close.
Put somebody in here who knows what he's doing here.
Maybe the smallest catcher in the league, but you got to take a knee. You got to get low.
Get low.
You know.
Well, no,
And that third one, dude, his like arm started to seize up, and he just fell forward. And ate dirt, and again, I think he's still still laying there.
But he was umpiring with like his hands on his knees, and so
he was in an athletic position.
He wasn't behind the catcher. He just caught him direct. Oh gosh!
The foul tip.
One of those wasn't even felt like a foul tip. It was just a straight heater. It was like they were sending that ump a message.
Oh, that was great.
All for what, like $75 to get out there on a Saturday. And
not bad
he'll
work
be
if you can get
icing
it.
his balls and spitting up blood for the next 6 months.
Yeah, that's a tough one right there. He's definitely going to have to see the urologist this week. It was a tough weekend for umpires. Really was. Saw a college guy get hit in the head with a bat flip, knocked him out. Maybe that's an old one, but that was heavy in my algo this weekend. Maybe as a result of this.
We did our favorite hefty athletes.
We did.
Right, last week. How about the hefty lefties, Jared Lorenzen, his son? Is wearing his dad's number 22 jersey at the same high school, and he scored a walk-off 2-point conversion to start the season.
Wow. That's awesome.
That's how you get it done.
Is he
right
a
there.
fellow hefty lefty?
No, I don't know. He is a little bit hefty.
What position's he playing?
It looks like they got him kind of moving around a little bit. He'll take a direct snap there at the goal line to punch it in.
Okay.
But they got him playing a little bit in the backfield, a little bit at tight end.
Man.
So he's kind of a jack of all trades, Mr. Versatility there.
What if
But the hefty
Kentucky?
lefty-
Kentucky school? Where we?
Yeah, it is Highlands. Yeah, it is a Kentucky
I'm
school.
sure Will Chambers is very familiar.
They're the Bluebirds.
Oh.
And he's rocking the deuce and hitting walk-off 2-point
That's
conversions
badass,
for
man.
victory right there. So pretty cool for that kid. And we'll get to some other stuff in the finest, but there you are. There's a little hodgepodge.
Thank you, buddy. We got to check in with Jared Sandler on this Rangers breaking news that we had earlier today, and where the Rangers go from here. Is there hope alive, or was this the final blow? That's coming up next in the G-Bag Nation.
true, then you've got to forget something else to remember. But Uber Eats has frozen.
That's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, a lady? Razor waves. Not many no. You said that. Was it Spice Girls?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's time for some Jared Sandler here on The Fan as you have Rangers pregame coming up at 6:30. And we had pretty big news, guys, earlier on. Nathan Eovaldi reportedly or confirmed out for the season with a shoulder strain of some sort. So we'll get more details here from Sandler, but just my initial thoughts, guys, the degree of difficulty turned up, and if you weren't out already, this might have pushed you over the ledge as we get the report now here from Sandler, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. Buddy, how you doing? We got you?
Oh, you guys got me? Can you hear me?
Yep, there he is. He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter, a must follow. What happened with Eovaldi in the shoulder?
Yeah, strained rotator cuff and, out for the year. So, I guess they said likely out for the year, so we'll see. So, unfortunate, but, I don't know. It's kind of a nut kicker, I was just talking to some of the guys, and it's like, in my 12 years, I'm trying to think of injury news that, like, hits you, where it's like, dang, you feel terribly for the person, you feel terribly given the situation. And, I remember when Prince, announced his retirement, that was just like incredibly emotional, and seeing him get emotional about not being able to play the game, that was a tough one. But, this is tough too, because, we talked a lot about, Kevin Pillar made his comments about guys and just the mood he got, the feel he got. And, like we said, he's entitled to his opinion, obviously. But I think, Kevin would probably acknowledge that, regardless of how he felt, that, if there was one guy in that clubhouse who it's like, yeah, this guy shows up, he posts every single day, ready to, do whatever he can to help the team. It's that guy. And you could just kind of see it in Evo's face when he spoke to us. He was pretty upset. And so you feel for him. And it's obviously, I know a lot of fans don't, they just, how is this going to impact the team? And I get that. And unfortunately, it's not going to help the team. This is going to make it a lot more challenging for them to go, get to that 86 win mark that we talked about yesterday. No doubt about it.
Hey, Jared, are we to the point of just kind of as a clubhouse saying enough's enough? I mean, I don't mean giving up and all that, but just all the things that group has gone through the entire year, that it's just like, what do we, and I'm not saying they're going to quit or anything like that, but like, it's just like, what else can happen?
That's a great question, Brad. I think this is where, the unquantifiable resolve of, a locker room or a clubhouse comes into play. I mean, they could use this, and they could say, hey, the baseball gods are kicking our ass right now. They've lost Simeon, Carter, Gray, and Eovaldi for the season in the last week. I guess there's a chance Marcus comes back right before, but let's just say, for the sake of the conversation, they've lost those four guys for the season the last week. They can look around and they could take it to the house and say, all right, hey, it was fun. We had a nice run. Or, they could look around and say, screw this. We got 29 games left. We may as well play them. Let's go and let's try and make it so that Marcus can play this year. Let's try and make it so that Evo can come back, which, sidebar, for people wondering, if the Rangers made a deep playoff run, Evo would be back. I'm only sharing that, I'm sure some people are rolling their eyes out if they make a deep playoff run. I'm sharing that just to give people an idea of the timeline of his recovery. He doesn't, as of now, what we know is he doesn't need surgery or anything like that. So if this was earlier in the year, he'd obviously be able to return. But anyway, I guess we'll find out how they respond. It's obviously, it seems like blow after blow the last week. And if they, if they decide that, I shouldn't say decide, if it's tough for them to respond and bounce back, who am I to say that wouldn't be, a likely path, because it's tough what they've gone through. But, I would love to think that they would bounce back and show some resolve and try and kick some ass.
Well, with that 1.73 ERA through 22 games, I guess the 22 games is what might say that it's not the greatest single season in Rangers pitching history. You've got Fergie Jenkins, Nolan, Darvish certainly had a great one. But when we reflect back on this year for Nathan Eovaldi, it's got to be up there amongst one of the best performances we've seen as a Texas Rangers pitcher all time.
Yes, yeah, no doubt. I mean, hey, listen, this team's never had a Cy Young Award winner, and I think Evo was probably the reality is probably not going to get there, but I think at least in the conversation, right? At least someone that would be up there probably would finish runner up to Scooble, and it's just a little bit of a bummer that it's not going to be able to see that one through.
Does this have any bearing, you think, on the decision to skip starts or shut deGrom down?
If they end up out of it, yeah. If let's just say they have a bad next week and all right, it's just not going to work out, then yeah, there's no reason at this point. I mean, I'd say this. Obviously, the season itself isn't what people wanted, but this has been a great year for Jacob. Just the fact that he has basically made every single start except for the start that was skipped in Kansas City. And this is a great building block upon which to progress towards next year. Now, I think he's fully prepared and able to keep going, but I do think if it gets to the point, Gavin, where the Rangers aren't, going to be, a legitimate contender for a playoff spot, there'd be no reason to keep him going.
What went wrong for the offense last night?
Yeah, well, Jose Soriano was pretty good, but they just didn't seem like they were really able to square much up. He's got a nasty sinker, but what's interesting, and I'd always love to know why the approach is what it is for a pitcher, but he kind of went away from what his typical pitch mix is. He threw more curveballs than what we're used to seeing, and really mixed it up well. I don't know what the scout was. The Rangers have seen him. I think that was the fourth time, right? So, I think that cat and mouse game kind of dictates, whether or not you kind of go back to the well and do the same of what you've been doing, or whether you try and mix stuff up. And the Rangers have gotten him this year, but he's had plenty of success against the Rangers. He's kind of a young, inconsistent pitcher who has great stuff, and you see him one night and you're like, wow, like how does anyone score off this guy? And then you see him the next start and you're like, gosh, he's does not look like the same guy at all. But unfortunately, they got the good version of Jose Soriano. As I say that, I understand that people are, they're going to hear that and think, gosh, I'm tired of hearing it about the pitcher. It's, why not our bats? And I get that. I think at times maybe the bats this year have played pitchers into favorable spots. But I don't know what exactly last night. It did seem like he pitched well. There have been times this year where guys have put up good numbers, and unfortunately they just, they're guys, pitchers who have had a good start, but maybe like the start itself just didn't look that great, and it seemed like maybe the Rangers gave him some gifts. That really wasn't the case. You look at the chase rate last night, stuff like that. They just weren't able to square him up, and hopefully they can come back and have a good night tonight, because obviously just from a morale standpoint, coming back, having a nice win tonight would be a huge boost.
Jared, how critical do you think this next 4 to 6 week end of season stretch is for Josh Young and his future with the organization?
Zach, I would hate to think that such a significant conversation or decision would rest on 4 to 6 weeks, but we're human, right? Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, if he sprints through the finish line, I think it's less about, hey, what numbers does he put up, and more about what it looks like while he's putting them up. From a process standpoint, is he doing the things that they would like him to do to show the consistent progress that, hopefully would be able to sustain throughout the course of the season. Now, I don't know that I think a lot's on the table. This is now the second straight year where the Rangers offensively, no matter what happens the rest of the way, whether the Rangers make the playoffs or not, it's going to be the second straight year where the offense has not performed up to the expectation. So I don't get the sense, and you guys talk to Chris Young every week, I'm sure you guys would agree, he does not seem like a complacent person whatsoever. So I would imagine that there are going to be changes and that a deck will be reshuffled to some degree. And he's not just going to roll out the same group and hope for better results. Is Josh Young a part of that conversation of potential changes? I would imagine, almost everyone is a part of that conversation. But I think the decision is more than just a binary, do we want him back or not? I think it's what can we expect out of Josh Young when we go into this offseason? Let's say Josh Young is our starting third baseman. But can we expect him? Is this a guy that we can expect to be a middle-of-the-order bat? Or are we looking at, hey, Josh Young's our third baseman, but he's a guy who we're probably going to have hit bottom of the order. He's a guy that, we think really only is going to hit lefty. I think there are a lot of elements to the conversation, and how much 4 to 6 weeks can change that. September baseball can be a dangerous judge, but I think it's more process related than it is end result related.
There's no way the ownership decides, hey, it's time to go more developmental and get back into that like pre-stadium mode that we were in, where we're waiting for, the prospects to come around to get us close and then start spending again.
Gavin, there just really aren't, they don't have that farm system right now where they've got, a bunch of guys who are near major league ready. I know everyone's super excited about Sebastian Walcott, and there's no reason not to be excited about him. I don't know that Sebastian Walcott, I don't think Sebastian Walcott is a major leaguer on opening day next year.
No.
And he can obviously play his way to being a major leaguer if he has a good year, but there's a chance that, it's not until 2020, 25, 26, it's not until 2027. And he'd be 21 years old, right? There's nothing wrong with that. Like if he doesn't make his debut until 21, no one's upset or concerned about that. So I just don't think, I think a lot of the strength of the farm system is more lower levels. And so I don't know.
I was just thinking, intentionally taking a step back, like we could spend another $100 million and end up in fourth place again.
Yeah, I think it's a great, fair question. I think if they were to do that, then you would see a lot of changes, because so long as you've got Eovaldi and deGrom and, Corey Seager under contract, I think it would be a tough justification to the ownership. And I think for CY, I don't think he would look at that and say, oh yeah, we don't have a shot. I think that you got those three veterans plus Marcus Semien, plus you got, Wyatt Langford. I think they would try and figure out a way to go for it. But obviously reshuffling a deck isn't easy.
Well, appreciate you, man. I know it's a tough day like this, and we appreciate your insights and your perspective, and we look forward to the pregame coming up 6:30.
All right, fellas. Thanks so much.
He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter, a must-follow for Rangers fans everywhere. What's next, Eric?
Football's finest. We got some Cowboy stuff for you. Arch is already better than Peyton and Eli at this, plus the college football petty wars are already underway. That's next in the nation.
TOLO Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, it's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Been a big day of sports news with Nathan Eovaldi being the biggest. Unfortunately, he's going to miss the season with a strained rotator cuff. The good news is it will not impact next year, and he actually could be available if the Rangers are able to play into October. So we'll keep our fingers crossed for that as we get an edition of The Finest with the Chief. Here he is.
Yes, sir. All right, let's start with the Cowboys. Walchuk, give me the good news.
All right, so we're getting a jersey change here. Jaden Blue, per himself, going back to the number 23, which he wore in Texas.
Right to the source.
There you go.
Boom. Letting us know. Now, it's a bummer for Buddy Johnson fans out there. Obviously, Buddy Johnson, former Texas A&M Aggie, did not make the roster. He was wearing the 23. But Jaden Blue going from the 34 he wore in preseason back to the 23, and it just feels right. He does wear the hell out of that 23.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
I wonder if that means Buddy Johnson's not on the practice squad.
Well, if he is,
he's going to get a new number.
Buddy. Yeah, get a new number.
Yeah, the number stuff. Okay, so Ezeraku is going to be another guy we monitor here. He clearly wanted to change his number when we sat down with him in Oxnard. And then Zion Childress might be your starting nickel corner. Yeah. Night 1 in Filthy. He was wearing 48 all preseason. Yeah. There's no way he wants to continue wearing that number. Now, he was number 11 in college. So
don't think he's going to get the 11, but there might not be 11 on the field.
Maybe Jerry just says, you know what, bleep this, have his number,
switch it,
and he'll take.
I think Ezeraku would want Donovan Wilson's number 6, right? That's what he wore in college.
Yes,
that is what he wore in college.
So that's probably a no-go zone there, but looking forward to seeing those. It's funny, The Athletic actually had an article talking with some of the new, the rookie coaches in the NFL. It was Kellen Moore, Liam Cohen, and our very own Brian Schottenheimer just asking them questions about the adjustment now, year 1 as a head coach. And they said, what's the silliest thing that's come across your desk that you had no idea fell under head coaching responsibilities? Schottenheimer said, well, I would say it's not silly, but I do think it's something that's new, and even experienced head coaches probably have to deal with it, and that's these damn single-digit jersey numbers that all these guys want. So apparently he had a bunch of guys that was coming in like saying, like, I should have that number, I should have that number. And he's like, hey, I'm sorry, there's not much I can do about that. But
I'm going to spend zero time on that, boss. That's something you're going to get figured out.
That's something he had to apparently deal with.
Talk amongst yourselves, fight amongst yourselves, ask Jerry. I got no time for this.
Still not as bad as what the 90s general manager had to deal with in San Francisco when Charles Haley knocked on his door.
Yeah.
But nonetheless,
anybody
that was
dealing with Charles, that was a toughie.
Something crazy that came across the old desky pop.
Somebody in that building has experience cleaning up messes on the boss's desk, no doubt about it.
Yeah, everybody's got to have a cleanup guy.
Been there before.
So what do you guys make of Shoddy saying he had a productive hour-long conversation with Micah about a number of topics, including how he acted during the final preseason game, but said he will keep those conversations and details private, and he had no assurances when or if Parsons will be practicing this week.
Yeah, I think this one goes to, if you really want to be a leader, that can't happen again. I don't care if it's for 5 seconds or 5 minutes or 3 quarters, whatever time you were down laying. Like, you have teammates who are on the field playing for their careers. Do you think they wouldn't like running back to the sideline and seeing Micah Parsons there swinging a towel or high-fiving or just being involved in any way? And do you think a quote-unquote leader would ever be photographed doing what you were doing? You know, I think this goes to self-awareness and your stated goals. Like, I don't want to hear anything else about you being a leader of this football team because I'm looking for somebody else if this is anywhere in your toolkit.
Yeah, it's crazy. We've seen the full end of the spectrum here. Like, I don't want you to go full CD Lamb and you take a back shot from a referee, but at the same time, I don't want you laying down on the training table snoozing because you don't care and you're pouting.
At least pretend like you're engaged.
Somewhere in the middle is where I want you. Maybe just go stand next to Dak during the game. He's probably going to be #doing the right thing, picking up trash, supporting his teammates, not getting truck stick by refs, also not taking a napski.
Yeah, like, we're going to have your back constantly, and whatever you got to get sorted out, we're going to support you. But, I think this goes to why Shoddy felt it was so important to keep him involved to the extent that he did at OTAs, and they had a nice agreement going. I don't know if Shoddy or the players are protecting Micah as much as they were. Now that we get closer, I think their emphasis is shifting more to, like, what can Micah do for the team than how do we support Micah? Now's the time to go.
It is interesting. How do they do their frustrations go to Micah, or do they go to Jerry it was back in the day with the Emmett stuff? Like, bro, you get this figured out. We need this guy.
How many veteran players thought that the Cowboys would cave on this? You know, if you're thinking about Micah contract big, and you kind of have a history of these contracts that they've done.
Sounds like Dak still thinks so from what he said yesterday.
I just wonder how many players who've lived this, not lived their contracts, but lived the being on the Cowboys, that they were like, Michael come in. They'll cave.
Well, Dak had to get tagged,
yeah.
and then wait until second tag's in play. So I think from their perspective, like, Micah's doing this prematurely, and Micah's withholding from the team more than any of his predecessors. So I could see, like, the roster already annoyed by Micah's podcasting, which we've heard about. And, I think this is a continuation or an advancement of that. I think Micah's hold on being a leader or being a well-respected member of the team might be more in peril.
I just wonder if being the highest paid player means you have to be the leader.
It doesn't. I think that goes back to Corey Seager on the Rangers.
Yeah.
Corey Seager is not a very vocal person. He's not going to be gathering the team and giving them a pregame speech.
Closed-door meeting guy.
It's not going to happen. That's why when he had that drop the mic moment, at the World Series parade where he takes the shot at the Astros, it was, the reaction from everybody on the stage was like, holy, because it's Corey Seager. We don't see him do this. When he shows the emotion after hitting that home run in Game 1 of the World Series, you don't see that emotion from him. You can't force it. I've always felt that Mike is trying to force the leadership stuff. It either comes natural or it's not. And for him, I don't think it is. I think he talks the talk and he wants to vocalize it. And that's okay if he's not that leader. We just need you to be a great player on the football field, which he is. Yeah. But don't also pretend and act like you are this leader guy. And I think there's some players in that locker room that do love him. I think there's others that don't like him. And that's not going to change.
But it is interesting that the Joneses have made that sort of a mandate.
You're going to lead.
The leadership factor of it all. That's what they've talked about plenty.
Yeah, it's clear that they want it and Shoddy wants it. I think it would go to like what Jimmy Johnson would say to the media back in the day. Like, you don't have to help me row this boat, but you're not going to be poking holes in it. And, I think if you're trying to build this special culture that, hey, being on the Cowboys is different and Shoddy's going to create this vibe and this energy, this is something that we're going to do for you and we're going to have your back. But you also have to be willing to sacrifice for the team in some way. And, you are still getting paid a tremendous amount of money for 1 year of football, $24 million. I just don't know how you could say you're a team player, you're in it for anybody but yourself if you're not willing to show up for practice and, try to get this thing done. We're going to have George Pickens for 1 year. After this year, the offense might go back to completely unwatchable. And this is the opportunity to cement a legacy. I don't see how you could look at the future of Micah Parsons with the Cowboys in any of the next 3 or 4 years and know for sure there's going to be a better opportunity. This team's kind of lost their ability to draft well.
Yeah, well said, 100%. This whole thing is absolutely maddening, but it is also fascinating at the same time to see how this all develops as we approach Week 1 here. And the most bet ticket right now for NFL Week 1?
Philadelphia
to cover 4. The 7.
Oh, 7.
Yeah, dude, they're a touchdown
Cowboys
favorite
plus
right
7.
now.
You fade that, man. That is the play.
Yeah, this is just this Captain Obvious statement. He can't go into Philadelphia and get beat 44-6. You can't have one of those games. You just, and I'm talking about Schottenheimer. If somehow they could find a way to win this game, that would be tremendous. But they just can't go in there and get embarrassed. That just because
if you keep it close at like 31-27,
he's
be encouraging.
He's fighting for credibility. He's trying to do all the right things to be a player's coach, and believe in communication and all that. And you just wonder if this season ends poorly, does he change who he is? I think one of the refreshing things about him is how really open and honest he is with the media, and talking about, what he deals with the players and stuff. And I really want to see him succeed, but man, he he's got to have a good season this year. Just to build for next year and the next year after that, where things that he's pushing for could be like, the players like the buy-in. Players, if they know they have a buy-in, they tend to play a lot better. But if this thing is 3-14 or something terrible like that, it's going to be really, really tough. It's going to be really, really tough, and there'll be more and more questions about him and why he was hired, and does everything that he was trying to do as a player's coach really work?
So yesterday we had the Baldy breakdown of the defensive tackle in New York with the Giants there.
Pop Chapman.
Pop, he gone. Moonlighting as a fullback. He, of course, did not make the Giants roster.
No.
So we won't have to worry about him making chin music with Kenneth Murray or whatever in week 2. Jack Sanborn. I don't know. I think Giants fans are pretty ticked off about it from what I've seen on Twitter. Now to college football, as it is upon us, don't we have Danny Cannell hopping on with us? Is that tomorrow?
Yeah, that's either tomorrow or Thursday. Let me check real quick.
He's a Thursday
that's going to
guy,
be
isn't he?
awesome, dude. Yeah, he's a Thirsty Thursday guy for sure.
Typically a hump day guy.
He's ready to get rocking and rolling for some college football, and we all are. We'll get to the pettiness here in a moment, but I want to turn our attention.
That's tomorrow at 4 for Cannell.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Hump day.
Let's go. Let's go to Fox 7 in Austin, where Arch Manning is being asked how he and the team is planning on dealing with having the target on their back.
Target's not on our back. We got a red dot on everyone else.
I mean, what a mic drop bar.
Such a good line.
I mean, if you're a Texas fan, this is that's everything you want to hear right there.
You think this
Just
guy's
quick,
been around a podium before?
Poignant. Yes, he's already better at the mic than Peyton and Eli could ever dream to be.
Sniper rifle celebration must
he-
be still good in the SEC.
Yeah, he understands.
It just
the
means
sniper
more in
rifle.
the SEC.
Yeah.
Put that red dot on him.
Sure does.
That red dot's coming to the shoe.
Just don't have that quote once you make it to the NFL.
A lot of,
No, they'll probably find you.
Yeah. Reference to a sniper rifle in a pregame press conference that's
Unacceptable.
$15,000.
standing in a duck blind or deer blind a lot, probably.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of that game, you have the Fox Big Noon kickoff show that is going to be on site.
Is Portnoy kicked out of Ohio State Stadium? Is he not going to be able to be a part of this? Did I read that right?
Yeah, that's what's being alleged here.
Or is he just
Now, the
making
AD at Ohio State says this is false.
Okay, well then.
Portnoy says, nope, you definitely have banned me from coming into the stadium, and you've also banned Barstool from coming to the campus.
Yeah, so Portnoy is the El Presidente of Barstool
He's a
Sports.
Michigan alum.
He's a big-time Michigan rabid fan.
And gives them a lot of money.
Yes, he's a donor, and he's super anti-Buckeye, but now he's supposed to be a part of the Fox pregame show, and they're going to be at the shoe, and the reports were that, Ohio State banned Portnoy from being at the shoe to do his job with Fox, and then as Wolchuk mentioned, the AD, Ross Bjork, came out and said, no, that's patently false, so now who do we believe?
That's the
I
guy
don't
came
know.
from A&M.
I could see both these guys lined in my face. But fact of the matter is, the pettiness between Ohio State and Michigan is still as thick as ever.
I love it.
I'd say you'd want a security detail if you are going in there. That's one of the most dangerous environments for rivalry fans. Ohio State.
Ohio State?
Yeah.
Would you rather go to Ohio State in a Michigan shirt or filthy in a Cowboy shirt?
You have no chance if you go with Dallas to the filthy deal.
Yeah, I'd
You have
rather
no
do the.
chance.
I've been to Ohio State, not in a Michigan. And if you wear blue at any time, like you're going to end up getting something there. But I'd rather take my chances doing that than going to an Eagles game.
Like I told you guys many a day, you just don't tell people where you're from up there, especially if you're from Dallas. They do not take very kindly to us at all.
Yeah, that's something that honestly you appreciate about the way that they approach things.
Thank you, Chief.
Home field advantage is real.
The Football Finest is in the books. We'll get into the Expressway coming up next. G-Bag of the Day at 5:30, but Cowboy Cutdown Day and a lot of headlines coming off of that. We'll give you what they did and why they did it coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation fan. All right, welcome back. It's time to hit the expressway. We're going commercial free to the top. G-Bag of the day coming up in about 6 minutes. Segment is brought to you by the On Time Experts, and it's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Most dangerous places to be a road fan. Texter 972 said he wore a Zeke jersey to Houston one year, and they busted the driver's side window on his rental vehicle. That sounds extreme. I didn't know the rivalry cut that deep. Maybe that was some there was Rangers-Astros hate or something like that. But hey, it's state rights, and I think at that point it's just like a random stupidity, right? Vandalism. We got drunkenness.
I'm embarrassed to say this. Back in the 70s, we lost a playoff game to the Rams at Old Texas Stadium. My buddy was driving the van. There were a bunch of us piled into this van, and we had probably a little too much to drink.
Yeah, Mardi Gras Brian was in full
Mardi Gras Brian, and then we lost the game. And nobody's saying anything, and my buddy's driving a van, and all of a sudden he just throws the van into park and jumps out. And we look back what's going on. A guy had a Rams jersey on, and he went over there and knocked the guy out.
Oh man!
I mean, literally, the guy was after the game, like he was just
celebrating and walking.
Man, my friend just jumped out of the van, put the thing in park, and hit this guy. And we're like, "What did you do?" He's just, I couldn't stand it. I couldn't say, and it's that old school Rams jersey, the white with the blue numbers, and it's a pretty jersey and all. But
I'll tell you,
he just saw that guy, and he's like, I couldn't take it. I couldn't take it.
Well, I'm walking out of the Cotton Bowl, a Texas fan, after OU came back, beat Texas, and this Texas fan's hammered, and he's like, man, if an OU guy says the wrong thing to me, I'm starting to fight. I'm going to jail tonight.
Yeah.
They just, you
That's the energy, man.
You're liquored up, and you just lost your rival. Yeah, things get heated.
I remember the feeling walking out of the Globe, the original ballpark in 2010 after Game 1 against the Yankees of the ALCS. The Yankees win the game, and Rangers fans are frustrated. Yankees fans are being full obnoxious like East Coast guy. I know a lot of people had violent tendencies, that evening out there at the Globe. It just does something to you different when you see, your rivals fans celebrating a victory, especially in your own house. It is tough, but most of it can be chalked up to drunken fandom. Okay, just to reset the story, Nathan Eovaldi out for the year, shoulder strain, and that one's tough. He could come back if they make a deep playoff run, but obviously the chances of that are decreasing significantly. Brian Schottenheimer saying still confident Micah Parsons is going to play week 1, but said it's hard to imagine he'd play 75 snaps against Philly, so he would be somewhat limited.
Situational, maybe like what you're talking about with Diggs, right?
You're
trying to think of a situational way to play.
I mean, clearly two of your best defensive players. I think you got to try to keep them under 30 to have any chance of winning. And maybe you don't feel like you need that for every series, for every play, but some of that I think could go a long way to helping. I mean, you get some pressure and a turnover, and now maybe you're actually talking about dealing the win of the week in the entire league to yourselves. But to me, that's where it gets to be a little bit frustrating for the teammates, is we've all been cramming and doing everything possible. And, we have one player who's trying to come back from injury. You salute Trayvon Diggs, but at this point, I think you are messing with the relationships of those in your locker room if you're not going to be ready to play week 1. Okay, Perry and Winfrey said that apparently he felt like he had been cut to at least one reporter, and that was the report at about 1:45 this afternoon. Perry and Winfrey was not going to make the team, but when Shoddy got up there, he said he basically kind of played a trick on him, and Winfrey came into that meeting in the coach's office thinking he'd been cut. But Shoddy said eventually he gave him the good news, and Winfrey reacted quite emotionally, just elated that his NFL career was going to continue here with the Cowboys. And Shoddy said, you turn the film on, and that man is a badass, disruptive football player. That would have been shocking. And actually, Brian was on fire in crosstalk, reading the Cowboys the riot act for making this decision to move on from him.
Yeah, and I owe the Cowboys front office an apology for that, because I thought, man, how do you walk away from this particular player? Because every practice, every game, and my man had a sack. I say my man. He had a sack playing defensive end the other day. He normally plays defensive tackle, and just on a pass rush, they said, let's kick him out to left end. And he had a sack in that. He's just relentless the way he plays. He plays with power. He's able to get rid of blockers. He in this scheme, he is going to help because of his ability to attack gaps and play with strength. And that's what they need.
The time we got to see him in Oxnard, he looked like one of the better defensive tackles you'll see out there.
He can penetrate, man. He understands that front.
Yeah. Huge win for the Cowboys front office to find this guy. And you're right, perfect fit for Eberflus.
Absolutely.
On Mozzie said he had 2 really good practices last week, and then the preseason game was good. Said he never feels pressure from the front office to keep guys. He said it's not something he thinks about because it's collaborative. And I just hope that they're right on Mozzie, and they're not just keeping him around to help the Cowboys front office ego of moving on from a guy they drafted in round 1 just a couple of years ago. But I do believe most every other team in the NFL would have moved on from him by now. Said Joe Milton's their backup, but they're not done looking around the league at the position. I thought Joe settled in. He said we feel good about his direction and where he can go. And then on Revel, no timetables. He's doing everything in his power, working hard. When you watch him work and start to move, you see what we loved about him in the draft. He said they don't want to rush him back, especially since he's a young player. Quote, we're going to take our time, and when we feel like he's ready, he will play. But that is the rookie 3rd-round pick, the cornerback. Brian, you had him in your top 40 players. He just fell to the 3rd round because he was injured.
Yeah, the injuries. And if you'd watched him play, matter of fact, if he's healthy, Dallas would have never saw him. I don't think, because he was one of
the first round.
Yeah, he was one of the best cornerbacks skill wise, and when you watch him play, as how he physically looked, how he moved, how he tackled, everything about him is such a positive player.
All righty, it's time now to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has your G bag of the day.
There it is. What's up? What up? What's good, people? How y'all feeling today?
You changing the channel when you got the call?
Actually, I was doing this little nasal stick, boom, nasal stick.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Those are magical.
Yeah, they're sure pretty good, man. All right, this is G Bag of the Day. We get to it every day on the Fan about 5:30. It's presented by Berkey's Plumbing, AC, and Electrical. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. You can find me at Lucky Lucius P on social media, Lucius Alexander on Facebook, or you can follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. Vacated title today. So all of these contestants you will hear are brand new. Bobby put on his cape for the G-Baggers and went 5 times. So shout out to Bobby right there.
Salute.
All right, here we go. Let's start. I'm going to just start right up here at the top. This kid, Jacob Wilson, playing for the A's.
Okay.
You guys heard of him?
Yes.
Okay. He's in his bag lately.
He is in his
11
bag.
home runs.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, see. He was playing Seattle the other day, and Jacob Wilson hit his 11th home run, and the Mariners have like a little version of Jared Sandler, a little young broadcaster in there getting his chops together, and he was heartbroken. He already went home on this one.
And pitch. Hit out into left field.
Russell, what are we doing?
Why?
You can think of it as being very lucky or
What
very
is going on around here, Russell?
Russell?
Man. It's just sad.
What happens when Cal Raleigh finds out about this?
I don't.
Okay, hey, I tell you what, I won't tell him if you don't tell him. Deal? Angie, you in on this?
Yeah, exactly. Well, I like it. I mean, I think this is just sad is the best call I have actually ever heard. To call a Jacob Wilson home run.
Oh, shit. This is just sad. Yeah, he went homer already, man. Do your thing, bro. I want to hear it one more time.
And pitch.
And pitch.
Hit out into left field.
Lean into a full homer.
Yeah, man, go with it, bro. Go with it. All right, let's see what else we got right here. Boom, ba-doo, doom, ba-doo, doom. You guys ever fix the change the light bulbs
Yeah.
And the ceiling fan.
Yeah.
So, you have to take whatever's covering those light bulbs off first before you can get to the light bulbs.
Yep.
All right. So it can be a process.
Absolutely.
Is what I'm saying.
It's so weird how difficult that thing is to get back on there, too.
Yeah. The screws. You try to hold one side and the screw didn't go right, so now you can't line this one up on the other side. It can get weird on you.
I will tell you what, changing a battery in a smoke detector is a no-go for me. I can't get the thing back up on the wall.
Yeah.
I can't.
The arms get tired, don't they?
You gotta get the turn right.
I always mess up the turn, but I have to. I put it on the ground because I just can't.
Really?
The brother's up there holding his elbow as he reaches up to his
That's annoying.
I can't get
his shoulder's cooking.
I ripped one off one time just because I was so frustrated with it.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I couldn't get it back on.
Yeah.
Got frustrated.
Well, back to ceiling fans and light bulbs and everything. Oh, no, she is.
Squirrel.
His dad right here crashes out while he's changing the light bulbs in the ceiling fan.
I see.
Breathing heavy.
No, you don't.
God hell, I hate this house. I hate everything about this place. I despise this house, man. Nobody helps me around here. All y'all do is sit around. Shine a light up here so I can see.
All y'all do is sit around.
Everyone can relate to that.
Shine the light up here so I can see.
We've all seen a dad crash out like that. Maybe we've been guilty of it ourselves.
Yep.
You're just looking around, and now you just need to take it out on anyone that's around you.
That's really good.
Thanks a lot for your help, huh? And they're laughing at you.
There's no such thing as gender roles until it's time for dad to do the fixing around the house, the taking the garbage out. Now it's time to be a traditional dad and cook and pay all the bills. You know what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah.
No, going to the other side of the pond right here where this man got assaulted. Yeah. His Jamaican neighbor said, "Suck your mother."
What?
Insult him. Jamaican patois for sure. Insult.
Yeah.
So they got into it. I just like to hear him explain what happened.
The thing is, quickly, has anybody been injured?
Yes, he hit me. Hit on my face.
Where?
In front of my son, and he said I have to suck my mother.
Ooh.
No, for me it's not a good thing.
No.
So I am asking him if you did something with your mother or not. Did you do something like this?
Did you do something like this with your mother?
For me, it's not a good thing.
It's not a good thing. I love that. I love that.
That might be my vote right there.
That's amazing.
Loose me! Loose me! Loose me! Please!
I like this one right here because these guys got caught fishing in a private pond.
No.
Oh, man, I love it because it's fishing.
Yeah.
I think my dad wants to go fishing this Saturday at Canton. He invited me fishing, right?
Canton's a good place to go.
Oh, it's great. I'm pretty sure he's got an awesome place. He was telling me about it. You know, he's selling dreams as he do, you know. But then he was like, so be over here about 4:30 in the morning.
Ooh.
Yeah, we're going to use your truck.
Yeah.
We're going to take your truck.
You're driving.
Okay, you invited me to use my truck. Okay. All right, Pops, I see what you're doing.
Better be biting.
Yeah, they got caught fishing in a private pond. I like his excuse. Check this out.
Permission?
Yeah,
Written permission from Trey Taylor,
Trey Taylor?
crew tractor.
Oh, crew tractor.
Yeah, who told you could fish here?
I thought it was state property.
State?
Yeah.
This?
Yeah.
State?
It ain't.
It's the road, dude. This ain't no state property. This is private property.
Oh,
What
okay.
is your name in there? I want your name.
Huh?
So I can call down and see who gave you permission
My name?
on state property.
My name Hubert
Last name.
Jones.
Lies.
Hubert Jones.
That's a great
State
name.
property. I ain't never heard that before in my life. And a man just called me and called Trey and said, Trey, they're fishing this pond. He said, lock them up.
Oh, man.
Lock them up.
We about to leave, man.
You better leave, because I can tell you, he's going to call the law.
You better leave.
Don't get stuck now.
Don't you worry about
Yeah,
me.
for what?
You better worry about you get stuck by the law.
Wow.
How many teeth do you think that guy's got?
I don't know. He's kind of putting off some Lou stuff with a
Very
a lot going on
Kind of
there.
lispy.
Yeah.
I didn't hear the question. What you say?
How many teeth do you think he has?
Oh. Yeah, that's a good
Maybe
question.
12.
That's a good question.
A lot of saliva.
A lot going on.
Lock him up.
State.
Yeah.
This.
Yeah.
State.
It ain't.
Hit the road, dude. This ain't no state property. This is private property.
Private property.
Yeah, I get.
Tell them about that gun line, boss.
Private property.
Private property here, boy.
Lock him up.
All right, time to vote.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, is it Jacob Wilson? Is A's homer with young Wilson on the call? Young Russell on the call. Is it dad crashing out, changing the light bulbs? Man at the park got assaulted after being told to suck his mother, or the other way around. A guy's caught fishing in a private pond, private property. Okay, I'm going to go with the dad crashing out, changing the light bulb. Speaks to me, Chief. How about you?
I'll go with the guy who had to do something weird to his mom.
Okay, yes, Lucius?
This is private property.
We're tied at 1, Wolchuk.
I think I got to go with our Jamaican guy.
Okay, at the park?
No, the mom. Yeah, the mom deal.
Okay, yes, sir. And Broadus.
I'm going to think, the Jamaican thing.
Okay, by a score of 3-1, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion, guy at the park, got assaulted. If you ever missed the champ, you can tune in about 2:20 daily. Lucius replays the champ for you right before Wolchuk's Top 10. It's time now to stay in the Pimp Cup, where Lucius has LA Live.
It's a Toxic Tuesday right after the great Rick James. Suck your mother.
All right, she says.
Oh, Lord Jesus.
Fire up this funk and let's have a talk. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
When's the last time you? I was just thinking this. When's the last time you talked to what's her name?
Yep.
Your friend. She got like curly hair. You know what I'm talking about?
I have many friends with curly hair.
The thick one.
The thick one.
Yeah.
Think she got brown eyes? What?
You think she has brown eyes, but you know for sure she's thick?
Yeah, she's
You
thick.
know for sure she's thick.
I know for sure she's thick. You know what I'm
But
talking
you
about.
don't know her eye color.
What's her name?
But you know about her ass.
Why are you getting loud? What are you talking about, ass?
You just described. You said, what's that friend's name? The thick one.
I'm not
She
talking
might
about her
have brown
ass. I'm
eyes.
talking about her whole body's thick. She's bigger boned. The thick one. Everything about her's thick.
Everything.
Look at you. Think I'm talking about ass. If I was talking about ass, I would have said Stephanie.
Hey, this is LA Live for Tuesday, August 26th, 2025. It is a Toxic Tuesday here in LA Live. Welcome in first time, last time, and long time listeners of the station. My name is LA. This is LA Live again. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. Before we get into it, did y'all see that someone is selling the white boots that Lil Nas X had on during his strut down Ventura Boulevard?
Oh, that's awesome. Collector's item.
They're selling the white boots.
It was a rollout for the boots.
That's evidence.
Hell yeah.
Size 13. They're selling them at $10,000 right now. It's listed on eBay. Lil Nas X was in custody at this time that these boots went up for sale. So who is selling the boots?
Police.
LAPD, you looking kind of funny in the light, bro. You looking kind of funny in the light.
They didn't give him his boots back?
I guess not, man. I wonder if he got to kekeep his underwear, too. I heard he stripped down naked, so.
Well, if he would have been in Texas, that boot would have been up his ass.
Well, put a boot in your ass. All right, I just wanted to know who's selling those boots. LA Live 105.3 The Fan, Toxic Tuesday. Since President Trump has had the National Guard deployed in D.C., some crimes have gone down, people. Some crimes have gone down. I must note that violent crime was already on a downward trend in D.C. prior to deployment, lowest level in 30 years, in fact. So, got to be objective right here before I get into all these facts. Got to be objective. Washington, D.C. has experienced 12 consecutive days without a homicide since the National Guard was in there.
That'd be a record, huh?
Actually, the record was in March. It went 16 days.
Oh, wow.
Without a murder. But I think the 12 streak is over with because somebody lost their life last night. Somebody lost their life.
Who got him?
Yeah, somebody got, I don't know, man. There's been over 1,000 arrests have been made since the federal crime crackdown began in D.C. with 86 of those arrests. With 86 arrests and 10 illegal guns seized. Okay. Over 1,000 arrests have been made since the federal crime crackdown began with 86. Come on, man. The media's trash.
Lazy.
Media is trash right there. It's kind of weird. Anyway, 86 arrests apparently. 10 illegal guns seized. Carjackings have decreased 83% in those days. 46% decrease in robberies. That's pretty good, man. 21 on car thefts and 22 decrease in overall violent crime.
Didn't the president say he's going to send them now to Chicago? And the guy from Illinois?
President Trump said Chicago is next.
Yeah.
A lot of people in D.C. saying get out of here, but this guy right here is a fan of it.
Yeah, FBI, DEA, ICE, it's all that outside in Washington, D.C. I don't even got to look over my shoulder no more. I'm walking around with this shit. I ain't hiding none of this. I'm walking blocks with this motherfucker. Listen, jump out on me if you want. I'm gonna scream. They're gonna be here in 33 seconds. So as you talking about, get that shit up. They gonna help this shit out me. Good God Almighty, boy. I got some motherfucking help, some backup. Look, they right here. Look, I could just scream. They gonna help me.
I guess there are some benefits to living in a police state.
It might be coming here soon, pretty soon. Yeah. Trump said Chicago is next. Chicago, by the way, is number 22 on the FBI's list when it comes to the murder rate. Number 22. Number 22 right there. Think about that. Mobile, Alabama, still number 1. Little Rock, Arkansas. Will they send the troops to Little Rock? Are the troops coming to Deep Ellum? Well, we see tanks and troops in Deep Ellum. And how would you feel about that if you walked out there? Would you feel safe? Or would you be like, oh my God, we're in a police station?
Man, I would feel slightly intimidated. I would feel like, man, this isn't cool. I don't want to live in a country that requires this much of a military police presence. I guess that's how I would feel.
Word to heard.
Intimidating for sure.
Yeah,
See a tank out there.
Yeah,
It's like
tank.
Not something you see every day.
Kalamazoo, number 8. And he's talking about putting guns on these troops, too, by the way. Talking about putting guns on these troops. Yeah, Kalamazoo, number 8. I wonder if they're going to go to Kalamazoo. Springfield, Missouri.
I'd say you should start at the top. You know,
Mobile,
work your way
Alabama.
down. Just go with the numbers. Homicides per capita. We're coming to your town.
Man,
village.
I've been to Mobile a bunch. I've been to Mardi Gras there a bunch. I always felt pretty safe in Mobile. I don't know why. I just did. Maybe everybody was just as hammered as I was.
Just happy and in a good mood.
Yeah, everybody was in a great mood. Yeah, strange.
Yeah, what else? Anchorage, Alaska, number 18.
I believe that.
You think they'll go through on Anchorage?
I believe that.
A lot of missing people there.
Just think we're gonna see them go through on Anchorage. Look at this.
It'd be like the movie Red Dawn. You know? Yeah. Hiding out in the bushes and stuff, trees.
Just waiting to see, man. Just waiting to see. I wonder why he's picking certain cities.
Oh yeah.
He's not jumping all over these other cities.
Yeah.
I wonder why.
Which cities has he chosen so far?
These cities that have a D.
D.
D next to the guy's name.
Yeah, D.C. He wants Baltimore. He's coming for Chicago.
You're a Democratic leader.
But so far, it's just been D.C.
So far, it's been D.C.
Clean up my home.
But, we shall see, says the blind man. Hey! LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Toxic Tuesday. Uncle Snoop Dogg. Hold on, before I get into Snoop Dogg, let me do this.
My uncle.
Shizzle dizzle.
Ha-ha.
It's the Big Nap Tizzle with the Snoopy Deal Double Jizzle.
Yeah!
Snoop Dogg. That's weed. That's weed.
C-Walk Teddy.
Snoop Dogg. Buzzed out.
Yeah, C-Walk Teddy.
Hey. Snoop Dogg.
Uncle Snoop Dogg took his grandkids to see the new Toy Story movie.
Yeah, he did.
You guys, anybody see that yet?
Not the new one, but I heard about this.
A spin-off Toy Story called Lightyear. I guess it's about Buzz Lightyear.
I mean, there was a Lightyear came out a couple years ago.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Spin-off of Toy Story called Lightyear. That's what the story says. That's what the story says. Snoop was on the It's Giving podcast.
Okay.
It's Giving. By the way, that's what my sister loves to say. Like when you think you fly or you said something cool, she's like, it's not giving what you think is giving, dear. It's not giving what you think is giving. By the way, shout out to her. She put doctor in front of her name again for some reason. I seen her today posted it on
She's
Facebook.
Got double doctorate degrees?
Yeah. Wow. I don't know what happened. I got to go find out.
Smart.
Yep, Snoop was on the It's Given podcast talking about his movie experience. Check this out.
I took my grandson to see, what was the movie with Buzz Lightyear?
Toy Story?
Not that one, but
the new Buzz. The Lightyear. I think it's called Lightyear.
Yeah, Kiki Palmer is in that movie.
Okay.
She plays like the daughter.
Yeah.
So we watching it, and the lady, which is Kiki's mama, they move on into the space years. They move down the line. They're like, man, she had a baby with a woman.
Mm-hmm.
Well, my grandson in the middle of the movie like, Papa Snoop, how she have a baby with a woman? She a woman. Oh, I didn't come in for this. I just came to watch the goddamn movie. Hey, man, watch the movie. They just said she had a baby. They both women. How did she have a baby?
Oh, no.
Shh. The movie ain't over with. So it's like, I'm scared to go to the movies now. Like, y'all throwing me in the middle of that I don't have an answer for.
Hollywood will have you answering some crazy questions these days.
So it was two older ladies with a child?
Yes.
What?